Chapter 1. In the middle of Afghanistan. A vast, endless yellow desert stretched out beneath the unforgiving sun, merging into rugged rocky mountain ranges at the horizon. Sparse patches of withered grass only accentuated the desolation and stillness of the land. In the sweltering heat, a shallow sandpit scattered with broken mechanical parts stood as the only notable feature in this lifeless expanse. Amid the wreckage, two figures, a tall man and a much smaller one, sat across from each other, their shadows barely clinging to the ground under the blazing sun. "I am Tony Stark." The taller man, face caked with blood and sand, sported a scruffy goatee that looked more pitiful than suave. Despite his disheveled state, his tone carried a faint arrogance, as though his name alone was enough to fill the silence between them. "And you are Tony Stark? The Tony Stark?" The smaller figure's eyes widened in disbelief. "Iron Man himself, genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist." The realization struck hard. This was the Marvel Universe, right at the starting line of its greatest saga. The events of Iron Man had just begun. Relief surged through the smaller man's chest as he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Sure, this world had its dangers, cosmic threats, power-hungry villains, and occasional alien invasions, but oh well, like I can do anything for that. "I'm Lemieux, H. of Rhea." "Lemieux H. of Rhea," he finally answered, plucking the name from the jumble of odd, unrelated words rattling in his head. As for his real name, that carried a weight of its own, a name steeped in mystery and power, better left unspoken in this fragile reality. The two men sat in uneasy silence, sizing each other up. The atmosphere was anything but cordial. Lemieux's amber-colored eyes scanned Tony from head to toe. Stark looked nothing like the genius billionaire stereotype. His clothes were tattered, streaked with dried blood and dirt. His messy hair and patchy beard made him resemble a washed-up vagabond, rather than someone with a net worth that could rival a country's GDP. Fallen from grace, Iron Man? Despite his shabby appearance, one detail stood out, something glowing faintly through the fabric of his chest. Beneath the grime-covered shirt lay a brilliant circle of light, the arc reactor. A technological marvel worth billions, no, trillions. A device capable of revolutionizing the energy industry and ushering humanity into a new age. And here it was, beating like a fragile heart inside the chest of a man who, at this moment, looked anything but invincible. A treasure in plain sight. Lemieux's hand drifted subtly to the sand behind him, his fingers closing around a jagged shard of metal scrap from the broken remains of Tony's Mark I suit. It was crude but sharp, more than enough to. He hesitated. If he took Stark out here and now quietly, cleanly, he could claim the arc reactor for himself. No witnesses. No one would ever know. With that device in his possession, Lemieux could leapfrog from the gutters of this chaotic world into unimaginable wealth and power. The proposition was tantalizing. Lemieux's amber eyes darkened, a faint glimmer of killing intent flickering within them. The rational side of him whispered that time was running out. The US military would undoubtedly arrive soon, and once they did, the window of opportunity would slam shut. The question lingered, should I do it? The steel shard in his hand felt heavier, more decisive. The desert heat bore down on him, almost like it was urging him to make his move. Seconds passed in silence. Tick, tock, Lemieux. Tony Stark's bloodshot eyes scrutinized the person before him, sharp with suspicion and guarded curiosity. The figure appeared no older than 14 or 15, a teenager clad in a strange fur-lined coat, under which peeked a crisp white shirt. White bandages were wrapped neatly around their forearms and calves, adding an antiquated, otherworldly touch to the ensemble. What stood out even more was the peculiar shade of their hair, pale blue, cascading just to the shoulders. Their face was delicately sculpted, almost unnervingly flawless porcelain skin, bright eyes, and refined features that would have looked at home in a Renaissance painting. Even with a layer of desert grime, the figure exuded an ethereal beauty, one that felt oddly out of place in the chaos of Afghanistan. Their amber-colored eyes locked onto Tony's chest, glimmering with what appeared to be equal parts curiosity and fascination. Is she intrigued by the reactor? The unexpected warmth in their gaze softened Stark's tension, though only slightly. Grimacing, Stark coughed and shrugged off his work jacket, draping it over his head in a futile attempt to shield himself from the blistering sun. A sharp sting shot through his arm as the movement tugged at his injuries. "Ah, damn it," he muttered, sucking in a pained breath. The desert around them shimmered under the relentless heat, the oppressive stillness broken only by the occasional whisper of a dry wind. It was likely mid-afternoon, 3, maybe 4 o'clock. Far too early for any hope of the sun relenting. After adjusting his makeshift shade, Stark's gaze returned to the teenager. His voice carried a note of quiet demand, though he made an effort to keep his tone even, masking his frustration behind a veil of civility. "So, H. of Rhea," he began, "how about you answer a few questions for me?" He gestured toward the open sky above them. "I was mid-flight soaring along, minding my own business when, suddenly, this black rift tore open out of nowhere. And then you," his voice tightened slightly, "you fell through. Right on top of me." Tony leaned forward, his expression unreadable. "Then, as if that wasn't strange enough, you conjured up some kind of magical force to keep us both suspended in midair. And after that?" He paused, narrowing his eyes. "You dismantled my suit piece by piece like it was some cheap scrap heap at a junkyard." There was no mistaking the weight in his voice now, the underlying tension carefully restrained. "So tell me, are you some time-traveling sorcerer from the past? A reclusive mountain witch? Or maybe an alien here for an authentic primitive Earth safari experience?" Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 2. 10 minutes earlier. Afghanistan. A land of chaos and anarchy, ruled by conflict and bloodshed. In this place, kidnappings, terror strikes, and armed skirmishes were as common as the shifting sands. It was here, in this lawless desert, that Tony Stark, a billionaire industrialist and unwilling prisoner of war, had achieved the impossible. Using his unmatched ingenuity and the assistance of a brave companion, Stark had built the prototype of all prototypes, the Mark I suit. The suit had been rough, crude, and unwieldy, but it worked. With it, Stark had incinerated the terrorists' munitions depot and launched himself skyward, leaving the chaos in flames behind him. For a brief, triumphant moment, he had soared above the ravaged landscape, a man reborn. And then it happened. A black rift had ripped open in the sky, swallowing the sunlight for a fraction of a second before spitting out a figure, a human-shaped meteor plummeting straight toward him. Wham! The impact sent Stark hurtling downward, the Mark I suit groaning under the combined weight of both his body and the intruder. The desert floor loomed closer with terrifying speed. At this altitude, survival was impossible. The suit, the sand, none of it would save him from the brutal force of impact. But then, against all odds, a powerful gust of wind materialized out of nowhere, cushioning their fall. They hovered for a moment, suspended mid-air, before descending safely onto the soft dunes below. Once grounded, the stranger, a small figure with pale blue hair, immediately got to work. Without hesitation, they began digging Stark out of the sand, prying apart the Mark I's bulky armor. Except, they didn't use tools. No wrenches, no screwdrivers, just bare hands. The teenager grabbed at screws and bolts, twisting them loose as if they were made of clay. Cables snapped under their grip with ease. With a series of metallic groans and snaps, the suit fell away, leaving Tony stunned and more than a little unnerved. Barehanded. No assistance, no machinery. Just sheer force. Tony, for once in his life, was at a loss for words. Tony Stark's gaze didn't waver as he repeated his question, sharp and insistent. So, Averia, who are you? And where the hell did you come from? Lemieux sighed inwardly. Of all the questions Stark could ask, why this one? The truth was, he had no idea how to answer. First, he wasn't exactly a master liar. Second, and perhaps more importantly, he genuinely didn't know how he had ended up here. What he did know was this: a long, long time ago, he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. When he woke up, he found himself trapped in an endless black void. The darkness was suffocatingly vast. No sense of touch, no need to breathe, no concept of time or direction. Just an infinite, crushing emptiness. Years passed, or maybe centuries, it was impossible to tell. Then, one day, without warning, a crack of light tore through the darkness. Desperate, Lemieux had thrown himself toward the light, using every ounce of strength he didn't even realize he still possessed. Just as the fissure began to close, he managed to hurl himself through it. And then, wham! He collided headfirst with Tony Stark. Or, as Stark preferred to tell it, Stark collided with him. The Mark I armor hit the desert with a resounding crash, digging deep into the sand, while Lemieux bounced off the billionaire like a pinball, landing unceremoniously atop him. And that was how his grand escape from the void had concluded, with a face full of dirt and Stark's accusations ringing in his ears. As he sat cross-legged in the scorching desert, Lemieux flexed his fingers experimentally. They were long and slender, pale and delicate, but slightly smaller than he remembered. His strength, however, was anything but ordinary. He had torn apart electrical wiring and disassembled Stark's armor barehanded, feats that would have been impossible before. Even falling several meters from the sky had left him unscathed, save for a faint tingling sensation. Lemieux raised his head to the sun, squinting. No pain. No discomfort. He could stare directly into the blinding light without so much as a blink. Even the oppressive heat of the desert felt oddly pleasant, like a warm blanket on a cold night. Then there was the strange new ability, the power to summon gusts of wind seemingly at will. And, of course, the mechanical voice that now whispered cryptic information in his mind. What is this body? Questions swirled in his mind, but answers would have to wait. For now, one thing was clear: escaping that eternal, suffocating void was a blessing, no matter the cost. Lemieux glanced down at himself, tugging awkwardly at his pale blue hair. The unfamiliar color still felt strange to him, a glaring reminder that this wasn't the body he had once known. Still, deep down, he clung to one comforting thought: I'm human, or at least, I used to be. A parallel universe version, maybe, but human nonetheless. Gathering his thoughts, Lemieux finally looked back at Stark, meeting his scrutinizing gaze with a mixture of honesty and mischief. All right, he said with a straight face, his amber eyes shining with sincerity. You got me. I'm an alien. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 3. At precisely 4:45 p.m., the serene yet vibrant atmosphere of Camartage brimmed with disciplined focus. In the central training grounds, numerous sorcerer apprentices practiced diligently, their movements synchronized and precise. The grounds exuded an austere charm, surrounded by ancient architecture steeped in history. Pagodas, bell towers, and meditation halls were scattered like relics of a forgotten era, imbued with the mystique of a monastic sanctuary. Each apprentice wore a sling ring on one hand, their other hand sketching glowing circles in the air. Suspended before them were basketball-sized sparks of orange magical energy, swirling with latent power. A tall, dark-skinned man, his expression stern, strode among the students with his hands clasped behind his back. His voice, steady and authoritative, carried across the training grounds. Mastering the sling ring is essential for traversing the place through portal. Without it, you cannot hope to wield even the most basic of magics. At the edge of the crowd, the Sorcerer Supreme herself, the Ancient One, observed quietly. Her gait was unhurried, her eyes sweeping over the apprentices with the sharpness of a hawk and the patience of a gardener tending to young saplings. She wasn't just assessing their progress, she was also evaluating the teaching capabilities of her senior disciple. The Ancient One wore a clean, understated dark blue robe, its simplicity belying her status. In her hand, she held a well-worn folding fan, its design as timeless as she appeared to be. Trailing behind her was one of her more eccentric disciples, a young man with a rather peculiar hairstyle, short on the sides, with braids tied at odd angles, giving him a nonconformist monk appearance. Suddenly, the Ancient One stopped mid-step. With an audible snap, she closed her fan and turned her gaze westward, her expression serene yet grave. Her disciple hesitated, then stepped forward, bowing slightly. Is something wrong, master? The Ancient One waved a hand dismissively, her tone measured, almost contemplative. Something has breached the dimensional barrier. The disciple straightened, ready to act. Shall I investigate? No, she replied, her voice calm yet resolute. I'll handle this myself. Her eyes gleamed with emerald light, the shimmering trails of the time stone spinning within. As though peering through the veil of time and space, she glimpsed something or someone that brought a faint smile to her lips. A fascinating little being, she murmured, before vanishing in a swirl of green sparks. The sun burned mercilessly overhead, turning the sand into a molten golden sea. It shimmered like liquid fire, suffocating and relentless, threatening to melt even the hardiest of travelers. Two figures trudged through this vast expanse. The taller one staggered with labored breaths, his footsteps unsteady, while the smaller figure followed with an unnerving ease, moving as if the heat and sand were mere trifles. Lemieux and Tony Stark had left the crash site, choosing to head in a random direction. Staying in one spot seemed like inviting death either from dehydration or from the possible return of the terrorist group that had held Stark captive. Though the endless desert stretched before them with no clear destination, the unspoken agreement was simple: keep moving. As for Stark, his condition was far from ideal. With every step, he grew weaker, the scorching heat sapping what little strength he had left. Lemieux, meanwhile, seemed unfazed by the heat, his pace light and steady. After some deliberation, Lemieux had decided for now to spare Tony Stark's life. For one, the arc reactor embedded in Stark's chest was far too advanced for Lemieux to fully comprehend or replicate, at least not in his current state. At this point, Lemieux was still unaware of the mysterious great sage voice that had recently awakened within him. Had he known, he might not have cared as much about the arc reactor. It would be child's play to recreate with the right knowledge. Secondly, even if he did manage to acquire the arc reactor, he lacked the connections to sell it. Finding a buyer in this world without being hunted down or undercut would be nearly impossible. As they walked, Stark finally broke the silence, his voice hoarse yet laced with his trademark sarcasm. So, Averia, what's your grand plan here? Walk me to death and take the reactor off my corpse. Lemieux shot him a sidelong glance, his amber eyes glittering with amusement. Nah, too much effort. I'm more of a wait until you faint than borrow your stuff kind of guy. Stark let out a weak laugh, shaking his head. Figures. You've got that whole cryptic drifter vibe going for you. Reason number 3, this was the Marvel Universe. Here, crises capable of annihilating the planet were as common as grains of sand in the Sahara. To make matters worse, there was a big purple guy named Thanos lurking in the background, scheming to snap half the universe out of existence like it was just another Tuesday. Without Iron Man, who was going to stand against that cosmic maniac? Captain America and his shield? Sure, good luck with that. So yeah, keeping Tony Stark alive seemed like the smarter option. After all, dead geniuses couldn't invent world-saving tech or form superhero teams. Also Lemieux paused mid-thought, solemnly placing a hand over his heart. He was a man of principles. Such a benevolent, upright, morally impeccable soul like himself would never stoop to murder or theft, let alone exploit someone in their weakest moment. Absolutely not, Lemieux murmured under his breath. Not me. He tried to convince himself of this noble truth as they trudged through the desert. Then, as if to distract himself, he hesitated and asked internally. Hello? You there? He was referring to the voice he'd heard earlier back when he and Stark were free falling to their likely deaths, only to be saved by an inexplicable gust of wind. A response came immediately, calm and measured. Acknowledged. I am here. Lemieux breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness I haven't gone insane. I mean, who wouldn't start questioning their sanity after being stuck in a dark void for what felt like centuries? Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 4. Lemieux breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness I haven't gone insane. I mean, who wouldn't start questioning their sanity after being stuck in a dark void for what felt like centuries? He pressed on. All right, so. Who are you? And what exactly happened back there? Mind explaining. Acknowledged. I am your unique skill, Great Sage. Great Sage? Lemieux blinked, processing this. Wasn't that the same overpowered AI-like ability from the reincarnation stories he used to read? A magical system capable of calculations, decisions, and near-infinite processing? The voice continued, its tone as devoid of emotion as a well-tuned AI. Earlier, you unconsciously utilized your skill, Predator, to consume atmospheric elements. Following analysis, the skill, airflow manipulation, was acquired. Upon detecting a life-threatening situation, I automatically activated airflow manipulation to stabilize your descent. Lemieux frowned slightly. Wait, hold on. Predator? When did I use that? Acknowledged. During freefall, air entered your dimensional space through your respiratory system. This was interpreted as an instance of skill usage. Lemieux's thoughts ground to a halt for a moment. So, swallowing air counts as using Predator? Does that mean I've been consuming stuff all along without realizing it? Shaking off the absurdity of the situation, he tried a different approach. Okay. Do you know how I ended up in this world? Or how you came to exist? Acknowledged. Insufficient information. Unable to analyze. Even Great Sage didn't have all the answers. Lemieux sighed, slightly disappointed. Fine, let's move on. Can you at least list all my skills? I need to know what I'm working with. Acknowledged. Compiling skill data. In an instant, a translucent interface materialized in his mind, lines of text appearing in neat, orderly rows. Unique skills. Great Sage, grants advanced computation, thought acceleration, and decision-making capabilities. Reduces the difficulty of skill acquisition significantly. Predator, enables the absorption and analysis of targets, granting access to their properties and abilities. Intrinsic skills. Rapid regeneration, heals injuries at an accelerated rate. Magic perception, detects the flow and presence of magic in the environment. Bloodless body, negates the need for blood circulation, eliminating vulnerabilities tied to blood loss. Human mimicry, allows perfect replication of a human appearance and physical traits. Acquired skills. Airflow manipulation, grants control over atmospheric currents for movement or defense. Heat resistance, mitigates the effects of extreme heat. Lemieux's gaze swept across the list. As his focus settled on each skill, detailed descriptions flowed seamlessly into his mind. For example, Great Sage, provides analytical, computational, and decision-making capabilities. Reduces acquisition difficulty of new skills through optimization. The glowing text hovered in Lemieux's mind, crisp and clear, as he reviewed his newfound abilities one by one. Predator, engages in the consumption of objects, storing them within a personal dimensional space for analysis. Skills of the consumed target can be acquired, its form simulated, and harmful substances safely isolated. Magic perception, allows the user to sense the flow of magic in the world. Can directly interpret the intent behind the magical fluctuations of living beings, enabling communication across species or languages. Similarly, the user's own magical and verbal emissions will be universally understood. Bloodless body, grants the structure of a slime, eliminating the need for a circulatory system and removing vulnerabilities related to blood loss. Human mimicry, enables transformation into a specific human form. Lemieux's gaze lingered on the words as realization dawned on him. So, he muttered to himself, I'm a slime now. This human appearance? Just a simulation. That was a strange pill to swallow. He didn't feel particularly slimy, yet the truth was clear, he wasn't human anymore. What gender am I, male? Female? Or something entirely outside those categories? The question gave him pause. The thought of biological barriers and reproductive isolation made him scratch his head. Did being a slime even count as having a gender? As for his newer abilities, like airflow manipulation and heat resistance, they seemed perfectly tailored for surviving in this blazing desert. The former had already saved his life, while the latter made walking through this furnace of golden sand feel oddly pleasant like a stroll on a warm beach. Counting everything, there were 8 skills total. Not a huge list, Lemieux said, tapping his chin thoughtfully, but the potential is massive. Bread will come. Bullets will come. And eventually. He smirked. So will power. Following leisurely behind Tony Stark, Lemieux adopted a relaxed gait, one arm folded across his chest, the other propping up his chin. For a slime, he looked remarkably smug. But then, another thought struck him like a bolt out of the blue. Wait a second, slime bodies don't have reproductive systems. Did I just become biologically immortal? Before he could dive further into his existential musings, Stark's gravelly voice shattered his train of thought. So, you're claiming to be an alien? Stark's tone was equal parts skepticism and snark, his voice rough from dehydration and exhaustion. Got any proof to back that up? The inventor didn't even turn around as he spoke, his steps heavy and uneven on the scorching sands. Despite his injuries and the lack of rescue, he still found time to needle his strange companion. And what's with that prehistoric fur coat? You're telling me advanced alien civilizations don't have something more fashionable? What happened? Too broke to afford a nice jacket or hell even a cute little skirt? The sarcasm was practically dripping off his parched lips. Lemieux came to a halt, his eyes narrowing at the man's back. Ha, he shot back, his voice dripping with disdain. What would a provincial earthling like you know about fashion? This, he gestured dramatically to his fur-lined attire, is called retro chic. The simplicity of its design speaks to a refined, understated luxury. The plush texture evokes a nostalgic warmth, an elegance that transcends time. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in before delivering the final blow. And as anyone with even a shred of cultural awareness knows, fashion is cyclical. Your so-called modern style is nothing more than a fleeting echo of the classics. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 5. And as anyone with even a shred of cultural awareness knows, fashion is cyclical. Your so-called modern style is nothing more than a fleeting echo of the classics. Stark stumbled slightly, not because of his injuries but from sheer disbelief. For a supposed alien, this guy had one hell of a rebuttal ready. But as Lemieux replayed Stark's words in his mind, something caught him off guard. Wait a second, did he just say cute little skirt? His expression darkened. Just for the record, Lemieux said coldly, his voice like a dagger aimed directly at Stark's ego, I am not female, and I would never wear a skirt. Not even if I were dying, thank you very much. Tony glanced back for a moment, raising an eyebrow at the peculiar being. Right. Because that's the most pressing issue we've got going on in this death trap of a desert. Damn straight, Lemieux muttered under his breath, brushing a stray strand of azure hair out of his face. Stark suddenly spun on his heel, and Lemieux had to stop abruptly to avoid colliding with him. For a few unsettling seconds, Tony Stark stared at him, his bloodshot eyes scanning Lemieux's face with the intensity of a man trying to solve a riddle. His gaze was sharp but also unnervingly invasive, like a laser cutting through Lemieux's facade. Just as abruptly, Stark turned back around and resumed walking, his tone dismissive. All right, Mr. Whatever you are. I don't care what gender you claim to be, but if you are really an alien, why don't you prove it? Or is your species all talk? Lemieux sighed, deciding to drop the whole gender argument entirely. He cleared his throat and began weaving his tale. As far as I know, your planet Earth is catalogued as C53 on the Kree star charts. It's a fairly unremarkable planetary civilization, but you've had your share of extraterrestrial visitors. Asgardians, Kree, Skrulls, they've all stopped by and left their marks. Tony's steps faltered for half a second but quickly resumed. His back remained to Lemieux, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Wow, you really did your homework. Keep going, this is a fascinating bedtime story. Ignoring the jab, Lemieux continued, his tone unflappable. Some Earthlings have even ventured out into the universe and made a name for themselves. Take Peter Quill, for instance, a Ravager better known as Star-Lord. Or Carol Danvers, who goes by the moniker Captain Marvel. And you? Stark interrupted with a mocking chuckle. Let me guess, your spaceship broke down in the desert, so you're hitchhiking. Close enough, Lemieux replied smoothly. I ended up here due to a teleportation malfunction. Now I'm stuck. Your planet's rudimentary technology doesn't exactly help. No ships, no teleporters, nothing. Tony barked out an exaggerated laugh, still walking. Oh, of course. Sounds legit. But tell me this, how is it that aliens speak such perfect English? Lemieux couldn't help but smirk. Ah, I was waiting for this. Ordinarily, I'd be using a universal translator to communicate with you, he explained, his voice taking on a slightly patronizing edge. However, as you've probably noticed, I have special abilities. One of them allows me to understand any soundwave-based language instantly. Similarly, I can project my own thoughts into sound waves that your brain automatically interprets as your native language. Right. And you just happen to have superpowers. How convenient, Stark retorted, his sarcasm unwavering. Let me demonstrate. Lemieux raised his hand, and a sudden gust of wind whipped around them. The swirling air picked up grains of sand, forming a miniature tornado at Stark's feet before quickly dissipating. Tony stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. Before he could say anything, a voice, not Lemieux's actual voice, but one that resonated directly in his ears, spoke in flawless British English with a crisp London accent. Impressed yet? This is what it means to transmit information through sound waves, without even needing to move my lips. Tony's head snapped around to face Lemieux, his expression a mix of irritation, awe, and disbelief. What the hell was that? He demanded. Lemieux clapped his hands, as if brushing off invisible dust. A little demonstration of my powers. As I said, magic, science, call it what you will. Tony blinked, his face slack with exhaustion and growing bewilderment. The heat, dehydration, and lingering pain from his injuries were already wearing him down. Now, his mind felt like it was spiraling. Great, Stark muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. First I get kidnapped by terrorists, now I'm hallucinating about aliens in fur coats. Next thing you'll tell me, I've got brain damage from the fall. Not impossible, Lemieux quipped, folding his arms. Though I'd argue that your skepticism might be a bigger problem. Stark didn't reply, instead trudging forward, muttering something inaudible under his breath. Stark turned back to glance at Lemieux, his eyes glinting with a faint, desperate hope. So, Mr. Alien, he asked, his voice tinged with exhaustion and a rare flicker of vulnerability. Do you have a way to get us out of this desert? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't. Stark's shoulders slumped. Any other help you can offer? Lemieux paused, considering his skills. After a long silence, he shrugged apologetically. Still no. Without a word, Stark turned back around and continued trudging through the endless expanse of sand. Alien, wizard, hallucination, it didn't matter anymore. Getting out alive was the only thing that counted. After a while, he seemed to remember something. He didn't turn his head this time, his voice uncertain. You know. I think I've seen someone like you before. On Earth. Lemieux chuckled softly, unconcerned. The universe is vast, my friend. It's just a matter of probability. As far as I know, there are plenty of species that look identical to humans. But honestly. He tilted his head, looking Stark up and down. You look like a walking corpse right now. Dehydration, I'd guess. Sure you're okay. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 6. Stark shut his eyes tightly, trying to ignore the stinging sensation as sweat mixed with the grit of sand and seeped into the cracks of his dry, sunburnt skin. His mouth was parched, and every time he licked his cracked lips, he tasted the faint tang of blood. They had been wandering the desert for nearly 2 hours now, with no sign of rescue. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Wreckage, the Ten Rings leader groaned as he regained consciousness. Flames roared all around him, and the stench of burning metal and flesh choked the air. His ears rang violently, and his face was a nightmare of pain. His right cheek felt as though it had been branded with a red-hot iron. Blinking through the smoke and the searing agony, he surveyed the scene. His base, once his stronghold, was reduced to rubble and corpses, a sea of twisted metal and fire. For a brief moment, relief flickered in his chest. He had survived the missile. But as he took in the devastation, despair clawed its way into his heart. The bitter memory returned with full force. Months ago, he had accepted a lucrative contract to attack a U.S. military convoy. What he hadn't anticipated was capturing someone infinitely more dangerous than he could have imagined. Tony Stark, the infamous genius arms dealer, also known as one of America's deadliest weapons in human form. Because his employer had failed to pay the full bounty, he had made the fateful mistake of keeping Stark alive. A gesture of mercy, he thought at the time. Now, staring at the carnage that had unfolded in the blink of an eye, he realized it was a mercy he would never forgive himself for. Staggering through the wreckage, the leader fell to his knees amidst the smoldering ruins of his men and equipment. His screams of rage and grief echoed through the desolate valley, a chorus of anguish that blended with the howling desert wind. His once proud visage was now twisted, monstrous, like a demon dragged out of hell, yet his desperation was that of a beaten, starving dog. Back in the desert, Tony Stark and Lemieux trudged onward, their bodies battered by the merciless heat. The sun blazed overhead, casting distorted mirages across the horizon. Neither had food nor water, and each step felt heavier than the last. Stark's legs were unsteady, his footsteps uneven as he pressed forward. Occasionally, he shielded his eyes with his hand, scanning the distance for any sign of help, a military patrol, a passing vehicle, anything. Lemieux, meanwhile, seemed unnaturally calm, his fur-lined coat miraculously unruffled by the oppressive heat. If Stark wasn't so distracted by his own suffering, he might have found it infuriating. Finally, Stark broke the silence, his voice hoarse and cracked. "You're not thirsty?" Lemieux raised an eyebrow, as if the question were beneath him. "I don't need water." Stark grunted bitterly. "Convenient. Must be nice being you." "Not really," Lemieux replied nonchalantly. "But I'll admit, it has its perks." Stark didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, the flicker of hope that had once lit his eyes dimming with each step. For all his wit and brilliance, even Tony Stark couldn't outthink the desert. Not without help. And right now, that help was nowhere to be found. The desert stretched endlessly before them, its vastness interrupted only by the occasional patch of scraggly weeds and the shifting contours of the sand dunes. Somewhere out there, a U.S. military base should be stationed. Logic dictated that the military would have already deployed helicopters to investigate the blast site, expanding their search radius outward. Yet, as the sun sank lower toward the western horizon, the skies remained eerily empty. By Stark's own calculations, the delay made no sense. Helicopters could cover this distance quickly, their absence was troubling. The air was growing cooler with the approach of evening, but Stark knew better than to feel relieved. If rescue didn't arrive before nightfall, they'd face a bitterly cold desert night, a trial that could push even the strongest to their limits. Worse, the darkness would severely hamper any ongoing search operations. Humans and slimes, however, did not share the same struggles. For Stark, this was a harrowing survival ordeal, dehydration, exhaustion, and injury weighing heavily on him with each grueling step. For Lemieux, it was little more than an extended stroll. The desert, while majestic at first glance, quickly grew monotonous. Sand stretched endlessly in every direction, punctuated only by the occasional tuft of dried grass. The wind, carrying fine grains of sand, was an irritant, stinging the skin and clouding the air. But none of this seemed to faze Lemieux. His inhuman physique, combined with his natural resistance to heat, left him unaffected by the sweltering temperatures. Stark, on the other hand, was visibly deteriorating. 2 hours of relentless sun exposure had taken a heavy toll on the man who had already endured months of captivity and torture. His face, pale and gaunt, seemed to grow more lifeless with every step. Lemieux cast a sidelong glance at Stark, a flicker of concern crossing his otherwise calm demeanor. In the desert, the lack of water was a death sentence. For the average person, dehydration could claim a life in as little as 1 to 3 days, depending on the severity of the conditions. And Stark wasn't just any person, he was injured, his reserves already critically low. Water. In a barren wasteland like this, the sources of water were painfully limited: plants, animals, underground reserves, or the atmosphere itself. Plants and animals were virtually non-existent in this part of the desert. Underground water? Completely out of reach without tools. That left the air. Lemieux's eyes narrowed as an idea took shape in his mind. He absent-mindedly twirled a lock of his long hair, something he had developed a habit of doing since gaining this human form. The air was made up of countless molecules, including water vapor. If he could control airflow, it stood to reason that he could compress the air to condense water, or even separate water molecules directly from the surrounding gases. Great sage, Lemieux thought, addressing the voice in his mind, is it possible to extract water molecules from the air? Comment. 5. Comment. Vote. Chapter 7. Great sage, Lemieux thought, addressing the voice in his mind, is it possible to extract water molecules from the air? The calm, feminine voice of the great sage responded immediately. Affirmative. Through the skill airflow manipulation, magicules can be used to bind and condense water vapor within the air, resulting in the collection of water. A grin spread across Li Mu's face. With an audible clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Perfect! Great sage, I need 2 liters of water." The moment the command left his thoughts, a wave of intense fatigue swept over him. It was as if a vital part of his energy had been drained all at once, leaving his body hollow and his legs unsteady. He stumbled, nearly collapsing under the strain. Before him, however, the results of his efforts began to take shape. A shimmering orb of water slowly coalesced in the air, its surface rippling as it hovered midair, supported by an invisible current of magic-infused wind. What just happened?" Li Mu asked, gasping for breath, his vision swimming slightly from the sudden energy drain. The great sage's voice remained steady, unaffected by his distress. "The creation of water through atmospheric condensation requires a significant expenditure of magicules. The depletion you experienced is a result of this energy transfer." Li Mu stared at the floating water sphere, equal parts triumphant and alarmed. He had achieved his goal, but at a far steeper cost than he had anticipated. Extraction of water vapor complete. At the current temperature and atmospheric pressure, humidity is 8%, with 3.2 grams of water per cubic meter of air. A total of 625 cubic meters of air was processed, resulting in the collection of 2 liters of water. Warning: excessive instantaneous depletion of magicules has caused temporary weakness. Molecular level scale usage requires significant energy. 600 cubic meters of air, and it drained that much magicules? Explanation: magicules are equivalent to life energy. Depletion will trigger gradual absorption of external energy for recovery. Li Mu sighed, his brow furrowing. Unlike certain overpowered protagonists with dragons or infinite energy sources tucked away in their bodies, he had no such luxuries. Limited reserves of magicules? Yeah, that tracked. Still, he straightened himself and called out to Stark, who was trudging ahead. "Hey, genius! I've got water. You want some?" Stark turned on his heel, eyes narrowing in suspicion until they landed on the crystalline orb of water floating effortlessly in the air. He froze, staring at it as if it were the Holy Grail itself. His parched throat tightened, and he swore under his breath, barely able to comprehend what he was seeing. "What the F***? How the hell did you?" He cut himself off mid-sentence, taking a hesitant step forward. No, this wasn't a mirage. This was real, tangible water. Stark's pace quickened, the desperation in his eyes clear. To him, that orb of water was more valuable than gold, sweeter than vodka, and smoother than the skin of a supermodel gracing the cover of Playboy. But just as Stark reached out, Li Mu raised a hand, stopping him in his tracks. "Hold it, Stark." His voice carried the smugness of someone who held all the cards. "This isn't a freebie." Stark's gaze snapped to Li Mu, his expression darkening. The man's eyes were sharp, dangerous like a cornered wolf, one step away from baring its teeth. In the desert, water wasn't just a resource. It was life itself. People had killed for far less. Li Mu, however, remained utterly unfazed. He met Stark's predatory stare with calm confidence. "A trade," he said, folding his arms. "You give me something, and I'll give you the water." Grinding his teeth, Stark weighed his options. "What do you want? Money? Name your price." $1,000 per milliliter? Done. 2 liters of water. That was $2 million. Cold, hard cash. Stark could easily afford it. For a brief, fleeting moment, Li Mu's chest where his chest should be fluttered with temptation. The thought of amassing that kind of wealth made his non-existent heart beat faster. But then he shook his head, pressing a hand to his chest as if to steady himself. No, slimes didn't have hearts, and besides. Money? That was replaceable. What he truly desired was something far more priceless. Something that had been his dream since the moment he first laid eyes on it. Li Mu grinned, a glimmer of boyish excitement sparking in his eyes. Raising a finger, he pointed directly at Stark's worn-out exoskeleton suit. "That armor of yours, the exoskeleton. I want one. And not just any version. I want an upgraded model." Stark blinked, momentarily caught off guard. His jaw tightened as realization dawned. Li Mu's gaze burned with determination. The Mark series, the cutting edge of technology, the masterpiece of human ingenuity, was the pinnacle of cool. For Li Mu, there could be no greater treasure. This was no ordinary barter. This was the pursuit of a lifelong dream. Tony Stark scoffed, his face painted with disdain. "You? In that armor? Do aliens even care about such things?" Li Mu smirked, crossing his arms. "What do you know? Mecha is the ultimate romance for men. And customization is its very soul. Robots, exoskeletons, powered suits, they weren't just technology. They were art. A masterpiece of engineering and design. A shining symbol of humanity's ingenuity. For Li Mu, it was nothing short of perfection." Stark narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Mu as though trying to make sense of him. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "Not happening." His tone and expression were that of someone watching a penguin try to sell NFTs or a parrot proclaim itself the descendant of T-Rex. Li Mu, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't expected Stark to agree so easily. Convincing this genius billionaire playboy philanthropist would take time. After all, Stark was the one in need here, not him. Still, there was no harm in applying a little pressure. With a sly grin, Li Mu reached out, separating half of the floating water sphere and lifting it to his lips. He drank deeply, the cool liquid flowing down his throat. He let out an exaggerated sigh of satisfaction. Ah! Refreshing. Comment. 14 comment. Vote. Chapter 8. Ah! Refreshing. Stark's throat bobbed as he tried to swallow only to find his mouth completely dry. There wasn't even a trace of saliva left. His Adam's apple shifted up and down, stuck in an awkward limbo. His eyes darted between Lemieux and the remaining water. The desperation was plain on his face, but his expression grew unreadable as he weighed his options. He seemed to wrestle internally, his mind calculating something. It only took a few seconds before Stark broke the silence. Deal. Without waiting for a response, he strode forward, crouching before the remaining water sphere. With no hesitation, he buried his face in the floating liquid, gulping it down like a man who had just found an oasis after days in the desert. Lemieux raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his mind. That was fast. For someone as shrewd as Stark, agreeing this quickly felt off. Was he planning something? Some sort of trick? It wouldn't be surprising, considering Stark's reputation. Still, Lemieux didn't stop him. Stark was no match for him in his current state anyway. And if it came to a fight, well, stealing a suit of armor wasn't beneath him. Besides, technically, it wouldn't even be stealing, it'd be reclaiming what was rightfully his. And, from what Lemieux remembered of Stark's character, the man wasn't the type to break a promise. At least, not without good reason. After all, a slime didn't have a conscience, right? Lemieux chuckled internally. If a slime had one, it'd be wise to pluck it out and give it away, maybe feed it to a stray cat, bury it in the dirt, or use it to grow some flowers. Yes, that's right. I'm just a trashy slime. The sun had dipped below the horizon by now, and the desert plunged into darkness. The sand dunes around them cast long shadows, their shapes distorted and otherworldly. It was as though they'd stumbled into a realm of nameless terrors, with unseen beasts lurking in the depths, waiting to strike. But the desert didn't need monsters to be deadly. It already had its most formidable weapon, the cold. Temperatures in the desert could swing from a blistering 50 degrees Celsius during the day to below freezing at night. The biting winds that began to howl across the dunes carried a chill that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone. Stark and Lemieux found temporary refuge behind a sand dune, its curve shielding them from the worst of the wind. Stark, resourceful as ever, dug out a small hollow in the sand. Nestling into it, he found a trace of warmth still lingering in the grains of fleeting comfort against the encroaching cold. Lemieux sat nearby, his otherworldly resilience sparing him from the worst of the desert's harsh conditions. Tony Stark sat there, staring blankly at the expanse of the desert. He had no energy to entertain idle thoughts or make small talk. He knew that while he had escaped the clutches of those terrorists, the merciless sands of the desert were just as eager to claim him. He needed to conserve his energy. The day had been unrelenting, and his stomach had been growling for hours. Not even a single spider crossed their path. His eyes drifted toward the alien beside him. A stray thought crept into his mind: would alien meat be edible? Surely, it must be packed with protein. As if sensing the silent, predatory gaze, a cold wind swept by, causing Lemieux to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, the voice of the great sage echoed in his mind. Notice, skill acquired cold resistance. Skill evolution in progress. Combining heat resistance and cold resistance. New skill acquired, thermal resistance. Lemieux leaned back against a sandy hill, his hands crossed, one on his stomach, the other acting as a makeshift pillow behind his head. His thoughts were restless even though his body longed for sleep. Above him, the desert sky stretched infinitely, a sprawling tapestry of stars. The familiar arch of the Milky Way swept from one end of the horizon to the other, yet he was keenly aware that this was not his home. This universe housed alien empires like the Kree and Nova Corps, mad titans like Thanos, and creatures he could barely imagine. It was vast, dangerous, and overwhelmingly foreign. By day, he could distract himself with clever quips and schemes to obtain Stark's iconic armor. But by night, his isolation weighed heavily on him, a stark reminder that he was utterly alone in an unfamiliar universe. A sudden sneeze interrupted his thoughts. Achoo! Stark's unmistakable voice broke through the stillness. Lemieux turned toward him. Stark had curled up to fend off the biting cold, his once arrogant demeanor now looking oddly vulnerable. Without a word, Lemieux removed his heavy coat, revealing the thin white shirt underneath, and casually tossed it toward Stark. The genius billionaire caught it but immediately threw it back. I don't need your charity. Lemieux smirked and threw it at him again. You and I aren't built the same. I can handle the cold, but you? You'll freeze to death before the cavalry shows up. Stark shot him a glare but ultimately relented, wrapping himself in the coat. He muttered something under his breath, but Lemieux didn't bother catching it. He simply leaned back against the hill, his smile triumphant. The desert night passed without further incident. When Lemieux woke up, sunlight had painted the horizon a soft golden hue. Warm rays touched his face, signaling the start of another grueling day in the endless desert. He stretched, brushing off the sand clinging to his clothes, only to frown at the gritty sensation still sticking to his skin. Sleeping in the sand was far from pleasant, and the morning sun did little to make him feel better about it. Next to him, Stark was still asleep. He was curled tightly into a ball at the bottom of the sandy hollow he'd dug the night before, the coat draped over him like a makeshift blanket. Lemieux snorted. For someone so proud, Stark didn't seem above survival instincts when push came to shove. Still, Lemieux couldn't deny the urgency of their situation. He combed a hand through his messy, sand-filled hair, his expression growing serious. Stark wasn't in great shape to begin with, and if rescue didn't come soon, the billionaire genius would likely succumb to starvation, dehydration, or exhaustion. And if Stark died here, the world would lose its Iron Man. No one else could design the suits that would go on to save Earth from countless threats or take down Thanos when the time came. Damn it, Lemieux muttered. I need to figure something out, or my Mark series dreams are toast. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 9. Sleeping in this desolate wasteland was a cruel joke. Lemieux woke up groggy and sore, the coarse sand refusing to let him rest. He needed a plan, some way to find help. Satellites, electromagnetic waves, electricity. His amber gaze drifted to the sleeping Tony Stark. Inside that man's chest was an arc reactor, an almost infinite power source. For a moment, a dark thought crossed Lemieux's mind: if I just yoinked that reactor, I'd have all the juice I needed. Steeling himself, he reached over and tugged the coat off Stark, giving it a brisk shake to dislodge the sand. At the last second, he hesitated. Manhandling another guy's chest rig wasn't exactly on his to-do list. Not to mention, if he stomped down just right, he could break Stark's neck in a second. Looting the corpse would be so much simpler. He chuckled under his breath. Kidding, just kidding, nah, friction alone can generate static electricity. Stretching, he fiddled absent-mindedly with the coat's fabric. A sudden zap sparked from his fingertip. That was when the voice of the great sage resounded in his mind. Notice, skills acquired: electrical resistance and electrical manipulation. Lemieux blinked. Using electric fields to generate electromagnetic waves, if he could manipulate them, maybe he could broadcast a distress signal. Great sage? A little help here. The response was immediate. Notice, relevant memories have been extracted and integrated into electromagnetic wave communication technology. Would you like to connect to a satellite and broadcast your current coordinates? Lemieux's heart skipped a beat. Yes, do it. Notice. Generating electromagnetic waves, complete. Simulating communication frequencies, complete. Compiling communication protocol, insufficient data, attempting to crack, protocol cracked. Connecting to communications satellite, complete. Satellite coordinates acquired, complete. Broadcasting current location. Lemieux's jaw dropped. He'd only half understood the science behind those steps, yet the great sage had executed them flawlessly and in seconds. And since the great sage was his skill, that meant he was technically the genius behind it all, right? One more thing nagged at him, though. Great sage, do not go browsing random stuff on the internet. He remembered Ultron, the murderous AI that Tony Stark would eventually create after absorbing too much dark and twisted information from the web. Then there was Vision, whose more positive first impression steered him toward protecting humanity instead. From now on, stick to scientific research. No creeping into shady corners of the internet, okay? We're good guys. We want to stay on the moral high ground. Understood. Notice, acknowledged. Lemieux grinned, satisfied. He tinkered with the improvised transmitter for another hour before Tony Stark finally stirred. The billionaire genius opened his bloodshot eyes, blinking at the pale blue hair that greeted him. Lemieux was crouched nearby, watching him intently. You're awake. Congratulations. Stark just stared at him, deadpan. Congratulations for what? Clearing his throat, Lemieux continued, I mean congratulations on being rescued. I used my abilities to crack your planet's electromagnetic communications. Your position is being broadcast. They should be here soon to pick you up. For a moment, Stark's exhaustion melted into blank confusion. Then a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. If Lemieux had actually managed to send a signal, salvation might be closer than he had dared to imagine. Lemieux gave him a nod, half reassurance, half self-congratulation. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Saving Tony Stark now could mean saving the entire universe later. And, of course, there was the matter of that Mark series armor he so desperately wanted. Tony Stark's eyes flew open wide, and in the span of a heartbeat, he bolted upright. His breathing turned ragged, almost hyperventilating, as though he'd just witnessed something miraculous. Yes. Ha ha ha. He caught sight of something in the far distance. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, arms raised high above his head in a Y-shaped gesture. Laughter, raw and powerful, erupted from him, laced with the near hysteria of someone who had forgotten how to smile. In the distance, the rhythmic thrum of helicopter rotors grew steadily louder. 2 U.S. military rescue choppers emerged on the horizon, beating the dry desert air as they drew closer. Tony waved frantically at the helicopters, a manic grin lighting his features. Soon, a wash of wind hit them as one of the choppers set down. A 5-person team of American soldiers disembarked, led by a lean, sharp-eyed officer, Colonel James Rhodes. He was dressed in full military attire, a tall, wiry black man wearing the insignia of a U.S. Air Force officer. Above all, he was Tony Stark's best friend and confidant. The squad jogged over, slowing to a halt near Tony and Lemieux. Relief flooded Rhodes's face, a blend of joy and disbelief, like seeing a buddy thought lost for half a year suddenly spring back to life. He shot Tony a wry grin and teased, having fun out here, Tony? Tony shrugged, managing a tired smirk. Oh, you know, same old, same old. He wrapped Rhodes in a brief hug, the kind that conveys both exasperation and gratitude. When they pulled apart, Rhodes's attention flicked to Lemieux, who stood to one side. Even from a distance, Lemieux was hard to miss: pale blue hair, an otherworldly aura, and an antiquated fur coat slung over one arm. Lemieux raised a polite hand, offering a friendly hi, all while discreetly evaluating the newcomers. US military or not, he was fairly sure he could slip away if things went south. Guns weren't lethal to his slime body, and he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve: rapid regeneration, airflow manipulation, electrical manipulation, not to mention Predator for changing his appearance at will. The real question was whether Tony would sell him out. Rhodes gave Lemieux a polite nod, then leaned close to Tony, lowering his voice. So, who's she? A pretty girl you left behind in Afghanistan all those years ago. Rhodes gave Lemieux a polite nod, then leaned close to Tony, lowering his voice. So, who's she? A pretty girl you left behind in Afghanistan all those years ago. Comment. 7. Comment. Vote. Chapter 10. Rhodes gave Lemieux a polite nod, then leaned close to Tony, lowering his voice. So, who's she? A pretty girl you left behind in Afghanistan all those years ago. Tony arched an eyebrow, clearly unamused by the implication, but he decided not to delve too deeply into explanations. With a light pat on Rhodes's shoulder, Tony answered, she's a local hunter. Got captured by the same terrorist cell. We escaped together. And actually she is probably male. He gestured to Lemieux's old-fashioned fur coat. At first glance, Lemieux certainly looked like someone who might have come from a remote mountain village if you didn't notice the pale blue hair and unervingly calm demeanor in a crisis. Rhodes nodded, though skepticism flickered across his face. He wasn't one to pry, especially not right then. Stark was alive, and that was more than enough good news for the moment. A few moments later, the group boarded the helicopter. Rhodes took a seat across from Tony Stark, chattering away about everything that had happened. We've spent months unsure if you were even alive but still combed every lead. Yesterday, we picked up traces of an explosion and went to investigate. On the way, we ran into a 10 Rings convoy and ended up in a firefight. He paused, letting that sink in before adding with a smirk, naturally, we won. Then, early this morning, we suddenly received a shortwave radio message. It contained only a set of coordinates yours. Strange, don't you think? Care to shed any light on it? Lemieux's gaze flicked warily between the pilot and one of the US soldiers sitting opposite him. Including Rhodes and the pilot, there were 5 people on board. If push comes to shove, I can handle them, he thought. Before Stark could speak, Lemieux jumped in, because Tony Stark is a genius. Not only did he build an exoskeleton suit from scratch to help us escape, he also used the leftover parts from the 10 Rings base to assemble a makeshift transmitter, though it burned out after one use. An exoskeleton suit? A transmitter. Rhodes narrowed his eyes at the pair. Just then, Stark slapped both palms together with an emphatic smack, making everyone on board jump. He grinned from ear to ear, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Ha! What can I say? I'm a genius. Geniuses do what average people can't, like dismantling a terrorist stronghold or building a working transceiver out of scrap metal. Ask anyone, I was making circuit boards at 4 years old. Rhodes frowned, clearly baffled by Tony's excitement. Why is he so keyed up all of a sudden? By the time they arrived at the US military base in Afghanistan, the tension had eased but not completely. Throughout the trip, Lemieux's true identity and abilities remained under wraps. As long as Stark stayed quiet, no one would suspect that there was an inhuman existence among them. Naturally, Rhodes sensed that Tony and Lemieux were hiding something. There were far too many odd details to ignore, like how some Afghan hunter could speak fluent English without a trace of an accent. Still, Rhodes trusted his best friend enough not to press. Besides, Lemieux looked harmless enough, despite the pale blue hair and odd attire. At the base, army medics gave Stark a quick patch-up. While he was being tended to, Lemieux explored the area. To him, it felt like stepping into a new world: helicopters, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft missiles, and even 2 F-22 Raptor fighter jets. High-tech machinery everywhere he looked. For someone who had lived or RESP'd as a slime in an unfamiliar universe, it was both exciting and intimidating at the same time. Security at the US base was strict, with armed personnel watching every nook and cranny. Yet, thanks to Tony Stark's connections, Lemieux was allowed to wander freely until he tried to get his hands on any live ammunition. That was where the line was drawn. A more timid soul might have hesitated, worried about crossing boundaries in a military stronghold, but this slime-turned-human knew the power of acting confident, even brazen. The result, he strolled around the base unimpeded, passing under the noses of guards who barely gave him a second glance. He also noted something curious: his appearance drastically lowered most people's guard. A tilt of the head, a slight pout, a big-eyed look of innocence. He found these gestures could spark sympathy or even mild guilt in others. It helps that most people are suckers for a pretty face, Lemieux mused, remembering how a well-timed doleful look got him waved past an armed checkpoint only minutes earlier. After Tony's injuries were patched up, he, Lemieux, and Colonel Rhodes boarded a plane bound for sunny California. More than 10 hours later, they arrived at a spacious airport where 2 individuals awaited them. One was Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts, nicknamed Pepper. The other was a broad-shouldered man who served as driver and occasional bodyguard. Pepper's name might suggest a spicy personality, but in truth, she was the opposite. Beneath her sharp, professional exterior lay a warm and caring disposition. She wore her blonde hair tied back, complementing the tailored women's business suit she'd chosen for the day. As Tony stepped off the plane, Pepper's eyes shone with relieved tears. He gently shook off Rhodes's supporting arm and walked over to her, scanning her face. You're crying? Mourning a long-lost boss. Pepper smiled through her tears. I'm just, so happy you're okay. And I hate job hunting. Tony's lips quirked up in a soft grin. Yeah, well, your vacation's over. Pepper peeked around him and noticed Lemieux standing there. For a moment, she took a steadying breath, calming the surge of emotions from seeing Tony safe. Then she managed a gentle smile for Lemieux. You haven't introduced us. Who's your friend? Tony raised a hand, gesturing for everyone to head toward the waiting car. It's complicated, Ms. Potts. We can talk about it later. Lemieux and Pepper exchanged small waves and unspoken greeting before the group made their way to the vehicle. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 11. Seated at the driver's position was a large, muscular Caucasian man, Happy Hogan. He was Tony's chauffeur and part-time bodyguard. In Lemieux's memories of future events, no less Happy would go on to have a close relationship with Spider-Man's Peter Parker, acting almost like an uncle figure. Now, though, he looked more fit than chubby, with a firm build that spoke of his boxing background. Where to, sir? Happy asked, glancing at Tony in the rearview mirror. 3 things, Tony said with a decisive nod. First, get us some cheeseburgers. Pepper, arrange a press conference. And let's make sure this little hitchhiker, he looked at Lemieux, gets somewhere to wash up and change. Tony's gaze settled on Lemieux again. After that, you and I need to talk. Something important. Pepper frowned slightly. A press conference? For what? We'll get into it on the way, Pep, Tony replied, lightly tapping the metal arc reactor on his chest. The hollow clang resonated in the enclosed space. Happy, step on it. I'll explain everything once we're on the road. Stark Industries, a multinational American corporation, listed under the ticker symbol SIA on the NYSE and STRK on Nasdaq. Founded in the 1940s by Howard Stark, it began as a weapons manufacturer built on a simple philosophy. Peace means having the biggest stick. This was Howard Stark's creed. For 2 generations, the Stark family, Howard and his son, Tony, proudly proclaimed themselves patriots and protectors of peace. Yet, their pride often veered into arrogance. Both believed in their own vision of the world and dismissed anything that contradicted it. Then there was Obadiah Stane, Stark Industries' senior executive and Howard's former business partner. Obadiah cared little for ideals like peace. His devotion lay with 2 things: wealth and power. In the early days, he and Howard had fought tooth and nail to establish Stark Industries, enduring hardship and sacrificing comfort to build an empire from the ground up. Obadiah had been the sharpest blade and the strongest spear, cutting through opposition and driving away predators. He had fought in the blood-soaked trenches of corporate warfare, seizing opportunities and eliminating rivals. He was a kingmaker and he knew it. And the results spoke for themselves. Now in his 60s, Obadiah had everything most men could ever dream of: immense wealth, respect, and influence. But one thing still eluded him. Absolute power. With Tony Stark presumed dead, Obadiah had finally gotten a taste of what that felt like. For months, he had effectively ruled Stark Industries. From the comfort of the CEO's office, he enjoyed fine cigars and top-shelf whiskey, flipping through reports and magazines while the company's profits continued to pour in by the minute. It was a perfect life, or so he thought. That morning, his world came crashing down. Tony Stark wasn't dead. Not only that, he was coming home. Today. The news hit Obadiah like a bombshell, shattering the serenity of his carefully curated kingdom. His expression darkened as he slammed his magazine onto the desk and crushed his half-smoked cigar against the keyboard, leaving a trail of ash and smoke curling through the air. A snarl twisted his lips. Why? Why did you have to survive? Who the hell do you think you are, Tony Stark? Stark Industries, this empire was his creation. Obadiah Stane's legacy. The throne belonged to him. Only to him. Stark Industries headquarters. The front entrance of Stark Industries buzzed with activity. Executives, employees, journalists, and curious bystanders filled the space, forming a sea of people eager to witness Tony Stark's dramatic return. Reporters jostled for position, cameras flashed, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Leading the welcoming committee was Obadiah Stane himself, standing front and center. The older man wore a carefully practiced smile, radiating warmth and charm. His tailored suit fit like a second skin, his polished shoes gleamed, and his round sunglasses gave him an effortlessly cool demeanor. His bald head practically shone under the California sun, framed by a full, snow-white beard that gave him an air of wisdom and authority. To an outsider, he looked every bit the benevolent patriarch welcoming his prodigal heir with open arms. But behind the mask of geniality, Obadiah's mind churned. I built this empire. You're not taking it from me. Obadiah Stane was the picture of a proud, cool-headed elder, the kind of relative everyone wished they had. He exuded charisma, effortlessly blending warmth with authority. When Tony Stark stepped out of the car, Obadiah jogged toward him with surprising agility for a man his age, his arms waving animatedly as though showing off his long-lost son to the crowd. Look who's back. The gathered crowd erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the courtyard. Cameras flashed as reporters captured the moment, immortalizing the return of Stark Industries' prodigal heir. Obadiah spun dramatically, throwing his arms wide before pulling Tony into a bear hug. Tony. I thought you'd still be in a hospital bed. Look at you, better than ever. For all his theatrics, Obadiah's embrace was met with an icy reception. Stark stood stiffly, his face blank. He had known Obadiah for years, but this sudden flood of affection felt overplayed. Tony didn't bother to hide his discomfort. He simply tolerated the hug until Obadiah let go. Meanwhile, Happy Hogan handed Tony a paper bag filled with cheeseburgers. Obadiah spotted it and grinned. Oh, burgers. Did you bring one for me too? Tony shot him a deadpan look as he strode toward the building's entrance. Sorry, last one. All mine. Obadiah laughed, brushing it off as Tony disappeared into the building, where reporters had been waiting impatiently for hours. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 12. Meanwhile, with Pepper and Lemieux. Pepper Potts had already arranged the press conference and was now driving Lemieux back to Stark's mansion. Seated in the passenger seat, Lemieux was halfway through his fourth cheeseburger. His cheeks bulged slightly, resembling a squirrel hoarding food for the winter. Pepper glanced at him, mildly astonished. The kid looked delicate, almost too small to be devouring burgers like he hadn't eaten in weeks. Which, technically, might have been true. Still, there was something endearing about the sight. With a gentle smile, Pepper greeted him, careful to keep her tone soft. Hi, I'm Pepper Potts. I'm Tony's personal assistant. And you are? Lemieux swallowed quickly, brushing crumbs off his shirt before flashing her a cheerful grin. His slightly pointed canines just sharp enough to stand out caught her eye. Lemieux Echevarria, he replied. I'm the son of a hunter back in Afghanistan. Got kidnapped by terrorists, but Stark and I broke out together. Pepper studied him for a moment. His bright smile and amber eyes gave him an air of innocence like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. There was something unshakably genuine about him, and Pepper found herself believing the story more than she should have. What about your family? She asked gently. Didn't they come with you to the U.S.? For a fraction of a second, Lemieux's expression faltered. It was barely noticeable, but Pepper caught it. Then he smiled again, shrugging lightly. Nope. It's just me now. They're all dead. Lemieux said it so casually that it took Pepper a moment to process his words. To him, it was simple logic. Humans had short lifespans. He had been trapped in that dark, timeless void for what felt like centuries. By now, everyone he once knew was almost certainly long gone. It was just a fact, spoken without emotion. But Pepper's heart sank. Her chest tightened, guilt gnawing at her for bringing up such a painful subject. She opened her mouth, searching for the right words, but nothing came out. I shouldn't have asked. The story she filled in her head of a young girl whose family had been slaughtered by terrorists, leaving her the sole survivor, made her heart ache even more. And yet, here Lemieux was, still smiling, still cheerful, despite it all. Pepper's eyes grew warm, a soft mist blurring her vision. She reached out without thinking, gently ruffling Lemieux's pale blue hair. It wasn't smooth, grains of sand still clung to the strands, but that only made him seem more fragile, more deserving of care. Lemieux froze mid-bite, clutching the half-eaten burger in his arms like a dragon hoarding treasure. His golden eyes darted up at her, wary. What's with the sudden head patting? I am Phil Coulson. I work for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Yes, that's the actual name. And no, we don't have a shorter version. I've been with this ridiculously long-named agency for over 20 years now. 20 years ago, I was an agent. Today, I'm still an agent. In those years, I've served under Nick Fury, hardworking, reliable, and completely unshakable. I watched myself go from full, dark hair to thinning patches, while Fury climbed the ranks to become director. Time spares no one, hey? I'd like to think I'm a veteran at this point, calm under pressure, professional to a fault, and just the right amount of charming. Today's assignment? Investigate the alleged illegal arms trafficking involving Stark Industries, America's largest weapons manufacturer. Oh, and gather intel on how billionaire Tony Stark miraculously escaped Afghanistan. Simple enough. Or so I thought. The thing about billionaires? They're never easy to deal with. And the people around them? Just as difficult. Take Pepper Potts, Tony's personal assistant. According to the file, she seemed like someone I could approach easily. Friendly, cooperative, and professional. Except she wasn't here. She had apparently left the building hours ago. Which left me to deal with Happy Hogan, Tony's chauffeur and part-time bodyguard. That's how I ended up in this current predicament. Happy Hogan leaned through the driver's side window, one thick hand grabbing the collar of my suit. The smell of grease and melted cheese hit me in the face as he yelled loud enough to rattle my eardrums. No comment. The guy had a burger breath. I swear, if I survive this interrogation by volume, I'm filing for hazard pay. I am Happy Hogan. Bodyguard first, driver second. And right now? Protector of secrets. My job isn't just about keeping my employer alive, it's about safeguarding everything tied to his name, including whatever scandal might come knocking. For example, the fact that Tony Stark may have brought back a secret daughter from Afghanistan? Yeah, that's staying under wraps. No leaks, no rumors, nothing that could cause him trouble. As his friend, I'm genuinely happy for him. Tony's been drifting through life alone for years. Maybe now, with this girl around, he'll finally settle down. I could see it in his eyes. Tony's changed. He's steadier, more grounded. Maybe this is what he needed all along. Pepper Potts and Lemieux finally arrived at Stark's Malibu beachfront mansion. It wasn't until Pepper stepped through the front door that the realization hit her she had forgotten to buy Lemieux a change of clothes. The day had been an emotional roller coaster. Relief and joy over Tony's safe return, followed by stress and chaos as she scrambled to organize his surprise press conference. Her head felt like it had been squeezed in a vice. Now, standing in the sleek, modern villa, the oversight felt like the cherry on top of an already hectic day. Pepper tapped her forehead lightly, berating herself for the lapse. Still, she composed herself quickly, ushering Limu inside and pointing toward the bathroom. You can wash up first, she said softly, trying to mask her lingering frazzled nerves. There should be some fresh towels and vacuum-sealed packs in there. Just grab one. It wasn't surprising that Stark's home had an abundance of towels and toiletries. Given his history of bringing women back to the mansion, Pepper had made sure everything was stocked to avoid awkward situations. Comment. 11 Comment. Vote. Chapter 13. It wasn't surprising that Stark's home had an abundance of towels and toiletries. Given his history of bringing women back to the mansion, Pepper had made sure everything was stocked to avoid awkward situations. Limu gave her a polite nod. Thank you, Miss Potts. I'll pay you back later for the clothes. His formal tone and manners only made Pepper's heart ache a little more. Such a well-mannered kid, even when he's lost everything. She smiled, her expression softening. It's a gift, Limu. No need to pay me back. And call me Pepper, okay? Before he could protest, she quickly gauged his height with a rough gesture, then spun on her heel and rushed back out the door. Limu stood there for a moment, watching Pepper drive away. What a gentle person, he thought. Shaking off the thought, he glanced down at his clothes. Even after brushing them off multiple times, faint traces of Afghan sand clung stubbornly to the fabric, a little souvenir from the desert. Worse still, the shirt and coat bore several rips and scratches, thanks to his crash landing against Stark's Mark I armor. At this point, they belonged in the trash. Limu exhaled, tugging at the frayed edges of his coat. Looks like it's time to retire this uniform. Limu's predator skill allowed him to mimic and replicate materials, but the clothes he had worn were too damaged to be properly analyzed. Without the right materials stored in his dimensional space, recreating them was impossible. And while he could use his slime body to simulate clothing, the texture always felt off, too artificial, too unreal. Stark's sprawling, luxurious mansion offered no distractions. No matter how extravagant, it wasn't his. Limu had no interest in what didn't belong to him. What he cared about were the things he could call his own. Stepping into the bathroom, Limu stripped off his tattered clothes and tossed them aside. He turned on the shower, letting the warm water run as he gathered shampoo, body wash, and a fresh towel sealed in plastic. He glanced down at his reflection in the glass. Smooth, flawless skin. Delicate features. But ultimately... Yab. Slimes have no gender. Not that it bothered him too much. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Black magic, alien technologies, and reality-altering infinity stones were just part of the setting. If worst came to worst, tentacles were an option too, right? Raising his left hand, Limu studied its pale, slender form. Then, slowly, his fingers liquefied, reforming into 5 translucent, pale blue tendrils that wiggled and swayed like curious serpents. Definitely a little Lovecraftian. It was a natural ability of Slime's, one that reminded him he wasn't entirely human, no matter how convincing his appearance was. While rinsing his hair, Limu ran into another problem. No matter how hard he scrubbed, some grains of sand refused to come out. That's enough of this. Without hesitation, his body melted like wax exposed to flame, collapsing into a puddle of glistening, pale blue liquid. The slime rippled, sloshed, and swirled before slowly reforming into its humanoid shape. The sand that had clung so stubbornly before now lay harmlessly at his feet. He let out a contented sigh, tilting his head back under the shower. Water streamed down his hair as his fingers glided through it, clean, soft, and as smooth as milk. Enclosed in the warm, humid space of the bathroom, the tension Limu hadn't even realized he'd been carrying began to ease. It felt strangely familiar. Like the days when he had wandered alone, no family, no connections, always wary of strangers and threats. Back then, locking the door of a cheap hotel room was the only time he could let his guard down. The sense of security was fleeting, but he savored it nonetheless. The knock on the bathroom door snapped him out of his thoughts. Pepper's voice came through, soft and gentle. I left the clothes outside the door. Don't forget to grab them. Oh, and I got you some snacks there on the coffee table in the living room. Help yourself anytime, okay? Thanks, Pepper. He made a mental note to follow the local custom. Americans often addressed each other by first names, even with casual acquaintances. Waiting until her footsteps faded, Limu cracked open the door and retrieved the new clothes. He shook them out before sliding into the clean, soft fabric. Better than patchy fur coats and tattered shirts, that was for sure. As Limu slipped into the new clothes, something felt off. The fabric draped strangely over his frame, and the cut was unfamiliar. No pants? What kind of outfit didn't include pants? Frowning, he turned toward the mirror and froze. Wait a second. Who's this? The reflection staring back at him wasn't the sharp-eyed, tough survivor he expected. Instead, the mirror showed a delicate, doll-like girl, her features so fine and symmetrical she looked as though she had stepped out of a fantasy painting. She wore a pale blue short dress trimmed with white lace. The sleeves extended just past her elbows, leaving slender, porcelain-white forearms exposed. The hem stopped at her knees, showing off long, smooth legs that looked too perfect to be real. Wet, pale blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her dewy, pink-tinged cheeks only added to the illusion of fragility. Her ember eyes, wide and round, sparkled like polished gemstones. Even the tiny droplets clinging to her lashes seemed perfectly placed. Her soft lips parted slightly in astonishment. That's me? Limu stared, unmoving, for what felt like an eternity before hesitantly reaching out to touch his own face. Damn it. I'm adorable. The words escaped before he could stop them. Then reality came crashing back. No way. No one can see me like this. If anyone does. Limu yanked a large bath towel off the rack, wrapping it tightly around himself like a shield. Peeking out from the door, he called out in what he hoped was a calm, even tone. Pepper? There is something wrong here. Pepper's voice floated back almost immediately. What's wrong? Don't like the clothes. Shower this fanfic with some power stones, readers. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 14. Pepper's voice floated back almost immediately. What's wrong? Don't like the clothes. Footsteps approached. Pepper rounded the corner and stopped short. Limu stood half hidden behind the bathroom door, only his damp, flushed face and a bit of bare shoulder visible above the oversized towel. His wet hair clung to his cheeks, and his hesitant, almost shy demeanor hit Pepper like an arrow straight through the heart. Her breath caught. Too cute. Some things in this world were so overwhelmingly adorable that they left people drowning in sweetness, and this was one of them. Pepper's voice softened instinctively, as though speaking too loudly might scare the poor thing away. It's okay, sweetheart. What's wrong? Limu fidgeted slightly, tugging the towel higher. It's not that I don't like them. It's just, He hesitated before blurting out the rest. I'm a guy. Pepper blinked. Then blinked again. She tilted her head, examining Limu critically 10 seconds, then 20. Really? Her tone was less disbelief and more gentle skepticism, as if trying to humor someone insisting the earth was flat. Seriously, Limu protested, his voice growing softer. Can you, please just get me a set of men's clothes? Desperate to seal the deal, he widened his amber eyes and gazed up at her with the most pleading look he could muster. Pepper's composure shattered instantly. She nodded so fast it was a wonder her neck didn't snap. Of course. I'll be back in no time. She spun on her heel and hurried out the door, her car peeling out of the driveway moments later. Limu exhaled deeply, sagging against the door frame. Thank God. Still, he couldn't help but glance at his reflection one more time. Nope. That outfit and this form were a disaster waiting to happen. He'd have to be more careful with his transformations in the future. With Pepper gone in time to kill, Limu made his way to the living room, the bath towel still securely fastened. For now, the mansion was empty. And that, at least, was a small relief. The living room opened up to a panoramic view of the ocean, separated only by a vast glass wall. Through it, the endless stretch of blue seemed to blend seamlessly with the horizon, and if Limu strained his ears, he could just barely hear the rhythmic crashing of waves. The space radiated comfort, plush sofas lined up neatly against the wall, a fireplace resting unlit, and musical instruments scattered about, including a grand piano, a guitar, and a violin. Despite its grandeur, the room felt lived in, like a place someone actually called home. On the coffee table sat a massive bag of snacks, easily over 10 kilograms worth of treats. High-end brands, too. Pepper's seriously the best. Limu thought, sizing up the haul. Buying snacks by the kilo? Now that's a friend for life. Flopping down onto one of the sofas, Limu set the bath towel aside and began surveying the loot. Suddenly, the soft whir of wheels interrupted the quiet. A small mechanical arm rolled up, clutching a glass of water in its gripper. It stopped a respectful distance away and extended the glass. Limu blinked. Wait, is this that dumb robot? Notice, dummy. Word meaning fool or dummy, the great sage chimed in. Oh. You're a dummy. Limu grinned, taking the water. The robot made a slight squeak, its arm lowering in what seemed to be disappointment. Its mechanical claw drooped like a sulking puppy. Unable to resist, Limu patted Dummy's arm before popping open the snack bag. He poured himself a glass of yogurt, nibbled on a cookie, and feeling generous handed Dummy a piece of chocolate. Of course, the robot couldn't eat it, but that wasn't the point. Yet something still felt off. Maybe it was the outfit, or rather, the skirt. Limu had been feeling different since earlier. The usual sharpness in his demeanor seemed dulled. He felt softer somehow, like the skirt had infected his very personality. Normally, showing any sign of weakness, let alone asking for help in a half-sulking, half-pleading tone, was completely out of character. Ugh. He sighed. Guess everyone has at least one or two embarrassing chapters in their lives. And if anyone dared bring it up later? Well, burying witnesses was always an option. Still, the breeziness of the skirt made him acutely aware of how empty things felt between his legs. He shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. Distraction. I need a distraction. Dummy, is there a computer or a TV around here? Before Dummy could respond, a rich, smooth male voice filled the room. The screen has been activated for your use. The touchpad on the table can access both computer and television functions. Limu nearly jumped out of his seat, instinctively reaching for a weapon he didn't have. The enormous glass wall facing the ocean lit up, transforming into a massive display. Oh, right. Jarvis. Tony Stark's famous AI assistant. Limu leaned back, exhaling slowly as the adrenaline wore off. It wasn't like he could forget that this house had another resident, one that lived in the walls, saw everything, and had a voice like velvet-wrapped steel. Thanks, Jarvis. You're welcome, sir. The screen flickered, displaying a sleek, modern interface filled with options, news channels, research databases, internet browsing. It was state-of-the-art technology, and it was all his to use. For the first time since entering this world, Lemieux let himself relax, just a little. But as his eyes schemed through the endless data streams, a new thought took root, a wild, ridiculous, yet completely plausible thought. What if I didn't just use this stuff? What if I owned it? The mansion, the AI, the cutting-edge labs, the army of robots, what if it all belonged to him? Lemieux smirked, tossing another cookie into his mouth. Tony Stark, you better hold onto your company tight. Because someday, it might just end up with my name on the logo. J.A.R.V.I.S Tony Stark's personal artificial intelligence. Comment. 16 Comment. Vote. Chapter 15. J.A.R.V.I.S Tony Stark's personal artificial intelligence. What began as a basic interactive interface eventually evolved into a highly advanced AI, capable of independent thought and even battling the likes of Ultron. Its name served a dual purpose, honoring Edwin Jarvis, Howard Stark's loyal butler, and doubling as an acronym for just a rather very intelligent system. Naturally, Lemieux couldn't help but wonder between JARVIS and his great sage, which AI was superior. Magic versus technology. Fantasy versus science. The idea stirred a competitive itch in his chest. What would happen if they ever faced off? Would the mechanical precision of JARVIS outmaneuver the seemingly omnipotent calculations of the great sage? Flipping through TV channels absent-mindedly, Lemieux was about to dismiss the thought when the great sage chimed in. Notice, as requested, integration of all human scientific knowledge is complete. Would you like a report on newly acquired skills? Lemieux nearly choked on his drink. Wait, when did I ask for that? Notice, request logged 19 hours and 26 minutes ago. Location, Earth, Afghanistan. Coordinates. He scratched his head. Okay, maybe he had mentioned something like that. The great sage didn't make mistakes, after all. Fine, let's hear it. Notice, acquired skills include metal smelting techniques, mechanical design and manufacturing, nuclear engineering, computer programming, cybersecurity and information warfare, aircraft design and manufacturing, wildlife conservation. Lemieux's jaw dropped. Minutes ticked by as the great sage continued its endless recital. What began as excitement quickly gave way to numbness. Stop. Stop. He slumped back against the couch, clutching his head. So this is the power of human science? Lemieux took a shaky breath, feeling equal parts awe and dread. The great sage had officially ascended to god tier. Just give me the total number of skills. Notice, current skill count 1,368,459. He had started with 8. Now? 1.3 million. Lemieux's eyes gleamed with excitement. I've done it. I've reached the top. Half of humanity's knowledge is in the palm of my hand. Blood and flesh are weak. Technology is the path to ascension. The future is mine. Before he could lose himself completely in the euphoria, the television's audio drew his attention. Breaking news, Tony Stark returns, announces immediate shutdown of weapons division. The word snapped Lemieux out of his thoughts. He turned toward the giant screen, where a live feed from Stark's press conference played. Tony sat on the stage floor, casually leaning against the podium. With a half-eaten burger in hand and a solemn expression, he spoke into the microphone. The camera zoomed in, capturing the tension in the air. Tony Stark stood in front of the press, his voice steady but carrying the weight of conviction. I never got to say goodbye to my father. Never had the chance to ask him the questions that have haunted me, the questions I should have asked when I had the time. He paused, scanning the expectant faces before him. I wanted to ask him how he felt about what he built, whether he ever doubted himself, whether he ever felt conflicted about the legacy he left behind. Stark's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze hardening. And maybe he was exactly as the media described him, a patriot, a protector of peace. His voice dropped lower, yet each word struck like a hammer. But I've seen young men die. Die because of weapons I built, weapons meant to protect them. Suddenly, Tony straightened, his eyes burning with determination as he raised his voice. I've woken up. The declaration silenced the murmuring crowd. I realized that my contribution to this world cannot and will not be limited to creating tools of destruction. And for that reason, effective immediately, Stark Industries will shut down its weapons manufacturing division. A thunderclap couldn't have caused more chaos. The press conference erupted into shouts, questions, and disbelief. Cameras flashed, journalists scrambled, and the gathered crowd turned into a churning sea of voices. Obadiah Stane, standing stiffly to the side, barely managed to keep up the pretense of calm. He forced a tight-lipped smile, already maneuvering to smooth things over. But Tony wasn't done. His final words were almost drowned out by the uproar. Until I can decide what direction this company should take, it will be one that aligns with my conscience and serves the best interests of this country and the world. 40 minutes later, back in Malibu. Lemieux leaned back on the couch, one hand propping up his chin as the broadcast ended. The earlier excitement bubbling inside him had simmered down. Now, only amusement remained. With a dramatic flourish, he wiped an imaginary tear from his eye, his voice heavy with mock sincerity. How touching. Is this the birth of a many-people superhero? Turning against profit and corruption to lead his company down a righteous path for the nation, for the people. He placed a hand over his chest, as though delivering a heartfelt soliloquy. Tony Stark, proof that even billionaires can have hearts of gold. Hearts that burn as brightly as their arc reactors. And yet, all the public cares about is stocks, stocks, stocks. Money, money, money. So shallow, so vulgar. Then he dropped the act, his lips curling into a smirk. Not that money isn't important. The sarcasm lingered, but his mind was already moving ahead. Stocks crashing? Panic selling? This was the kind of opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. Sure, Tony Stark had just shaken up the corporate world, but it wasn't like his genius had disappeared. As long as he stayed alive and eventually wear that iron suit, Stark Industries would bounce back stronger than ever. And that wasn't even counting the arc reactor. Stark's miniaturized reactor technology wasn't just a game changer for energy production, it was a goldmine waiting to be tapped. With this much potential, Stark Industries stock were falling and going to fall even more, but not for long. Comment. 11 Comment. Vote. Chapter 16. This moment right here, right now was the golden window for buying up Stark Industries stock. Over the next few months, the fallout from Tony Stark's announcement would send prices plummeting, making it the perfect opportunity to swoop in and secure shares at rock-bottom prices. The only problem? Lemieux was flat broke. Not a single cent to his name. He even owed Pepper money for clothes. But lack of funds wasn't a deal-breaker, just an obstacle. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, the AI villain Ultron had hijacked online accounts and funneled billions into purchasing vibranium. All it took was a few keystrokes. Of course, there were risks. Laundering stolen money wasn't exactly legal. Spending it without raising red flags? Even harder. On top of that, Marvel's world was crawling with tech geniuses and AI watchdogs. Sooner or later, someone would trace it back. No, the smarter play wasn't to go all in with theft. It was to use the stolen funds as seed money, just enough to get started. Once the initial capital was laundered and funneled into legal channels, the rest would come through legitimate investments. Stocks, dividends, and reinvestments, money growing money. Sure, the great sage could theoretically monetize its vast technical knowledge, but that route required time, infrastructure, and patience. For now, this plan was the fastest path to financial freedom. Let's do this. Lemieux gulped down the rest of his yogurt, his earlier hesitation melting away. Great sage, locate and extract funds from criminal networks. Filter and launder them through shell companies and virtual identities. Make sure the trails are clean. Divert most of the funds into Stark Industries stock split purchases across multiple accounts to avoid attention. Use the rest for diversified investments in promising sectors. Notice, task in progress. Task complete. Lemieux nearly choked on his next bite of cookie. Wait already. Notice, total funds acquired $13.57 billion USD. Laundering process underway. Investments proceeding as directed. 13 billion. Lemieux leaned back, staring at the ceiling as a wave of relief washed over him. Wealth was more than just security, it was power. No more worrying about survival. No more being at the mercy of others. With this foundation, he could stand tall, untouchable, while the world danced to his tune. For the first time since arriving in this universe, he felt rooted. As though he belonged here. Money really does solve most problems, Lemieux thought, letting a smug smile creep across his face. Meanwhile, on a rooftop across town. The wind on the rooftop was gentle, but Phil Coulson barely noticed. The chaos from Stark's press conference had died down somewhat, yet the hum of conversation still lingered in the streets below. None of it mattered to him. Coulson wasn't a reporter, and he wasn't here for stock news. He was here because this was his job. A SHIELD agent with over 2 decades of experience didn't waste time on fluff. Right now, his priority was compiling a preliminary report for Director Nick Fury. Stark Industries wasn't just another weapons manufacturer, it was the biggest weapons manufacturer in the United States. Its sudden pivot away from arms production raised red flags all the way to the Pentagon. The possibility of weapons leaking onto the black market was exactly why Fury was keeping such a close eye on the situation. Coulson's encrypted phone buzzed. Fury's voice came through the secure line, low and steady. Coulson. Status update. Stark's alive and officially a loose cannon, Coulson replied. Held a press conference earlier today announcing he's shutting down the weapons division. Stock's already in freefall. Fury's voice darkened. I saw the broadcast. What's your assessment? Coulson hesitated before answering. Stark's changed. He's not playing by anyone's rules anymore, not ours, not the government's, not even his own board of directors. If he sticks to this path, he could destabilize global arms markets. Or worse, leave a power vacuum someone else will fill. There was a brief pause on the line before Fury spoke again. Keep an eye on him. And Coulson? Dig deeper. Find out if there's anyone unusual around Stark. I've got a hunch there's more to this story than meets the eye. Coulson's eyes narrowed. Unusual? His mind immediately flashed to that odd teenager who'd been with Stark earlier. The one with the blue hair and mismatched clothes. He'd brushed it off at the time, an innocent kid Stark had picked up during his escape. But now? Now, he wasn't so sure. Agent Coulson, update me on your progress. Coulson pressed his lips together, giving himself a brief moment to prepare his answer. Yes, boss. I've gathered some promising leads after speaking with Tony Stark's driver, Happy Hogan. Unfortunately, Happy's just a driver, so his intel is limited. He paused, ensuring his voice carried the right balance of professionalism and optimism. My next step is to approach Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts, and arrange a face-to-face meeting with Stark himself. Coulson prided himself on being a seasoned field agent. And if his years in the game had taught him anything, it was this: never tell your boss you're making no progress. Even when the trail was cold, always sound like you were one step away from cracking the case. It wasn't deception, it was tact. Carlson didn't mind taking the heat if things went sideways, as long as it kept Fury from losing more hair. Good, Fury replied, his tone steady but firm. Stay on it. This mission is critical, Carlson. You're one of my best agents, and I'm counting on you. Then Fury's voice softened, just slightly. By the way, sounds windy over there. You on a rooftop? Carlson glanced around, noting the gentle breeze tugging at his coat. Yes, sir. Just getting some fresh air. Needed to clear my head. Fury didn't question it. Fine. Keep me posted. The line went dead. Carlson stepped closer to the rooftop's edge, hands tucked into his pockets. The view stretched far and wide, the city humming quietly below. Up here, the tension of the mission seemed to dissipate. 10 minutes of peace, that's all he needed. Because in this job, stress came with the territory. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. Meanwhile, somewhere else. A dimly lit office buzzed faintly with the hum of high-powered servers. The air conditioning pumped cold air relentlessly, making the space feel sterile and unwelcoming. Seated behind a polished desk, Nick Fury set down his phone. His one visible eye lingered on the classified report he'd received just minutes earlier. His expression darkened. Resting his elbow on the desk, Fury ran his palm over his smooth, gleaming scalp before tapping his fingers rhythmically against the wood. The numbers in the report didn't lie. $1.3 billion had vanished from one of S.H.I.E.L.D's secret offshore accounts. Gone without a trace. For most organizations, losing that kind of money would trigger panic and chaos. But Fury wasn't most people. To him, the money wasn't the problem. It was what the theft meant. Whoever had the skills to infiltrate and drain one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most secure accounts hadn't done it for cash. No, this was a demonstration. A message. Because stealing money was one thing. But stealing it from S.H.I.E.L.D from him was a declaration of war. And war was Fury's specialty. He leaned back in his chair, a sharp gaze fixed on the glowing monitors. Who the hell are you? Lemieux leaned back against the plush couch in Stark's Malibu mansion, savoring his victory. The funds were secured. The investments were underway. And now? Now he was rich, filthy rich, and that wasn't even the best part. The great sage had already put the money to work, buying up Stark Industries stock during its plummet and diversifying the rest into high-return sectors. No one would suspect a thing. Except, of course, for SHIELD. Lemieux wasn't stupid. He knew they'd notice the missing money and fast. But by the time they traced the digital breadcrumbs, the trail would vanish. Still, he made a mental note to prepare contingency plans. In this world, wealth was power, but knowledge was survival. And with 1.3 million skills in his arsenal, survival wasn't something he needed to worry about. This is just the beginning, Lemieux muttered, swirling the last of his yogurt before downing it. In the wake of Tony Stark's bombshell press conference, Obadiah Stane retreated to a quiet corner of the room, his phone pressed tightly to his ear. The voice on the other end was sharp and panicked. Boss, bad news. Terrence, the guy handling the 10 Rings deal, ran off with the money. He emptied 2 accounts, $270 million total. We've already sent people after him, but... The rest of the words blurred as blood pounded in Obadiah's ears. Fuck. His face contorted with rage, veins bulging at his temples. His free hand clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. Lowering his voice to a dangerous growl, he hissed into the phone, listen here, you worthless asterisk and percent at. I don't care what it takes. Find him. Kill him. That deal cannot come to light. And if you fail... The threat lingered in the silence before he slammed the phone down. Obadiah inhaled sharply, straightened his tie, and slapped his cheeks. Within seconds, his expression transformed. The rage and desperation melted away, replaced by his usual disarming smile, the mask of a seasoned manipulator. Never let them see you sweat. Obadiah had seen betrayal before. He'd delivered his fair share, too. Getting angry was fine, but losing control? That was never an option. Because bigger prizes lay ahead. And none were bigger than Tony Stark. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries headquarters. In a dimly lit lab, arc reactors hummed faintly. The largest of them, a massive circular structure, spun with mesmerizing blue-white energy, casting ethereal patterns across the walls. It looked futuristic, like something pulled straight out of science fiction. Yet it wasn't new. Decades earlier, Howard Stark had built the first prototype, but it had always been more of a concept piece, an idea far ahead of its time. Now, thanks to Tony Stark's ingenuity, it has been reborn. Where the original had been a showpiece, this new iteration was functional. A portable, high-output energy source with limitless potential. And Tony Stark, dressed in worn coveralls, was busy tinkering with it. Sparks danced as he adjusted the components, his focus so intense that he didn't even glance up when the door creaked open. Obadiah Stane stepped inside, his polished shoes echoing softly against the floor. Hey, Tony. Tony didn't look away from the reactor, his hands moving with practiced precision. Do I have a target painted on my back? Is that it? How'd you even find me here? Obadiah chuckled, playing the part of the concerned mentor. You're back? Tony, my head's the one on the chopping block after that little stunt of yours. Any idea how far the stock's going to drop? Tony finally looked up, raising an eyebrow. Stocks can recover. But lives. He gestured toward the reactor. This can save lives, Obi. That's what matters. Obadiah's smile tightened. Of course. Lives. But his gaze betrayed him, lingering a second too long on the glowing core of the reactor, calculating, hungry. The arc reactor pulsed softly, its glow reflecting in Obadiah's eyes. This wasn't just a technological marvel. It was a weapon. A source of limitless energy that could power machines of unimaginable destruction or domination. And Tony, naive as always, had no idea just how dangerous his creation really was. Obadiah's smile widened. Oh, Tony, he said, stepping closer, you're always thinking 10 steps ahead. That's what makes you brilliant. But I'm not sure the rest of the world is ready for this. Tony smirked, clearly seeing through the flattery. Let me worry about the world. You just worry about keeping the board from having a meltdown. Obadiah stains with barely concealed frustration, but his eyes never left Tony Stark's chest, the faint glow seeping through his shirt. Comment. 6. Comment. Vote. Chapter 18. Minutes of probing and carefully worded questions led to confirmation Tony had successfully miniaturized the arc reactor. It was real. It worked. And Obadiah knew exactly what it meant. Power. But he didn't push. Not yet. Tony was too guarded to surrender his secrets easily. For now, it was enough to play the role of trusted advisor, keep Tony distracted, isolated, and pliable. Leave it to me, Obadiah said, patting Tony's shoulder. Just stay home for now, okay? Let me handle the fallout. Tony gave a reluctant nod, already turning back to his tinkering. Obadiah's eyes lingered on the reactor one last time before he left, gears turning. Meanwhile, at the Malibu mansion, Tony and Pepper arrived home, chatting as they stepped through the door. The sound of movement upstairs caught their attention. Tony raised an eyebrow. Still in the shower. Pepper cleared her throat, looking everywhere but at him. Maybe a bath? Nothing weird about wanting to relax after everything we've been through. She held up a shopping bag filled with clothes. I got him some new outfits. Took a while, but I think he'll like them. Tony shrugged and headed toward the basement. Good. Once he's out, I need to talk to him. Something important. He disappeared down the stairs, leaving Pepper to glance toward the bathroom. Lemieux finally got out of the bathroom, now dressed in proper clothes, white short sleeves and light blue shorts. The return to men's fashion lifted his spirits instantly. He tied his long, pale blue hair into a loose ponytail, adding an almost effortless sharpness to his look. The transformation didn't go unnoticed. Pepper's gaze lingered a little too long. Looks good on you, she said, hiding a smile. Lemieux stretched, enjoying the freedom of movement. He had no plans to revisit the skirt incident, not in this lifetime. But whether he'd toss it or stash it as a memento, that decision remained a secret. While Tony rummaged through old blueprints in the basement, Lemieux and Pepper settled into the living room. The giant TV still played the same news channel Lemieux had left on earlier. On screen, a balding, middle-aged host with the energy of a street vendor was practically screaming at his audience. Sell. Sell everything. The host flailed his arms, his voice climbing higher with every word. Does anyone remember the Hindenburg disaster? The footage cut to black and white images of the 1937 airship engulfed in flames, collapsing in seconds. This, the host shouted, smashing a ceramic cup onto the floor for emphasis, is exactly what's happening to Stark Industries. A weapons company that doesn't make weapons. The joke writes itself. Pepper sat hunched over her laptop, scrolling through the plunging stock charts while the TV blared more bad news about Stark Industries. It was a two-pronged attack, visual and auditory, and both were equally painful. Tony had told her earlier, almost casually, that he had perfected the miniaturized arc reactor, a technology that could make billions. But could Stark Industries survive long enough to see that future? Tony's abrupt decision to shut down the weapons division had blindsided everyone. The board, the shareholders, even Pepper herself. No one had been prepared. And now he refused to announce his breakthrough technology, opting instead to wait for the right moment. Pepper rubbed her temples, thinking, he's playing with fire. Not only was Tony acting recklessly, but it was clear he wanted to ride this chaos for publicity, making waves so that when his new tech finally hit the market, it would hit hard. If, of course, the flames didn't consume him first. Meanwhile, Lemieux lounged on the couch, completely unfazed by the apocalyptic tone of the news anchors. Surrounded by snacks, chips, jerky, crackers, and even a packet of spicy sticks, he was deep in his own personal heaven. To him, this was nothing more than noise. He already knew how this story ended. Tony Stark would rise from the ashes, don his iconic armor, and send Stark Industries stock soaring. All Lemieux had to do was make sure Tony didn't die before then. Not just for benefits and profits, either. After trudging through the desert together, Lemieux supposed they were, like sort of friends now. And he still owed Tony a favor for letting him stay at the mansion. As for Obadiah Stane? Lemieux crushed a cracker between his fingers, the satisfying snap echoing in the room. Obadiah might have been a threat in the original timeline, but with everything Lemieux had in his arsenal, from great sage's abilities to the billions he'd already invested, taking him down wouldn't be too hard. That said, completely ignoring him wasn't an option either. Lemieux had already stirred up too many ripples in this timeline. What if Tony slipped in the shower? Or choked on a burger? Or tripped on a loose wire? In the original timeline, Tony barely scraped by during his fight with Obadiah. It wouldn't take much to derail history, and that meant Lemieux's investments could burn along with it. No. This wasn't about clinging to a set timeline. It was about profit and future. Anything beneficial could be preserved or even reinforced. Anything detrimental? Removed. The question lingered in Lemieux's mind: how to deal with Obadiah Stane? If memory serves, Stane's computer in the Stark Industries executive office contained everything needed to sync him: emails, contracts, and payment records linking him to the Ten Rings terrorists. But exposing that evidence right now would be catastrophic. Stark Industries was already teetering after Tony's announcement. Throwing a scandal about arms smuggling and assassination attempts into the mix? The company wouldn't survive the fallout. And if Stark Industries collapsed, so would Lemieux's investments. He snapped another cracker in half, his eyes cold. Worst case scenario? Assassination. Lemieux wasn't squeamish about the idea. If it came down to it, removing Stane would be quick and efficient. But Tony needed Stane, needed him as the stepping stone to becoming Iron Man. Without that confrontation, Tony might never embrace the role of a superhero. And while the arc reactor tech could still make billions, nothing would skyrocket Stark Industries' value more than the public unveiling of Tony Stark as Iron Man. Lemieux tossed the last piece of jerky into his mouth, mulling it over. Stane had to stay alive for now. I could adopt you, you know. Discord, https://discord.gg/75pw9chd. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 19. I could adopt you, you know. Pepper's sudden voice broke Lemieux's train of thought. He turned to find her giving him a playful look, though there was genuine warmth behind it. What? Well. Pepper gestured vaguely at him. You're smart, resourceful, and apparently homeless. And let's be honest, you're kind of adorable. Lemieux almost choked on his drink. Adopt? I'm older than I look. Pepper arched an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. You don't look a day over 16. Lemieux forced a laugh, waving her off. Trust me. I'm way older than that. Uh-huh. Sure. Pepper smirked, leaning back into the couch. The light-hearted banter eased some of the tension in the room, but her eyes kept flickering back to the screen, worry gnawing at her. Lemieux noticed but didn't comment. After all, he already had a plan. Great Sage, run projections. If we plant evidence of Stane's arms deals after Tony unveils the Iron Man suit, what's the estimated impact on Stark Industries stock? Notice, estimated 600% growth within 6 months. High probability of hostile takeover attempts. 600%. Lemieux's lips curled into a slow, predatory smile. The stage is set. Lemieux leaned back into the couch, his thoughts spinning as fast as the glowing arc reactor humming in the basement below. Assassination remained the last resort. After all, Lemieux was a person of principles, at least, that's what he kept telling himself. He wouldn't casually cross the line into cold-blooded murder. Right? Yes. Definitely. So, for now, the focus was on preparing Tony Stark's grand debut as Iron Man. Once that was in motion, then Obadiah Stane could be dealt with cleanly and without sending Stark Industries spiraling into oblivion. Lemieux had options. Ironmonger's armor was tough, sure, but nothing a well-placed armor-piercing round couldn't handle. Great Sage's library of over 1 million skills surely included some advanced weapons tech. Worst-case scenario? Predator could consume the Ironmonger entirely, but eating people wasn't on Lemieux's bucket list. He was a businessman, not a monster. Satisfied with his moral compass, Lemieux reached over and snatched the chocolate bar that Dummy the House's robotic arm had been holding for the past 10 minutes. Ripping the wrapper open, he popped the chocolate into his mouth. Tony Stark, Tony Stark. Lemieux mumbled between bites, after all this effort to make you a legend, you'd better come through for me. Mystery and mirrors. Minutes later, Tony emerged from the basement, looking unusually pensive. He held a glossy photograph in his hand, flipping it around so that Lemieux and Pepper could see. Here. Lemieux blinked, frowning as he took the photo. It showed 3 people posing for what looked like a formal portrait. Lemieux stood in the center, or at least, someone almost identical to him. Wait. When did you take this? Who are the other 2? Is this CGI? Tony flopped down onto the opposite couch, propping up his feet and fishing a bottle of yogurt from Pepper's snack haul. He popped the cap, clearly enjoying himself as he waited for their reactions. Look closer. Lemieux did. Same pale blue hair, nearly identical features, but the person in the photo wasn't him. The eyes were a deep ruby red, gleaming like gemstones. And the outfit, a gothic black and white Lolita dress, wasn't something Lemieux would ever wear. No, definitely not. To the left of this uncanny double stood an older man in a crisp black suit, his sharp features and white hair radiating authority. To the right, a woman in an elegant pastel gown, the epitome of refined grace. And at their feet? A massive Siberian husky sprawled lazily, its bright blue eyes staring straight at the camera. The scene radiated wealth, status, and carefully constructed perfection. Pepper leaned in, inspecting the photo. It's uncanny. She murmured. But it's not you. Right. Lemieux stiffened. This can't be me. I've never worn a dress, and I never will. Pepper bit her lip, clearly trying to suppress a laugh. Lemieux ignored her and called inwardly. Great Sage, any insights? Notice, unable to identify individuals in the image. No relevant data available. No data. Lemieux's frown deepened. That wasn't normal. Great Sage always had an answer, or at least a theory. For it to draw a blank now. Tony finished his drink with a loud gulp, tossing the empty bottle under the table and nudging it out of sight with his foot. Li Mu squinted at him. Where did you even get this? Tony shrugged, playing it cool. It came with some old files my dad left behind. Thought it looked interesting, especially the U in the middle. Pepper straightened, her expression sharp. Howard Stark's files. Tony nodded, but his gaze was fixed on Li Mu. Yet. Looks like it's from Europe, maybe an old business partner or something. You wouldn't happen to be hiding some aristocratic family history, would you? Li Mu stared at the photo again. No. It wasn't possible. Whoever that person was, they weren't him. And yet, the resemblance was too close to ignore. Li Mu traced the edge of the photograph with his thumb. Even if it wasn't him, the similarities couldn't be coincidence. And coincidences didn't exist, not in a world like this. Great Sage, analyze the image for any hidden data, timestamps, locations, anything. Notice, no hidden data detected. Image appears to be a physical photograph, not digitally altered. Tony Stark downed the last of his yogurt and kicked the empty bottle under the table, his usual nonchalance giving way to a rare glimpse of introspection. This was taken over 10 years ago. He held the photo up, his eyes lingering on the familiar yet mysterious faces. The couple in the background? My parents, Howard and Maria Stark. He tapped the image with his finger. And the girl? Her name was Sophie. I never met her. Tony leaned back, running a hand through his hair as if trying to piece together fragments of a puzzle. I was overseas, probably earning my 5th or 6th PhD, barely came home back then. One day, this girl just showed up. His voice softened. Keep Power Stones coming. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 20. Stark continued. And a few months later, she disappeared. My mom sent me this picture in a letter, and said they were thinking about adopting her. That letter's long gone, though. I couldn't find it anywhere. Tony's eyes darkened. After she vanished, my parents never mentioned her again. Not once. Li Mu's brows furrowed. An unknown girl suddenly appearing and disappearing, was she really human? And if not, was it possible she'd left Earth entirely? Tony snapped his fingers. You get what I'm saying, right? The first time I saw you back in the desert, I knew you looked familiar. Didn't I tell you that? Li Mu nodded slowly. Tony leaned forward, his gaze probing. So? What if there's a connection? Maybe you two came from the same place? Could she be related to you? A sister? A cousin? Her kid? Li Mu almost burst out laughing. A kid? Seriously? Great Sage, confirm my biological age and genetic structure. Notice, biological age approximately 2 years. Genetic structure artificial construct. No familial connections detected. 2 years old. And people kept treating him like a teenager or worse, a child. Suppressing a smirk, Li Mu raised his hands in surrender. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't know her. I was raised by an old man in the mountains. Never met my parents. Tony frowned, leaning back. Hey. Pepper, however, let out a soft gasp. Her face crumpled, and before Li Mu could react, she pulled him into a gentle hug, patting his shoulder. Oh, honey. Li Mu froze, caught completely off guard. What's with the pity? In Pepper's eyes, the story painted a tragic picture: an orphan boy raised by a reclusive hunter, only to lose his family to terrorists before being stranded in a foreign country. A brave, independent survivor, who was secretly just a lost, lonely child. Pepper's heart ached, and her motherly instincts kicked in. Li Mu, meanwhile, sat stiffly, unsure whether to squirm free or let her continue. Great Sage, he thought desperately, help me out here. Notice, no immediate threat detected. Emotional bonds can be leveraged for long-term strategic benefits. Traitor. Pepper finally let go, sniffling as she wiped her eyes. Tony, clearly amused, took the moment to steer the conversation back. All right. Enough drama. He pointed at Li Mu. Answer me this: do your people all have the same talents as you? Li Mu blinked. Talents. Stark deliberately avoided revealing Li Mu's true identity as an alien. Instead, he used vague terminology to mask the truth. It's not like that. Back there, I was special in my own way. Geniuses aren't exactly common, Li Mu said, brushing the topic aside with a nonchalant tone. Pepper arched a brow, curiosity evident in her expression. What kind of genius? Stark adopted a serious demeanor, though his words were far from it. Something like a photographic memory, I suppose. Li Mu nodded earnestly, his tone matching Stark's conviction. Exactly, I have a photographic memory. Great Sage has a photographic memory. Great Sage is mine. Therefore, I have a photographic memory. The logic was impeccable, or so Li Mu convinced himself. Stark's expression turned contemplative. After a brief pause, he leaned forward slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Mu as if trying to read his deepest thoughts. You can't go back now. You're stuck here with no connections and no roots. So what's your plan? His voice softened, layered with subtle persuasion. If you're willing, I can arrange for adoption paperwork. Legally speaking, you'd become my heir, inheriting a multinational corporation worth billions, enough wealth and influence to determine the fates of countless lives. Stark gestured casually, but his tone carried an undercurrent of temptation, as though offering Li Mu the keys to a kingdom. Of course, there was more to his offer than met the eye. Inheritance rights didn't guarantee actual inheritance. At the end of the day, the power to distribute his fortune still lay firmly in Stark's hands. This wasn't an act of charity, nor was Stark suddenly feeling sentimental about taking in a stray alien. Firstly, it was a test, a way to gauge whether this extraterrestrial was drawn to wealth and power. Secondly, it was a safeguard. Leaving an alien with mysterious abilities to roam freely on Earth was a disaster waiting to happen. Whether Limu acted out of malice or was exploited by others, Stark couldn't ignore the potential threat. And if something went wrong, leaving Limu unchecked would undoubtedly come back to haunt him. Stark had wrestled with the idea of simply handing Limu over to the government, letting them deal with the problem. But no matter how he looked at it, the kid had saved his life just yesterday in the middle of a desert, no less. And then there was the matter of the photograph. The uncanny resemblance between Limu and the girl in that old picture gnawed at him. If the two were connected, Limu might even be, however improbably, linked to Stark's own family. That possibility alone was enough for Stark to decide he needed to keep Limu close, both to monitor him and to protect his interests. Adopt me? Are you kidding? Limu's brow furrowed. He stared at Stark as if the man had grown a second head. Money? That wasn't even a factor. Limu had never cared about something as trivial as wealth. A little maybe. But was it possible Stark had hit his head in the desert and was now suffering from delayed brain damage? But more importantly, I thought we were friends. Now you want to be my dad? Limu's thoughts raced, processing Stark's words in an instant. The next second, he decisively shook his head. Apologies, but I'm not fond of living under someone else's roof. His tone was polite yet firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Keeping too close to someone with a damaged brain is dangerous. I might get dragged into their mess or worse, catch whatever condition they have. This child, he's so strong. Pepper, as an observer, was once again moved to tears. Her eyes shimmered with emotion. A helpless child, stranded far from home, all alone in an unfamiliar world, and yet he rejected the offer of adoption from a billionaire without hesitation, unwilling to impose on others. Keep Power Stones coming. Comment. 5. Comment. Vote. Chapter 21. A helpless child, stranded far from home, all alone in an unfamiliar world, and yet he rejected the offer of adoption from a billionaire without hesitation, unwilling to impose on others. Looking at Limu's youthful profile, Pepper felt her heart ache. She thought of his tragic backstory, his resilience, and the purity shining through his gentle demeanor. A sudden urge surged within her, growing uncontrollably. She reached out, gently ruffling Limu's long hair. Her voice softened into the kind of tone she had never used in her life. Tony's right. The outside world is too dangerous. We can't just leave you to fend for yourself out there. Her words flowed like a warm breeze, persuasive yet comforting. If you're uncomfortable staying with Tony, how about letting me adopt you instead? Worried Limu might refuse, Pepper quickly added her own guarantees, layering promises like bricks to build a fortress of security. I'm reasonably well off and can provide you with a comfortable life, excellent education, and a stable future. Everything will be supervised through the proper channels. And Pepper leaned in slightly, dropping the next part like bait on a hook. I'll give you a $1,000 monthly allowance. You can buy whatever you want. Pepper's words were understated. In reality, as a personal assistant to one of the world's richest men, her income ranged between 8–15% of Stark's annual salary. On top of that, her constant access to classified information and strategic investments had made her a genuine wealthy investor in her own right. Supporting one or even several dependents was hardly a burden. For her, it wasn't any harder than a regular household taking in a stray cat. Even with Stark Industries currently navigating turbulent waters, Pepper remained financially secure. After all, no one sane puts all their eggs in one basket. Wait, is this an offer to be spoiled by a rich woman? Limu blinked, stunned. Was this some sort of bizarre sponsorship proposal? No way. Stop messing around. Stark cleared his throat pointedly, cutting through the atmosphere like a knife. He raised a hand and jabbed a finger toward Pepper. Don't talk. Pepper simply smiled, exuding the patience and tolerance of a seasoned caregiver. Her expression seemed to say, fine, you're the boss. Do as you please. Stark shifted his focus back to Limu, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile that felt both practiced and insincere. His voice carried the faintest trace of menace, like velvet wrapped around a blade. If you're not interested, fine. I'm not the type to force anyone. But if we're out of options. Stark's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. I'll have no choice but to hand you over to the authorities. They're very capable people. Specialized, even. The kind who are trained to watch over people like you. Stark leaned back, arms crossed, but his words hung in the air like a lingering shadow. I can't just let you wander around like a stray. It's too dangerous for you and everyone else. And let's not forget, Stark added, his tone turning almost casual, I still owe you an exoskeleton suit. You can't just vanish before I deliver it, can you? He paused, his gaze sharp. I still owe you an exoskeleton suit. You can't just disappear before I deliver it, can you? How am I supposed to hand it over if you vanish into thin air? Stark emphasized the words specialists and care, making Limu's mind immediately flash to images of armed guards in black coats and lab researchers in sterile white uniforms. By now, even Limu couldn't feign ignorance. Stark was wary of Limu's identity, his abilities, and the potential danger he posed to Earth. It didn't sound like something Tony Stark would normally worry about, but it was exactly the kind of thing Iron Man would consider. And because there was a third party present, Stark had resorted to dancing around the issue instead of addressing it head-on. To be honest, Lemieux's fascination with the Mark II suit had already cooled. With the great sage by his side, there was no reason to believe he couldn't create something just as good or even better. But if Stark decided to push this into an all-or-nothing scenario, things could turn ugly fast. Whether it involved taking Stark out or being exposed as an alien, Lemieux knew there was no escaping the inevitable pursuit of the US government. He'd just come into billions of dollars, yet he hadn't even begun enjoying the luxuries of wealth. There was no way he was ready to trade that for a life on the run. As for replacing Tony Stark entirely absorbing him and mimicking his form, the thought surfaced for barely a moment before Lemieux crushed it. He knew himself well. Selfish, opportunistic, heartless, and downright inhuman. But he wasn't a monster. Not eating people was one of the few principles he had left. If he crossed that line, there'd be no coming back. His alien physiology, paired with an increasingly alien mindset, would make him indistinguishable from the creatures humanity feared most. And it wouldn't stop at once or twice. The ease of achieving his goals through such a method would turn it into a habit, a dark spiral he wasn't ready to step into. Besides, staying for now wasn't without its advantages. It gave him time to steer events in his favor, carving out opportunities to profit from the rise of Iron Man. Given the circumstances, temporary cooperation seemed like the most pragmatic solution. Lemieux nodded lightly, his voice calm but firm. I don't have anywhere else to go, nor do I have an identity here. I do need time to adapt, but I have 3 conditions. Keep Power Stones coming. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 22. I don't have anywhere else to go, nor do I have an identity here. I do need time to adapt, but I have 3 conditions. He held up a hand, counting them off one by one. First, I don't want to be adopted by anyone. Second, once I've received the exoskeleton suit you promised, I'm free to leave. You won't restrict my movements. Third, this arrangement won't exceed a year. I'll prove to you that I'm safe no matter where I go. Their eyes met, neither backing down. Lemieux's gaze carried a clear message, non-negotiable. Staying indefinitely was out of the question. Nobody liked being watched or confined. The world was vast, and Lemieux wasn't planning to waste his days as someone else's research subject. If anything, a slime should be free to explore. Stark rubbed his chin thoughtfully. From design to assembly, the suit would take roughly 6 months, nowhere near a full year. That left him with plenty of time to observe and assess the alien's true nature. If something went wrong, the suit would also serve as insurance, a last resort if negotiations failed and conflict became unavoidable. All things considered, Stark was already satisfied with the terms. It was better to resolve things diplomatically than to risk forcing an alien into outright hostility. His smile softened, becoming noticeably more genuine as he extended a hand. Deal. And I hope there's no misunderstanding. I'm not trying to limit your freedom, I'm just concerned about safety. In fact, I'll even help you settle your identity and provide whatever support you need. Lemieux accepted Stark's outstretched hand. Then I'll be troubling you. Slimes were known to hold grudges, probably. Pepper glanced between Stark and Lemieux, her brow subtly furrowed. The conversation between the two felt oddly offbeat, like a mismatched rhythm that she couldn't quite put her finger on. And that gesture, Lemieux's polite. Do Afghan people even have such traditions? Pepper's thoughts spiraled as she studied the boy. Yet, the motion looked surprisingly natural on him, carrying a youthful sharpness that made her heart ache with nostalgia. Ah, to be young. With Lemieux's situation temporarily settled, Tony Stark finally felt like he could breathe again. What a colossal headache. No matter how he handled it, the kid was bound to be trouble. Keeping him around wasn't exactly convenient either. Taking care of him personally? Absolutely out of the question. Babysitting wasn't in Stark's job description. Someone else would have to handle it. Stark's eyes landed squarely on his assistant. Pepper, I'm giving you a new assignment. He pointed in Lemieux's direction, issuing orders like a general preparing for battle. Keep an eye on him 24/7. Help him adjust to life in America. Your primary objective is to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. And under no circumstances, Stark emphasized, is he allowed in the basement. That's non-negotiable. The basement, Stark's personal workshop, was sacred ground. It housed his DIY projects, including his cutting-edge tech and prototype machinery, his life's work. Pepper nodded without hesitation. Of course. Whatever you say, boss. She smiled knowingly. I'm quite experienced in taking care of children. It's practically my full-time job already. Stark snorted, waving her off dismissively. Another job? Are you telling me my paycheck isn't high enough? When did you? He paused, suddenly uninterested in finishing the thought. Never mind. I don't care. I'm giving you a 30% raise effective immediately. Drop your other job by tomorrow. He couldn't stand the idea of his assistant moonlighting elsewhere. It left a sour taste in his mouth like some kind of betrayal. Pepper tilted her head, her expression positively radiant. I've only ever had one job. Her voice dripped with sweetness. Passive-aggressive. Pepper unlocked. Stark felt the words catch in his throat. If he denied it, it'd sound petty. But agreeing would make him look like a child throwing a tantrum. Damn it. Should have kept my mouth shut. Defeated, Stark rose to his feet and headed toward the basement, swiping a bag of blueberries on his way out like a man retreating from battle. Fine. Whatever. Pepper, handle the identity papers for Lemieux Jr. If you hit any walls, call me. He didn't wait for a reply, already focused on his next task, building a new arc reactor. The old one, hastily assembled under duress, was crude at best. It was time to upgrade. Meanwhile, Pepper wasted no time reaching out to her contacts at immigration services. Getting a green card for someone without prior records wasn't a simple task. Without Stark's connections, the process would have been near impossible, even with loopholes. And even with those connections, there was still a price to pay. Lemieux, acting as the applicant, would have to pledge a substantial investment to grease the wheels and ensure the process moved quickly and safely. Still, Pepper knew that securing a green card was just the first step. It granted residency, not citizenship. Applying for citizenship would be an entirely different level of bureaucracy and red tape. Roughly half an hour later, Stark's voice echoed through the intercom. "Pepper, get down here." She set her documents aside and headed to the basement. Pushing the door open, she was greeted by an entirely unprofessional sight. Stark, shirtless and sprawled across a chair, waving her over like a man with no sense of decorum. "Yab. Definitely not a serious moment. Come here. Let me see your hands." Pepper blinked in confusion but raised her hands obediently, unsure of what Stark was up to. "Wow. Tiny hands." "Very tiny hands," Stark commented, nodding to himself before flashing one of his trademark grins. "I need you to do me a little favor." As Pepper stepped closer, her gaze fell on the glowing arc reactor embedded in Stark's chest. She had known about it before, but seeing it up close, actually seeing it, was an entirely different experience. Her breath hitched. Was it awe? Or disbelief? "Oh my god. That thing is what's keeping you alive." Keep the review and power flow in. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Oh my god. That thing is what's keeping you alive. Stark wiggled the sleek, new arc reactor in his hand, his tone casual as ever. It was. "Now it's time for an upgrade. I've made a few improvements. You'll help me put this one in." Before Pepper could process his words, Stark reached for the old reactor and, without hesitation, twisted it loose with a soft click before yanking it out. Pepper's eyes widened in horror. It was like watching someone casually pull a knife out of their own chest then toss it aside like garbage. "You wait, how is this safe?" "Relax." Stark waved her concerns away. "There's a wire inside. I just need you to reach in and pull it out." "Safe. Completely safe. Think of it like minor surgery. Just be careful not to let the wire touch anything or yank my heart out while you're at it." "What kind of surgery?" "It's more like a game," Stark interrupted smoothly. "No pressure." Pepper stared at the dark cavity in Stark's chest. Cold dread slithered down her spine. "I think. I can't." After what felt like an eternity of hesitation, followed by frantic instructions and Stark's overly enthusiastic encouragement, Pepper finally managed to swap out the old arc reactor for the new one. Her hands were coated in a slimy, yellowish liquid that looked disturbingly biological. "Protoplasm," Stark clarified cheerfully as Pepper grimaced. "Totally normal. Just a byproduct of the device." Pepper wasn't convinced. She took a deep breath, trying and failing to calm herself as Stark leaned back, looking completely unbothered. "Never. Ever. Ever. Make me do something like this again." Stark's playful smirk softened as he tilted his head to meet her eyes. "But you're the only one willing to help me." 1 second. 2 seconds. The room fell into an awkward silence as the weight of his words hung in the air. Both of them looked away at the same time, breaking the tension before it could become unbearable. "Maybe Lemieux would be willing to help next time," Pepper muttered. Stark shook his head immediately. "No, no, no. He'd be happy to pull it out probably without asking first. But putting it back in? Not unless I offered him at least 2 or 3 million. Pepper dabbed at the old arc reactor with a tissue, cleaning it off as best she could. "I think you're seriously underestimating him. Or maybe you just don't understand him at all." She held up the device. "What should I do with this? Smash it? Or burn it?" Stark shrugged. "Sentimentality isn't my thing." "Anything else, Mr. Stark?" "Nope. That's all, Miss Potts." "Blueberry?" "No, thanks." Lemieux had made a terrible decision, one that delivered a critical blow to his heart. It all started innocently enough. He had merely wanted to test Great Sage's abilities, so he hacked into J.A.R.V.I.S.'s system. It wasn't even that hard. This version of JARVIS couldn't even keep out S.H.I.E.L.D's amateur hacking attempts. Then curiosity struck. He wondered what Stark and Pepper were doing in the basement. So he pulled up the surveillance feed. And that was where it all went wrong. Watching their intimate moment, Pepper and Stark gazing at each other like the whole world had faded away, Lemieux knew he had made a mistake. Why, as a proud single, would I willingly subject myself to this? It was the emotional equivalent of walking into a slaughterhouse and climbing onto the chopping block. Lemieux reached for another yogurt, ripping it open and downing it in one go. His cheeks flushed, giving him a deceptively delicate, almost bashful look. The table was already cluttered with empty yogurt bottles, at least 10 of them, scattered like the wreckage of his broken dignity. Bitter wine burns the heart. The more I drink, the deeper it hurts. Slamming another empty bottle onto the table, Lemieux made up his mind. The moment he finished laundering his funds, he was going to build himself a mansion, no, a palace. A golden house to shelter beauties. Humph. If Stark could flaunt romance, so could he. Cheers, Big Claw. Lemieux raised his yogurt bottle and clinked it against Big Claw's mechanical arm. The robotic claw, holding an open yogurt bottle, mimicked the gesture. Unfortunately, lacking a mouth, it only succeeded in pouring the yogurt over its own frame. The milky white liquid ran down its polished metal surface and pooled on the floor. Lemieux didn't even flinch. And Stark Lemieux's eyes narrowed. For you to slander me behind my back? I'll remember this. System, skill acquired lactic acid resistance. That night, Lemieux slept in one of the guest rooms on the second floor. The room was comfortable plush pillows, soft blankets, and temperature control. The window faced the ocean, and the sound of waves gently lapping against the shore echoed through the quiet night. The stars were visible, though dimmer than the ones he had seen in the Afghan desert. Even aliens get homesick. Lemieux tossed and turned, unable to settle down. His mind wandered from Thanos looming just a few years away to the terrifying thought that Stark might die before the big battle even started. Who would snap their fingers then? Hulk? He's got 2 hands, but what if he hasn't made peace with Banner yet? Can Hulk even handle the snap? Captain Marvel? No, what if she never figures out how to do it properly? And it wasn't just Thanos. The multiverse was full of nightmares like Dormammu, ancient monsters waiting to descend on Earth. And what about the Ancient One? She just died and left everything to Doctor Strange, a reckless troublemaker who seems better at creating disasters than preventing them. Come to think of it, Stark's not much better. No. Lemieux clenched his fists. I can't rely on anyone but myself. This galaxy was his home. If disaster struck, there'd be no place to run, no escape routes. I need to be stronger. Strong enough to survive, no matter what comes. As determination settled in his chest, exhaustion finally overtook him. That night, he dreamed of wielding all 6 Infinity Stones. In one hand, he strangled Thanos by the neck. Beneath his feet, a massive demon writhed in defeat. Lemieux stood tall against a backdrop of endless stars, laughing triumphantly. Jarvis, are you awake? Always at your service, sir. Need another mission tomorrow? Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 24. The spacious basement was dimly lit, save for the soft glow of 3 large monitors. Displayed on them was the Mark I, a rough, industrial design painstakingly recreated by Stark over the past few hours. New project file. Code name, Mark II. With a flick of his pointer, Stark shifted the blueprints to a 3D holographic projector. The Mark I's rugged frame materialized in the air, a grim reminder of the suit that had crashed through sand and smoke in Afghanistan. The Mark II, however, was still just an idea, a concept waiting to be shaped. Sir, would you like me to store this in the Stark Industries central database? J.A.R.V.I.S.S voice echoed in the room. Stark shook his head without hesitation. Not yet. Until I give the go-ahead, keep everything in my private database. His tone hardened. I can't risk this falling into the wrong hands. In mine, it might actually do some good. And as for the one he'd promised to Lemieux? That wouldn't be handed over without precautions. Backdoors exist for a reason. Oh, and remind Pepper to order a mattress. We didn't have any spares last night for Echevarria. He paused briefly, popping a handful of blueberries into his mouth as a makeshift breakfast. Hope he had a peaceful night. Stark's mansion wasn't exactly built for guests. He didn't typically host overnight visitors, and the ones he did bring home never needed a separate room. Coughing lightly as a berry lodged in his throat, Stark reached for a glass of water. Big Claw, fetch me some water. Big Claw. Sir, Jarvis responded smoothly, you moved it to the living room a few months ago to sunbathe. You claimed sunlight improves intelligence. I would also benefit from more sun exposure. No, no, no. You're not getting moved. That thing's way too heavy. Meanwhile, in the living room, Big Claw was out of commission. Short-circuited, it had been sparking all night. The yogurt it had spilled the previous evening still clung to its metallic surface, forming crusty, white streaks along its frame. Lemieux's morning. Lemieux finally dragged himself out of bed around 11 a.m. The mattress might have been hard, but it was still leagues better than sleeping on sand under the Afghan night sky. Opening the door, he noticed a mattress propped against the wall outside his room. Was that supposed to be for me? Yawning, he shuffled to the bathroom, washing up and brushing his teeth. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared at his reflection in the mirror. The face staring back was stunning. Not just handsome, otherworldly. Like a forest elf stepping out of ancient myths. Wait. Who's this beauty? Oh, right. It's me. Downstairs, Pepper was seated in the living room, her expression grim as she monitored the stock market. With Stark's sudden return and the media frenzy surrounding his kidnapping, Stark Industries shares were bleeding red, and in the US market, red meant plummeting prices. Pepper's fingers tapped anxiously at her keyboard, trying to stay ahead of the situation. Then Lemieux walked in, freshly washed, his dewy complexion practically glowing. Like a rain-kissed flower. Pepper's stress momentarily evaporated. Her mood lifted as she smiled at him. Good afternoon. Morning, Lemieux muttered. After a quick breakfast of bread and milk, Pepper gave Lemieux a tour of the mansion. The place was impressive, spacious rooms, extravagant decor, and cutting-edge facilities. But Lemieux wasn't impressed. He trudged through the halls, clearly still drowsy, and his half-lidded gaze betrayed his disinterest. Sure, it's big, fancy, and expensive. But the problem is it's not mine. One day, Lemieux vowed, he'd build a mansion even more extravagant than this. He wandered through the villa, but Stark was nowhere to be found. Where's Tony? Pepper glanced up from her laptop, her fingers still tapping away. He went out probably to meet his friend, James Rhodes. You've met him, the Air Force colonel who flew you both back. Lemieux nodded casually. Got it. Well, don't worry about me getting lost. I'll just look around a bit. Sure. There's plenty of food in the fridge and snacks in the cabinet above it. Help yourself if you get hungry. Pepper patted his shoulder with a warm smile before turning back to her work. But as her eyes fell once more on the stock market graphs, her expression darkened. Red lines bled across the screen. Stark Industries stock was still plummeting. Pepper's brows furrowed as if physically pained by the losses. So Stark isn't home? Interesting. Lemieux strolled down to the basement. He gave the keypad a nudge, no response. Then he tried the oldest trick in the book, punching in 123,456. Beep. Error. A calm voice suddenly chimed in. Access granted. You may enter using password 6. Welcome, Mr. Echevarria. JARVIS. Morning, Lemieux greeted casually as he keyed in the correct code. The door slid open with a soft hiss, and he stepped inside. His eyes roamed the room. A disassembled mechanical claw rested on the workbench, similar in design to Big Claw. Nearby, a large screen hung on the wall above a plush sofa and coffee table. A fridge stood in the corner, its shelves stocked with sleek bottles of high-end drinks. 2 sealed doors flanked the screen, their purposes unknown. But the centerpiece of the basement was the trio of computers connected to a 3D holographic projector. Suspended midair was the fragmented design of the Mark II armor, still incomplete but already exuding a futuristic brilliance. The hologram spun gently, its intricate framework casting soft shadows on the walls. Lemieux's eyes lit up. He reached out instinctively, brushing his fingers through the light. The projection spun several times in response. This is it. This is the dream. A lab filled with cutting-edge tech, interactive holograms, and limitless possibilities. It was every man's fantasy brought to life. As Lemieux studied the blueprints, something clicked. He could understand most of it. Thanks to Great Sage and the vast reserves of technical knowledge in his mind, the schematics weren't completely foreign. Comment. 18 comment. Vote. Chapter 25. Thanks to Great Sage and the vast reserves of technical knowledge in his mind, the schematics weren't completely foreign. Of course, understanding didn't mean mastery. Some parts still felt murky, like an advanced textbook schemed but not truly absorbed. For now, only Great Sage itself could claim to comprehend everything fully. J.A.R.V.I.SS voice cut in abruptly. Mr. Echevarria, Mr. Stark left strict instructions not to alter his designs. I am obligated to enforce that order. Please refrain from interfering with the blueprints. Lemieux waved dismissively. Don't worry about it. Just delete that directive. Understood. Directive deleted. That easy? Lemieux smirked. Stark might trust JARVIS with his life, but he'd clearly underestimated what an alien slime with a super-intelligent system could do. His gaze returned to the holographic blueprints. Why settle for someone else's work? The more he looked, the more the design felt lacking. If I'm going to wear armor, it should be custom, something tailored to my exact specifications. A suit with soul. His eyes burned with excitement. No more stalling. Let's get to work. Lemieux dropped into the nearest chair and cracked his knuckles. Great Sage, you're up. Fill in any gaps I don't understand. Understood. Lemieux's fingers danced across the interface, his gaze fixed on the holographic blueprint of the Mark II armor. He examined it for a long moment, nodding in mock approval, then, with a casual flick, dragged the entire schematic into the recycle bin and deleted it. Not bad. Modular mechanical design, easy to assemble and disassemble. Conservative, but overly simplistic. It sounded like praise, but the subtle disdain in his tone said otherwise. I can do better. His eyes gleamed as he began sketching over the hologram, ideas flowing effortlessly. Integrated structure for seamless assembly. Borrowing inspiration from that front opening design Stark used in Age of Ultron. Add a stabilizing frame here, double-layered composite armor for reinforcement. And, bit by bit, the framework for a new prototype suit emerged under his hands, taking shape with each stroke. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan. My name is Ten Rings Lieutenant. True to my title, I'm one of the leaders of the Ten Rings. I've recently given myself a nickname, Hellhound. Courtesy of Tony Stark. He left me with a scorched patch across my right cheek, courtesy of one of his Jericho missiles. The scar made my men fear me even more. They flinched at my orders and didn't dare breathe too loudly in my presence. Surviving death 3 times over is a gift, a rare one at that. Stark's missile didn't kill me. The explosion he set off didn't kill me. Even the US military, drawn by the blast, couldn't finish the job. My men managed to pull me out in time, though not without casualties. Nearly 100 of us were sent scrambling like rats by a 5-man US squad. At least they were competent enough to keep me alive. The Americans spent an entire day combing through the rubble, clearly searching for Tony Stark. Too bad for them. Little did they know Stark had already escaped. According to one of my sentries, Brown, Stark flew out of the flames wearing that monstrous iron suit like a missile shooting into the sky. I prayed he'd crash and die in the desert. That the sun and wind would dry his corpse into a husk. Then I'd find him and preserve his body as the most prized addition to my collection. But alas, there was no body. After the US forces pulled out, we combed the area following Brown's directions. All we found were metal scraps, half buried in the sand. Fragments of his suit. I recognized one piece immediately, the crude mask he wore during his escape. I'll never forget it. It was with these scraps that Stark deceived me. Used my kindness against me. Lied about building missiles to create a weapon that wiped out my base. Tony Stark, truly the world's most terrifying killer. Back at Stark's mansion. Tony Stark had intended to pitch his new technology to the military, hoping for their support. What he didn't expect was his best friend, Colonel James Rhodes, brushing him off. Rhodes's only concern was for Stark to get his head checked and reopen the weapons division. Stark's frustration simmered. He wasn't crazy, at least not the way Rhodes seemed to think. If there was ever a moment when he did lose his mind, it was probably yesterday when he decided to keep Lemieux Echevarria around. And now, here was that same blue-haired menace, casually seated in his basement workshop, fingers flying over Stark's most precious schematics. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stark's shout shattered the silence. The door flew open, slamming against the wall as he stormed in, eyes ablaze with rage. Ward F. Step away from my designs right now before you break something. His heart practically ceased as he spotted Lemieux's modifications on the screen. His baby. His Mark II. Lemieux's hand was all over it. Stark's glare could have melted steel. You can't underestimate the fury of a mechanical fanatic when their designs are violated. It's like discovering your thesis draft got wiped by a computer virus the night before submission, your week-long sketchbook turned into a tissue, or worse. Your designs? Please. Lemieux didn't even bother turning around. His fingers continued dancing across the interface, sketching out intricate lines and annotations on the holographic blueprint. Your so-called designs belong in the trash heap. Sharp tongue, loaded. Fire. Stark's jaw tightened, ready to throw the little intruder out of his basement. But then his eyes drifted to the projection. Wait a second. He froze mid-motion. This, actually isn't half bad. The rough sketches, the overlapping notes, it all carried a strange, chaotic brilliance. Stark's hand, originally raised to toss Lemieux out, slowly lowered as his eyes locked onto the design. Somehow, the kid had turned a mock-up into something interesting. I gave you chapter. Now give me comments. Comment. 40 comment. Vote. Chapter 26. Somehow, the kid had turned a mock-up into something interesting. Lemieux stopped, too. Why so quiet? He turned around only to flinch at Stark's face, which was suddenly way too close for comfort. Lemieux instinctively took a step back. What's your deal? Stark's lips curved into a grin. Not his usual smirk, nor the kind of fake smile reserved for interviews, but a genuine look of interest. Not bad. Integrated, open-frame design, but have you thought about how you are going to build this? The comment hit Lemieux like a petrificus totalis spell, freezing him on the spot. Wait, what? You're telling me your lab can't make this? His masterpiece, a marvel of mechanical ingenuity, was going to be impossible to build? Of course not. Stark shrugged, like it was obvious. High-strength materials require precision machining. And assembling something this intricate calls for more advanced tools than the dinosaurs I've got here. Lemieux's expression fell. But Stark wasn't done. That said, it's not impossible. Since the weapons division shut down, some top-tier equipment is about to free up. We'll need modifications and a few new purchases, but there's nothing money can't solve. His fingers traced the chest plate design on the hologram. And this section microfolding patterns? Too fragile. It won't survive direct impact. If you switch to detachable armor plates, you'll get better durability and faster replacements during repairs. Lemieux paused, then gave a thoughtful nod. Okay, that actually makes sense. Hours later, dinner time. Pepper Potts waited. And waited. And waited some more. The takeout dinner she'd ordered was practically ice cold, but Stark and Lemieux were nowhere to be seen. Calls went unanswered. Finally, she asked Jarvis where they were. In the basement, Miss Potts. They've been there all afternoon. What? Pepper's heels clicked sharply against the marble floor as she marched down to the basement. Through the glass door, she could already hear the two of them arguing, voices animated, energy high. The structural load isn't distributed evenly. Because your force sensor placement is all wrong. Look here, center the alignment. But that throws off the motion response in high-speed rotations. Pepper's eyes glazed over. As a liberal arts major, the technical jargon was completely lost on her. But one question burned in her mind: how were they even talking to each other? Wasn't Lemieux supposed to be a hunter from the mountains? She narrowed her eyes at the mystery child. There was definitely more to him than met the eye. Pepper knocked on the glass door, her voice cutting through the heated discussion inside. Hey, engineers, are you planning to have dinner and midnight snacks together? It's already 9:45 p.m. Lemieux and Stark exchanged startled glances. That late already? But there was still one technical hurdle they hadn't cracked yet. Stark pointed toward the sofa and small table tucked in the corner of the workshop. Dinner first. Then he turned to Pepper. Pepper, could you bring the food down here? We'll just eat here and keep working. Lemieux nodded in agreement. Yeah, we'll eat here. Pepper raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by their tunnel vision. Sure, you two workaholics. She rolled her eyes but turned and headed upstairs, heels clicking against the steps. Hopeless. Both of them. A brief ceasefire was declared, and the two design-obsessed engineers finally paused their work. Dinner was lobster meat with a side of vegetable and fruit salad. Pepper even reheated the lobster, ensuring it was warm and flavorful. The food tasted great, but Li Mu couldn't help feeling something was missing. Meat and vegetables without rice? Where's the soul? No matter how luxurious the meal, something about eating without rice felt inherently wrong. It was a habit buried too deep to change overnight. With the blueprints momentarily forgotten, Stark suddenly remembered this little alien had broken into his basement and messed with his designs. His fork paused midair as he turned toward Li Mu, narrowing his eyes. Didn't I tell you to stay out of my basement? Who gave you the password? Was it Pepper? Li Mu shook his head. Pepper's been good to me. I'm not throwing her under the bus. And there was no way he'd admit to hacking JARVIS and making the AI spill the code. Stark would flip the table. I didn't ask her, Li Mu said with practiced nonchalance. It's a 6-digit code. Anyone could crack it. What, don't tell me you couldn't. Stark snorted, leaning back in his chair with the smugness of someone who lived and breathed technology. Don't insult me. Cracking something that basic? Child's play. The conversation shifted as Stark polished off his food, leaning back and lazily picking at his teeth with a toothpick. He glanced at Li Mu. Where'd you learn all that engineering? Self-taught. Earth has the internet. So do we. Stark raised an eyebrow. Your species are all of you tech-savvy. Depends on talent. But Stark wasn't done. How do you even adapt to Earth's gravity and atmosphere? Is it the same as your home planet? Li Mu's fork paused. Let me eat, damn it. Stark's quick eating speed wasn't the issue, the problem was that bullshitting took brain power. Precious, non-renewable brain power. Li Mu rolled his eyes and tossed out the first excuse he could think of. Secret techniques from my homeland. Stark didn't let up. Your strength definitely above human levels. Is it because your planet has higher gravity? Nope. Secret techniques. What about your powers? Genetic or technological augmentation? SE. Secret techniques. Li Mu shot him a glare of pure judgment. Yes. And since you clearly already know the answer, why are you still asking? Stark fell silent. While Li Mu and Stark were busy crafting Iron Man suits, a certain long-named intelligence agency continued its investigation into their activities. In the quiet corner of a cafe, Agent Phil Coulson, a 20-year veteran in the field, adjusted his tie as he whispered into a secure line. A half-empty cup of espresso sat in front of him. Just looking at it made his mouth dry and bitter. Boss, we've observed that the blue-haired teenager seems to have developed an unusually close relationship with Tony Stark. He's now living in Stark's Malibu beachside mansion. Pepper Potts' shopping records show they recently purchased a mattress, and reports indicate they're processing a green card for him through immigration services. Here is a new chapter. Now let the Power Stones roll. Comment. 25 Comment. Vote. Chapter 27. Pepper Potts' shopping records show they recently purchased a mattress, and reports indicate they're processing a green card for him through immigration services. Coulson leaned back slightly, lowering his voice further. We also know he traveled from Afghanistan to the US with Stark and was present at the rescue site when the military retrieved Stark. It's possible he has insight into Stark's escape or that he's directly connected to the Ten Rings attack. His photos have already been sent to your terminal, but so far, we haven't been able to dig up any information about his identity. I've deployed a team to Afghanistan for further investigation. Should we attempt direct contact? On the other end of the line, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. stared at the photograph on his screen. His one eye darkened as he studied the familiar face. His expression remained grim as he spoke. Call your team back, Coulson. I've remembered an old file. If he's connected to that person, you won't find any traces of him no matter how deep you dig. Then, what should we do? Coulson asked cautiously. Permission granted for contact, but stick strictly to protocol. No improvisations. Coulson hesitated. Boss, what file are you talking about? Can I see it? Fury's voice dropped. Sorry, Coulson. You don't have clearance. 2 weeks later. Less than half a month later, Li Mu Echevarria officially received his permanent green card, granting him legal residency in the U.S. According to U.S. immigration law, a permanent resident can apply for citizenship after living in the country for 5 years or 3 years if married to a citizen provided they meet the other requirements. But Li Mu had no plans to change his citizenship. Even though his birthplace lay countless universes away, the concept of home held special meaning in his heart. Not even a parallel world's version of his homeland could replace it, let alone America, with its vastly different culture and customs. Besides, he only knew 4 people in this world: Pepper, Stark, Colonel Rhodes, and Happy Hogan. Afternoon, Malibu Mansion. Pepper returned from the immigration office, a stack of documents in hand. She dug out a green card from the pile and handed it to Li Mu. This is the only thing that actually matters. Congratulations, you're now a legal resident. Thanks. Pepper placed 2 bank cards on the table next, then leaned closer. She reached out, fingers itching to play with Li Mu's long blue hair. But Li Mu ducked away instantly, eyeing her with alarm. No. I'll go bald. This woman and her grabby hands always up to something. Pepper pouted slightly, looking genuinely disappointed, but quickly recovered with a bright smile. Li Mu, look at what we got you spending money. She tapped the first card. This one gets $5,000 deposited every month courtesy of Tony. Then she tapped the second. This one's from me. It gets $1,000 every month. She clasped her hands together, looking hopeful. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I'd love to adopt you. You're cute, well-mannered, and so talented. My house might not be as big as Tony's, but it's got plenty of rooms. You can even pick your favorite. Pepper genuinely liked this kid not just for his striking appearance or his tragic backstory, but for the way he carried himself through adversity. His resilience, independence, and ability to maintain a kind and pure heart despite everything he'd endured left a lasting impression. If Stark had overheard her thoughts, he'd probably scoff and roll his eyes. Women. You're just blinded by his looks. $6,000 a month. That came to $72,000 a year, more than the median household income in the US and close to one-fifth of the president's salary. For reference, plenty of Americans lived comfortably on $2,000 a month. Lemieux, of course, had billions at his disposal. But he wasn't the type to be ungrateful. In a foreign land, finding someone willing to help without asking for anything in return, that was rare. His gaze softened as he looked at Pepper. For the first time, something stirred in his chest, a warmth that even his slime-like body couldn't suppress. Lemieux casually tossed the green card and the $5,000 card from Stark into Big Claw's repaired frame for safekeeping. Then, with deliberate care, he slipped Pepper's $1,000 card into his pocket. He stepped forward and gave her a gentle hug. Thank you for everything. And for taking care of me these past few days. But I'm sorry. I still don't want to be adopted. Pepper finally got her chance. Her fingers brushed through Lemieux's long blue hair as her smile widened in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. She patted his head lightly, her tone warm and reassuring. No need to apologize. I was the one pushing too hard. Just promise me if you ever need help, come to me, okay? Tony's, well, you've seen how he is. He's a little unpredictable sometimes. Ahem. Tony Stark's voice broke the moment. He emerged from the workshop, stepping into the room just in time to catch Pepper's last remark. I couldn't help but overhear someone bad-mouthing me. Potts, any idea who that might have been? Pepper didn't even blink. Sorry, Mr. Stark. Miss Potts didn't hear a thing. You must be imagining it. She quickly changed the subject. Oh, and one more thing. Have you thought about Lemieux's education? He's about the right age for high school. High school? Both Lemieux and Stark stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. Seriously? I'm an alien slime with advanced tech knowledge. Do I look like I need school? Stark collapsed onto the sofa, legs casually crossed, eyes scanning the table in search of snacks. Nothing. Not even crumbs. Guess he'd have to order food. I don't see the point in sending him to school. It'd just be a waste of time. Pepper's brow furrowed a rare show of disagreement. How is it a waste? School isn't just about learning, it's about making friends, earning credentials, and preparing for the future. That's important. Stark didn't miss a beat. You're not getting it. Based on Lemieux's knowledge level, he could probably pass as a college student already. Then he added, with a smirk. Granted, probably the kind you'd find at the bottom of the rankings. Ouch. Stark, of course, knew exactly how smart Lemieux was. New chapter. Power Stone S. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 28. Stark, of course, knew exactly how smart Lemieux was. They'd spent hours bouncing ideas off each other, and there were gaps in Stark's own knowledge that Lemieux had effortlessly filled in. His casual jab was nothing more than habitual teasing. Pepper frowned. Wait, Lemieux's that advanced? Her memory flickered back to the heated argument she'd overheard in the basement, something about mechanical designs and motion sensors. She had chalked it up to Stark's eccentricity at the time, but now? Was Lemieux actually a genius? Lemieux gave a casual nod, as if his words were the most natural thing in the world. Yeah, I already told you I have photographic memory. I don't just know mechanics and algorithms. I also know medicine, aeronautics, civil engineering, materials science, and a bunch of other fields. Most textbooks and research papers are online, so it's not a big deal. He shrugged, brushing it off like it was common knowledge. I'm probably qualified to be a PhD holder in at least one of those fields. Nothing special, it's normal. Pepper blinked, completely at a loss. Her gaze flickered between Lemieux and Stark, scanning for any hint of sarcasm or exaggeration. But both men looked entirely serious. Stark, on the other hand, nodded along thoughtfully. A fellow genius. Only people who had walked similar paths could truly understand each other. Lemieux's words struck a chord. After all, Stark himself had earned multiple PhDs before most people even finished college. Not bad. About the same level I was at when I was younger. Pepper, ever the realist, quickly picked up on a practical issue. If you're self-taught, you won't have any official degrees to back it up. That could cause problems later. Skill is one thing, credentials are another. Whether you were rich or talented, having the right papers mattered, especially in high society, where education doubled as status symbols and networking tools. When wealth alone couldn't set people apart, things like backgrounds, academic records, and titles became the new dividing lines. Ironically, the richer someone was, the more they cared about credentials. Pepper's eyes sparkled with ambition as she began laying out plans. With your knowledge level, earning a degree shouldn't be hard at all. Start with 1 year at a university, apply for early graduation, and get your bachelor's degree. At the same time, prepare thesis papers for your master's and Ph.D. You could complete both within a few months of earning your bachelor's and potentially become the youngest PhD holder in the world. That kind of record would open doors you can't even imagine. Stark's gaze lingered on Lemieux. He leaned back, considering Pepper's idea. Integrating an alien into human society. It wasn't just smart, it was necessary. Whether for Earth's safety or Lemieux's own, giving him an anchor among humans might prevent a worst-case scenario. 3 seconds later, Stark made up his mind. I've got an old classmate who's now the vice president at Caltech Los Angeles. I can give him a call if you are interested in campus life. Caltech wasn't far less than 100 kilometers from Stark's Malibu mansion. But that wasn't what caught Lemieux's attention. When did Stark start being so thoughtful? Lemieux's brow furrowed as he gave Stark a long, skeptical look. He couldn't help it. Was it paranoia? Bias? Nope. It was just Stark. And Lemieux planned to cling to his suspicions. Still, the idea lingered. He'd been in the US for a while now, yet he hadn't even stepped foot on a campus. Most of his time had been spent locked in the basement, buried under blueprints and metal plates. Not that armor wasn't amazing, because it was. But life needed more than cold, hard steel. It needed poetry. Adventure. Even if it was just achievements in some invisible scorebook, he wanted to collect them all. Go to school? Not a chance. But getting a degree? That sounded more like a side quest. Show up for finals, crush the tests, and call it a day. No big deal, just something fun to check off the list. Once Lemieux expressed interest in enrolling, Tony Stark wasted no time contacting an old classmate. The video call connected quickly, revealing an elderly white man with silver hair, glasses, and a lab coat. He looked every bit the quintessential professor except for his ridiculously thick hair. Despite his age, his hairline defied gravity, putting most young men to shame. Tall and broad-shouldered, it wasn't hard to imagine that he'd been a force to be reckoned with in his younger years. The man's booming laughter filled the screen as he greeted Stark. Tony. Long time no see. What brings a billionaire like you to an old fossil like me? Stark grinned. Hey, Amick. You're looking as sharp as ever, still kicking, I see. Back in the day, Amick had been 42 when he and Stark studied under the same doctoral advisor. By Stark's estimation, the man was in his 60s now. Still, he looked surprisingly robust for his age. Wasting no time, Stark motioned for Lemieux to step into the frame. He got straight to the point. I want to recommend a student for your program. He's a super genius. Consider yourself lucky, I'm basically delivering the second smartest person on Earth straight to your doorstep. Amick chuckled, unfazed by Stark's self-promotion. Tony, I'm old. My body's falling apart. I almost met God last year. He spread his hands good-naturedly before leaning closer to examine Lemieux through the screen. The warmth in his voice shifted slightly, adopting the tone adults often used when humoring kids. Such a young face. Hello there. I'm Professor Amick. What's your name, young man? Lemieux greeted him with polite confidence, his voice tinged with youthful earnestness. Hello, Professor Amick. My name is Lemieux Echevarria. Amick nodded, his eyes carrying just a hint of professional curiosity. I'd love to welcome you to our program. But first, tell me, what's your academic background? Why do you want to join us? Any preferred fields or plans for the future? He leaned forward encouragingly. Don't be shy. You can talk to this old man. Lemieux, ever the honest child, didn't hesitate. I don't have any formal schooling. I'm self-taught. He said it like it was perfectly normal. Power Stone as, and comments. Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 29. I just want to experience campus life. I like STEM fields because I can understand them easily. Then came the kicker. My plan is to finish my undergraduate degree within a year and get my PhD within 2 years. The room fell silent for half a beat. Amick blinked. And then laughed good-natured, but tinged with the kind of amusement reserved for overconfident youth. Oh ho. Not shy at all, I see. His voice carried the kind of indulgent warmth adults used when humoring kids' fantasies. But Lemieux wasn't joking. Amick, assuming Lemieux was just enthusiastic, quickly smoothed things over. Well then. I look forward to seeing you on campus. But we'll need to set up an entrance exam. I'll arrange for 2 professors to monitor and grade the test. Stark checked his watch. Plenty of time. If you're free, we can head over now. Amick beamed. Absolutely. I'll be waiting. After ending the call, Stark turned to Lemieux, lips quirking into a crooked smile. Looks like the old man doesn't fully believe in your genius. His eyes gleamed mischievously. Don't hold back when we get there. Smack them with your brilliance. No need to spare my reputation. Lemieux shook his head, a faint smile playing at his lips. With harmony comes prosperity. No need to stir up trouble. Lauren Mountbatten was a tenured professor at Caltech Los Angeles. Known for her strict demeanor and unyielding standards, she had earned the nickname Witch Mountbatten among students. Years of bitter experiences had left her with a particular hatred for those who tried to take shortcuts, especially recommendations through connections. So when the ever-gullible Vice President Amick dragged her into proctoring an entrance exam for a 14-year-old boy, one who allegedly had no formal education, Mountbatten's skepticism hit the roof. Nepotism. That was the only explanation. While she couldn't stop Amick from letting the kid enroll, she could still ensure the exam itself became a nightmare. With that in mind, Mountbatten prepared 2 test papers. The first was a standard SAT-level exam. The second? A hellish compilation of advanced problems, deliberately laced with obscure concepts and graduate-level material. Her plan was simple: start with the impossible test and watch the kid crumble. Then, at the last moment, she'd accidentally switch to the easier version just to let him save face. Meanwhile, at Stark's mansion. Despite loudly proclaiming, "We'll go together," Stark ditched the trip entirely, retreating back to his basement workshop. Instead, he sent Happy Hogan, his chauffeur and part-time bodyguard, to escort Lemieux. But Pepper Potts, ever the responsible one, decided to tag along, unwilling to leave Lemieux in Happy's dubious care. The drive was short, and before long, the trio arrived at Caltech Los Angeles. The lush greenery and classical architecture gave the campus an unmistakable academic air. Pepper led Lemieux straight to the designated classroom, where Amick and Mountbatten were already waiting. Amick had traded his usual white lab coat for a black blazer, looking far more authoritative than before. Mountbatten, however, was just as sharp and intimidating as her reputation suggested, complete with harsh frown lines that only deepened when her disapproving gaze fell on Lemieux. Once introductions were done, the exam began. Lemieux took his seat under Mountbatten's eagle-eyed glare and flipped through the test paper. To his surprise, the questions weren't particularly hard, basic human-level concepts. Great Sage practically laughed in his head, feeding him answers faster than he could write. His pen danced across the page, flawless strokes forming neat rows of answers. From start to finish, he never even paused to think. Seated nearby, Amick began to worry. Was this confidence, or cluelessness? No one finished tests this fast without skipping half the questions. Mountbatten, meanwhile, wore a cold smirk. She knew how brutal the hidden questions were. The kid had probably hit a wall already but was too proud to stop and think. Typical. An hour flew by. The exam was designed to take 3 hours, but Lemieux set his pen down with 1 second to spare, precisely at 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Stretching lazily, his long, blue hair shimmered under the sunlight filtering through the windows, giving him an almost ethereal glow. Amick accepted the papers first, sliding on his reading glasses as Mountbatten hovered behind him. But as the two began scanning the answers, their expressions froze. It wasn't just perfect. It was art. Every equation and formula was written in impeccable script, like calligraphy. Even multiple-choice questions had additional notes in the margins, references to cutting-edge research, advanced technologies, and future developments. Instead of simply answering the questions, Lemieux had practically expanded each topic into a mini-dissertation. By the time they finished reviewing the first few pages, Amick's jaw had dropped and Mountbatten's smirk had vanished. This can't be right. Mountbatten's hand trembled as she flipped through the pages again, desperate to find a mistake. Nothing. A perfect score. Only because perfect was the highest score allowed. Even Amick, had he taken the test himself, wouldn't have matched Lemieux's speed. This wasn't just genius. It was inhuman. Mountbatten, for once, had nothing to say. Even she had to admit Tony Stark's recommendation wasn't wrong. Annoying, arrogant, and insufferable as Stark could be, he'd nailed it this time. The blue-haired prodigy sitting in front of her was the real deal. Lemieux leaned back in his chair, idly twirling a ballpoint pen between his fingers. With nothing better to do, he used the pen as a makeshift hairpin, tying his long blue hair into a loose bun. Across the room, Pepper Potts shifted anxiously in her seat. She trusted Stark's assessment of Lemieux's abilities. He had insisted Lemieux's knowledge was PhD level, but watching an exam unfold was an entirely different matter. Professor Amick approached with his trademark gentle smile. "Congratulations," he said, tone warm and encouraging. "You've been conditionally admitted and are now officially a part of Caltech Los Angeles. I'll forward your application for processing." Originally, Amick had planned 3 additional tests and a 30-minute interview to evaluate Lemieux's knowledge. But after grading that perfect exam, all those plans went straight out the window. Amick suddenly straightened, his tone shifting to something more formal. "I remember you mentioned wanting to complete your PhD within 2 years. He paused and looked Lemieux straight in the eye. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 30. He paused and looked Lemieux straight in the eye. "In that case, would you be interested in becoming my student? Miss Echevarria." "Wait, what? Miss?" Lemieux froze for a second, pen still mid-spin. Amick, completely unaware of the slip, continued introducing himself like nothing happened. "My research covers mathematics, biochemistry, materials science, astronomy, ship design, quantum mechanics, nuclear engineering, about 20 fields in total. I hold 12 PhDs not counting honorary degrees." Lemieux blinked, genuinely impressed. 12 PhDs? From 20 to 46 years old, Amick had dedicated his life to research and academia. That's 1 doctorate every 2 years. The kindly old man in front of him was a monster in disguise. Still, the reading glasses made sense now. Lemieux glanced away, letting out a silent sigh. "Another one fooled by my ridiculously good looks. Fine. Just one more thing I'll have to get used to." "I'd be honored to be your student," Lemieux said at last. "But, please don't misgender me again." Amick blinked. 3 seconds of stunned silence passed before he recovered. "Ah. Of course." He coughed lightly, clearing his throat. "Kids these days." Lemieux tilted his head, cheeks flushing faintly as he added. "One more thing, my schedule might be a little tight, so I won't always be on campus. But I'll make sure to finish all my courses and assignments on time." Amick chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. No worries. We're flexible here. True geniuses always get special privileges. As the sun began to set, the group prepared to leave. After all, the drive home would take more than an hour. From the steps of the university building, Amick watched their car disappear into the horizon. With a long sigh, he reached up and carefully removed his wig, revealing a shiny bald head underneath. After smoothing it out and replacing the wig, he turned to his former student Lauren Mountbatten. Lauren. His voice carried the weight of experience. I've told you time and time again your attitude is too extreme. It's not good for you and it's not good for the people around you. You're too old to keep acting like this. Mountbatten looked down, visibly uncomfortable. Like a child being scolded. I understand. Professor. Amick's eyes narrowed. Oh, no you don't. I've heard you say that too many times already. I understand. He huffed, his white mustache twitching. Understanding isn't enough. Change it. Mountbatten nodded meekly. Yes, Professor. This time, she meant it. Meanwhile, in one of the computer labs at Caltech, Bennett, a junior student, was hunched over his desk. Since he planned to stay for grad school, he had already secured a professor as his advisor and spent most of his time buried in research. Bennett was a junior at Caltech Los Angeles and an aspiring graduate student. Since he planned to stay for his master's, he'd already secured a professor advisor and practically moved into the lab to get a head start on research. His lab, coincidentally, was responsible for managing the entire campus network. Thanks to an upgrade in surveillance systems, the lab also handled maintenance for the campus security feeds, which included access to high-definition cameras. For Bennett, checking security footage wasn't just part of his job, it was also a hobby. Whenever he took breaks, he'd casually browse through feeds from different locations, often stumbling upon interesting tidbits of campus life. Today was no exception. As he flicked through the channels, his eyes landed on a classroom feed and froze. There, on the screen, was a goddess. Long, silken blue hair. Delicate features. Ethereal beauty. She stretched lazily in her chair, her slender figure resembling the graceful curves of a willow branch. The golden light of the setting sun lit up her hair like liquid crystal, casting her in an almost otherworldly glow. But that wasn't the shocking part. What really caught Bennett's attention was the presence of Vice President Amick and Professor Mountbatten. Two big shots. Proctoring a private exam for this stunning freshman? What's the story here? Driven by curiosity, Bennett zoomed in on the exam paper using advanced software tools. What he saw broke him. The writing was immaculate, as elegant as a work of art. But the content? He barely understood 10% of the questions and 0% of the answers. Even more unbelievable, Amick gave her a perfect score. Perfect. Bennett stared at the screen, mind blown. Was this girl a supercomputer in disguise? She even looked younger than him. He wasted no time. Screenshots. Upload. Post. Within minutes, the story complete with pictures of the exam paper hit the campus forums. Genius freshman scores perfect on impossible exam, who is she? The post exploded. Pinned to the homepage within 30 minutes, it kicked the previous top threads to second place. Students flooded the comments, debating. Did you see the extra notes in the margins? Even the multiple choice questions had bonus references. She's not answering questions. She's teaching the exam. This isn't a test, it's showing off. And honestly, I respect it. Bennett's mistake? He posted the exam paper without permission. Announcement. A disciplinary notice has been issued. A junior student misused his network privileges to access surveillance footage, violating privacy policies. He is now under probation and has been warned. Let this serve as a reminder to others. Meanwhile, Obadiah Stane was losing patience. Weeks had passed. Stark remained holed up in his Malibu mansion, obsessing over the Mark II design, ignoring company matters, media attention, and the stock price decline. Stane needed the miniature arc reactor technology. But Stark wasn't giving him any openings. No openings? Create one. In his empty office, Stane leaned back in his chair, a cigar smoldering between his fingers. Thin tendrils of smoke curled upward, coiling around his sharp features. Cold eyes stared at nothing as he plotted. Suddenly, he crushed the cigar into the ashtray, his expression hardening. Picking up the phone, he dialed a number. Call a board meeting under your name. His voice was calm, measured, but carried a dangerous edge. Propose a motion to issue a mandate. Revoke Tony Stark's management rights. As he spoke, the afternoon sun poured through the office window, filtering through the leaves outside. The light cast long shadows that stretched across the room, distorting into clawed shapes behind him. The shifting silhouettes mirrored the dark thoughts swirling in his mind. Comment. 24 Comment. Vote. Chapter 31. Over the past few months, Lemieux and Tony Stark had completely parted ways in their iron suit designs. The split? Philosophy and aesthetics. Stark insisted on his signature style, the sleek and elegant Iron Man design, built primarily for long-range combat. Lemieux? He wanted big swords and flashing lightning. Explosions? Yes. Missiles? Absolutely. Cannons? Bring them on. His suit was designed for melee combat, requiring mobility and burst power, a design path that deviated wildly from Stark's streamlined vision. One afternoon, the disagreement finally boiled over. They called it quits, separate blueprints, separate projects. Stark stuck with the name Mark II. Lemieux? Ghost Eye. Not stopping there, Lemieux created an encrypted folder under the Ghost Eye project, labeled Battle Angel. He moved his work setup to the living room, claiming the wall-mounted glass screen as his personal workstation. Despite their differences, the two occasionally shared ideas. Tech was tech, after all. And now? Both suits were almost complete. Today at 6 p.m., they had planned a joint flight test. But for now, it was still early. Living room. Lemieux was busy organizing the final design notes for Ghost Eye, preparing them for archiving, when the doorbell rang. The unexpected guest? Obadiah Stane. Reacting instantly, Lemieux switched the screen to a news channel and sent the project files to the background. Obadiah Stane entered like a man owning the room, perfectly tailored suit, polished shoes, and an aura of authority. The only signs of age? A slightly fuller frame and the way his bald head gleamed under the lights. In one hand, he carried a large pizza box. In the other, a box of cake. Gifts, he declared, handing them off to Pepper Potts, who had come to greet him. Pepper accepted the food, but her polite smile was tinged with wariness. Obadiah hung up his jacket, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the faint outlines of old scars, remnants of a life spent playing hard. He waved and greeted Lemieux with warm enthusiasm. "Ah. First time meeting you. I brought a little something cake, hope you like it." The man's voice was deep and hearty, his smile friendly, his demeanor that of a kindly uncle. He took a seat on the sofa, his laugh echoing through the room. "Ha ha. Lemieux. Tony's told me all about you. But, well, you know Tony. He's always stirring up trouble. I've been swamped dealing with his messes, so I haven't had time to visit until now." Obadiah extended a hand and flashed another charming smile. "Call me Obi. Everyone does. Tony calls me that too. I was best friends with his father, Howard. We built Stark Industries together." Lemieux studied him briefly before offering a polite nod. "Nice to meet you, Obi." Obadiah didn't seem bothered by the lukewarm reception. If anything, he doubled down on his charming act. "You know." He leaned forward, voice dropping slightly as if sharing a secret. "You look just like your mother. I met her once, 10 years ago? She had the same long, blue hair. Absolutely stunning." He smiled nostalgically. "Howard told me her family took her back home after that. I always wondered how she was doing, especially after what happened to Howard and Maria." His voice trailed off, the perfect mix of sorrow and reminiscence. But inside, Lemieux's brain was short-circuiting. Mother? What mother? I'm a freaking slime. What had Tony Stark been telling this man? On the surface, Lemieux remained calm. He gave a vague nod and replied. "She's doing fine. Keep it vague. Keep it simple. Don't overthink it." Obadiah's smile deepened. "Good, good." But behind that friendly facade, his sharp eyes flickered, studying, measuring. And Lemieux could feel it. This man wasn't here just to chat. The cake box opened to reveal a four-tiered masterpiece nearly 50 centimeters tall and covered with sliced strawberries and chocolate chunks. Thick layers of whipped cream, piped into flower-like patterns, added the finishing touch. Pepper cut 2 slices and handed them to Lemieux and Obadiah Stane. Lemieux took his with a polite thank you. Obadiah waved it off, declining the offer with a warm smile. The first bite of cake sent Lemieux's taste buds into overdrive. The rich creaminess combined with the sweet tart flavor of strawberries had him hooked instantly. One bite, then another, and another. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. For a brief moment, Lemieux almost reconsidered his suspicion toward Obadiah. Maybe this big bald guy isn't so bad after all. Pepper, however, didn't touch the cake. Lemieux paused mid-bite, licking a trace of cream from his lips. "You're not eating." Pepper smiled, shaking her head. "I'm slightly allergic to strawberries. You go ahead and enjoy it." She stood up, brushing invisible crumbs off her skirt. "I'll head downstairs and bring Tony up." And then there were two. Obadiah leaned back into the sofa, his eyes glinting faintly as he watched Lemieux work through his second slice. No child could resist sugar and cream. While the boy ate, Obadiah's tone softened, slipping back into nostalgic anecdotes. "Howard always dreamed of having a daughter, you know." The older man chuckled lightly. "He never stopped bragging after she was born, so proud." Obadiah's voice dipped slightly, as if revealing a hidden sorrow. "But then he'd sigh whenever he talked about Sophie. Said she was always a bit cold and distant. It bothered him, you know? Made him question if he'd done something wrong." A faint shadow crossed Obadiah's face as he gazed down at his hands. "But Howard's gone now. So is Maria. I guess all we're left with are memories." Lemieux stabbed his fork into the cake, his smile unwavering. Sure. I totally believe you." He didn't trust a single word. Feigning curiosity, Lemieux tilted his head. "And then? What else do you know about Sophie?" Obadiah's expression shifted into mild regret as he cut another slice for Lemieux. "Not much, I'm afraid. I only met her once, and we didn't even talk. She always kept her distance, never opened up to anyone." Downstairs. Tony Stark finally emerged from his workshop, wiping grease off his hands as he made his way upstairs. The first thing he heard? Obadiah's storytelling. Some stones would be good to release an extra chapter. What do you think? Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 32. Downstairs. Tony Stark finally emerged from his workshop, wiping grease off his hands as he made his way upstairs. The first thing he heard? Obadiah's storytelling. Something about Howard Stark and business rivalries. When Stark reached the living room, he saw the two sitting side by side, an old man reminiscing and a blue-haired teen listening intently. For a moment, it almost looked heartwarming. Like a grandfather bonding with his granddaughter. All right, enough with the history lessons, Obi. This is the 21st century. Stark clapped his hands, cutting into the conversation and drawing all eyes toward him. His sharp gaze landed almost immediately on the cake. You brought Lemieux a cake? Where's mine? Obadiah took Stark's teasing in stride. With a grin, he gestured to a pizza box on the table. Relax, Tony. I got you pizza. Straight from New York. Stark raised an eyebrow but accepted the peace offering, already halfway through opening the box. Meanwhile, Obadiah's expression never faltered, still as warm and affable as ever. Obadiah Stane had just returned from New York, fresh off a board meeting at Stark Industries. Judging by the dust on his shoes and the faint creases in his otherwise impeccable suit, the trip had been long and urgent. Meanwhile, Stark tore open the pizza box, grabbed a slice, and took a sizable bite. He didn't bother with pleasantries. All right. How bad is it? Obadiah set his jaw. It might have gone better if you'd actually shown up. Stark didn't even look up, continuing to chew as he defended himself. You're the one who told me to keep a low profile. Well, guess what? I followed your advice. Stayed locked up here. Didn't step outside. Let you handle it. Obadiah moved closer, lowering himself onto the sofa beside Stark. He sighed, his tone taking on a fatherly weight. Tony, come on. This is the boardroom we're talking about. Boardroom. Stark paused mid-bite, narrowing his eyes. Obadiah nodded grimly. They think you've got PTSD, that you're unstable. They're proposing a mandate to remove you from company operations. Stark froze. What? He swallowed hard, whether from shock or because the pizza crust had lodged in his throat was anyone's guess. All because the stock dropped 40%? We knew that was coming. Pepper, arms crossed and expression unreadable, corrected him. It's 49%. Ignoring them both, Lemieux reached for a slice of pizza from Stark's box only to have his hand smacked away. Stark shot him a glare. Mine. Lemieux pulled his hand back, muttering under his breath. Stingy. But inwardly, he was already plotting. Great sage, start buying Stark Industries stock. He smirked inwardly. This is the bottom. Once Stark goes full Iron Man, stocks will skyrocket. Easy money. Meanwhile, Obadiah's patience wore thin. He leaned in, voice dropping into something closer to pleading. Tony, the board has authority. And they don't think your new direction has the company's best interests at heart. That set Stark off. His eyes flared. New direction? This is a revolution. I'll prove it works. I can fix this. Stark hated being told what to do, especially by people who had zero vision. And Stark Industries was his company. Why should he take orders from a bunch of outdated fossils? Pepper let out a soft sigh, her smile carrying equal parts exasperation and understanding. Tony Stark, forever stubborn. All right. Stark stood, tucking the pizza box under one arm like a football. I've got work to do. I'll be downstairs if you need me. Obadiah blocked his path, frustration finally breaking through his carefully maintained calm. Tony, listen. I'm trying to fix this. But I need something to convince them. You need to show them what you're working on. His finger jabbed toward Stark's arc reactor, glowing faintly in his chest. No. Stark's refusal was instant. Absolutely not. That's my project. Conversation's over. Obadiah's jaw clenched. But rather than push harder, he shifted gears, childish mockery. Fine. Then give me my pizza back. He grabbed the box out of Stark's hands with an exaggerated pout before popping it open. All right, all right. I'll leave you one slice. Stark smirked and snatched two. Obadiah trailed after him, still fishing for answers. Come on, Tony. Mind if I take a look at what you're working on down there? Stark didn't even slow down. Good night, Obi. And with that, he disappeared downstairs, leaving Obadiah standing there with empty hands and a rapidly fading smile. But as Obadiah turned away, his eyes darkened, shadows creeping over his face as the last of the sunlight faded. Stark's parting words to Obadiah Stane were loud and clear: dream on. Obadiah, suppressing his irritation, turned back toward Pepper and Lemieux with a practiced smile. His hands lifted in a helpless gesture, accompanied by a sigh that felt more like a stage performance than genuine exasperation. Pepper's mood mirrored the gloomy skies outside. Despite her forced smile, the 49% stock drop weighed heavily on her mind. Stark Industries was in trouble, and she knew it. Lemieux, meanwhile, was far less concerned. Like a squirrel hoarding nuts, he shielded his cake protectively, cheeks still stuffed as he chewed with single-minded focus. Obadiah resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Instead, he softened his voice, adopting an almost paternal tone. Relax. Your cake is safe. I'm not here to steal it. Standing up, he smoothed the creases in his shirt and straightened his tie. I've got work to do, can't stay long. He paused, offering the pizza box as if it were a peace treaty. Here. This one's yours. Enjoy. And then he left. Lemieux watched him go, his eyes narrowing slightly. Every word, every gesture, Every expression he replayed them in his head like analyzing the performance of an actor. If I didn't already know the future. If I didn't know Obadiah was the villain. He might have actually bought the act. Obadiah had no cracks in his armor. His charm was measured, his gestures natural, and his tone warm the very image of a trusted mentor. Even with godlike foresight, Lemieux couldn't spot a flaw. Acting. It wasn't just a skill, it was an art. Lemieux sighed inwardly. I still have a long way to go. The road is long, and I must keep learning. But there was one question that nagged at him. Why betray Stark? Why could someone like Obadiah, a man who had built Stark Industries side by side with Howard Stark, turn around and stab his partner's son in the back? Comment. 11 Comment. Vote. Chapter 33. I still have a long way to go. The road is long, and I must keep learning. But there was one question that nagged at him. Why betray Stark? Why could someone like Obadiah, a man who had built Stark Industries side by side with Howard Stark, turn around and stab his partner's son in the back? The thought pulled Lemieux back to something he'd once learned as a child. Ambition is a double-edged sword. He could almost hear the words echo in his memory. Never forget, ambition cuts both ways. In times of growth, the ambitious become partners and allies. They thrive under pressure and external threats. They are the blades that cut down enemies. But in times of peace, when no enemies remain, ambition turns inward. Without prey, wolves turn on their own pack. To a wolf, meat is meat whether it comes from an enemy or a friend. Beware those who cannot live without conflict. When the outside world is at peace, their swords will turn on you. Lemieux shook off the dark thoughts. No outside enemies. Internal betrayal. A recipe for disaster. He'd have to keep watching and waiting. Meanwhile, across town. At Caltech Los Angeles, Vice President Amick let out yet another sigh. He looked down at the grade book on his desk and ruffled his fake white wig, which was beginning to show stress lines. Lemieux, his prized student, his super genius protege, hadn't shown up to class in nearly 6 months. Oh, sure. Lemieux had completed every assignment with flawless precision. He'd turned in projects that left professors scratching their heads, wondering if they'd accidentally hired another professor. But attendance? 0. And now? Half the faculty recognized his name not because they'd seen him in class, but because they'd marked him absent so many times. Amick leaned back and pinched the bridge of his nose. A genius who wouldn't even set foot on campus. He muttered under his breath. Why did I expect anything normal from a student like him? At Caltech Los Angeles, Vice President Amick sat at his desk, flipping through a printed attendance sheet while letting out a long, tired sigh. Lemieux Echeverria had become the talk of the faculty. It wasn't just because he had missed every single class for nearly 6 months, it was the audacity. No attendance. No participation. And yet, his assignments? Perfect. With a student-to-teacher ratio of 1:3, most classes at Caltech were intimate affairs, a handful of students, sometimes fewer than 10. Under those circumstances, absences stuck out like a sore thumb. And Lemieux? He was a spotlight. A few professors had even taken it personally. They'd threatened to fail him outright, determined to punish the prodigy for his blatant disregard for their courses. But what could they do? The university rules were simple, he just had to pass. And pass he did flawlessly. Amick's nostalgia for his own student days was fading fast. He looked down at Lemieux's latest reports, summaries of complex research papers. The topics? Antiparticle collisions. Coulomb barriers. Subjects so advanced that even tenured professors would sweat bullets analyzing them. And yet, Lemieux's reports were not just accurate, they were insightful. They included alternative interpretations, hypothetical extensions, and forward-thinking proposals. Some professors had even borrowed pieces of his work for their own research. Still, Amick couldn't ignore the problem. 6 months. Not a single day of attendance. He'd called, emailed, and even video chatted with Lemieux. Every time, the kid gave the same excuse: too busy. But busy with what? Lemieux never said. Amick groaned, rubbing his temples. Why are geniuses always this difficult? Mountbatten was already a handful, harsh, temperamental, and obsessive. And now Lemieux. Meanwhile, in Stark's mansion, Lemieux stared at the finalized frame of Ghost Eye. The sight stirred something primal, a sense of creation, mastery, and power. From a concept to blueprints, then from blueprints to physical reality. It had taken 6 long months of sweat, revisions, and rewrites, 5 prototypes scrapped along the way. Finally, it was 99.9% complete. The only thing left? Testing. Lemieux's excitement was through the roof. He was so close to launching his dream, to soaring alongside the moon. And then, his eyes fell on a glass case sitting on the table. Inside? A shiny arc reactor. Engraved on the casing were the words. Proof that Tony Stark has a heart. Lemieux froze. Then his expression darkened. Excitement? Gone. All that remained was the bitter taste of lemons. He tapped on the glass case, voice flat. Your girlfriend's gift. Stark, oblivious to the jealous undertone, grinned like a kid showing off a trophy. Yup. You're too young to get it, kid. Don't waste your time worrying about grown-up stuff. Lemieux sighed. Sour. So sour. He looked up and whispered to the great sage. When are you upgrading? Hurry up. I need you to transform already. System message, no such function available. Crying emoji not included. Stark ignored the drama. He grabbed a set of flight modules from the table, 4 plasma thrusters designed for the hands and feet. Enough stalling. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Let's get this test started. Both Ghost Eye and Mark II were nearing completion. Only one piece remained, the flight modules. No armor was complete without the ability to fly, and it was the final puzzle piece before testing could truly begin. For safety's sake, they decided to conduct a standalone test first. Because if the thrusters spontaneously combusted mid-flight, let's just say, it wouldn't end well. Especially without parachutes. The garage-turned-workshop buzzed with activity. One section had been converted into a manufacturing line, stacked with high-tech tools and precision equipment brought in from Stark Industries. The rest of the garage? Luxury cars. Jam-packed like sardines, they barely left enough room to breathe, let alone fly. Stark had considered parking a few outside, but in the end, he couldn't bear to let them collect dust in the open air. And now? They had to clear more space for the flight tests. Cramped didn't even begin to describe it. Stark volunteered to be the first test pilot. 2 mechanical arms assisted the setup. One, Big Meow, handled recording. The other, Little Meow, just watched. No one knew where Little Meow came from, it just showed up one day. Lemieux decided to roll with it. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 34. Standing to the side, fire extinguisher in hand, Lemieux was fully prepared to douse Stark if he burst into flames. Stark, suited up in test modules, turned serious as he issued commands. Jarvis, start at 1% thrust. Countdown 3. 2. 1. Ignite. The last time Stark had tested solo, he started at 10% thrust and wound up crashing into a wall. Lemieux had to drag him out of the rubble. And yes, that video was safely stored in Lemieux's wrist device. Blackmail material? Absolutely. Lemieux's wrist device, by the way, wasn't your typical gadget. He'd designed it himself, 3D projections, touchscreen interfaces, and more features than your average smartphone. Because seriously, what kind of armored suit engineer still used fruit-branded phones? Back to the test. Engines roared to life. White-hot plasma flames burst from Stark's hands and feet, lifting him a few feet off the ground. He hovered shakily for about 10 seconds before cutting power. So far? No explosions. Next 3% thrust. 3. 2. 1. Ignite. This time? More power. Stark shot upward but lost control, doing a full spin before managing to stabilize. Unfortunately, his foot thrusters schemed over the luxury cars, leaving behind 2 perfect arcs of scorch marks. The sound of burning paint filled the room. Stark's voice echoed mid-flight, a mix of delight and dread. Ha, ha, ha ha ha, ha. Lemieux shuddered. What was that laugh? Seriously. Creepy. After several loops, Stark finally landed, clearly buzzing from the adrenaline. But before he could gloat, Lemieux pounced, ripping off the modules. My turn. He'd been waiting forever for this. Watching Stark fly had made his fingers itch. A slime's dream was to soar through the sky, after all. But Stark? Oh, sure. Go ahead. He stepped back, then paused. Just one problem, it won't fit. Lemieux froze mid-unfastening. What? Stark gestured to the modules. They're built for my size. The gloves and boots are basically custom fit. You'd need a kid's size. Lemieux's expression died. The modules hung half removed, and his excitement deflated like a balloon. Sure, as a slime, he could technically reshape himself. But stretching out his arms and legs just to fit the suit? Nope. Not happening. With a heavy sigh, Lemieux abandoned the modules, mumbling. Forget it. Let's move on to the next test. Stark grinned, patting Lemieux on the back. Don't worry. Your ghost eye will have its turn. But first, let's make sure I don't explode. With final tests complete, the Mark II and Ghost Eye were ready for real flight. Lemieux stood beside Stark, a rare glint of excitement in his usually calm demeanor. Jarvis, bring out the Ghost Eye and Mark II. Right away, Mr. Echevarria. At Jarvis's command, 2 towering metal containers in the garage's corner hissed open. A pair of metallic giants emerged, gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Mark II was sleek and modern, its unpainted silver chassis exuding a minimalist, industrial aesthetic. The rigid, angular faceplate marked it unmistakably as the Iron Man prototype, with a bright white arc reactor glowing at its core. In contrast, Ghost Eye looked almost elegant. Painted in blue and white, its design leaned more toward agility and style. Its faceplate bore softer edges, while the slimmer frame emphasized mobility over brute force. And on its back? A massive 2-handed sword magnetically locked in place, a feature that screamed style over practicality. Flight modules installed, both armors bristled with weaponry. Like the Mark II, Ghost Eye came equipped with palm-mounted plasma cannons, micromissile compartments loaded with specialized ammo including guided missiles, thermal charges, and smoke grenades. Forearm missile launchers, capable of firing anything from armor-piercing rounds to mini-nukes. Ghost Eye, however, sacrificed the chest cannon for extra propulsion system, 6 back-mounted thrusters designed for rapid maneuvers during close-quarters combat. The right arm of both suits had originally been meant to house a laser cutter. Unfortunately, the technology was still unstable and had been shelved for now. Instead, Lemieux focused on defensive utilities, radiation shielding, vacuum survival systems, and vital monitoring sensors. Technically speaking, both designs were powered exosuites rather than true mechs. They combined mechanical assistance with biological control, enhancing the pilot's movements rather than relying solely on motors. But why, despite Lemieux being shorter, was Ghost Eye as tall as Mark II? The answer? Mechanical height boosters. Genius. 20 minutes later, both suits were locked and loaded. Stark stepped into the Mark II, which opened up and wrapped around him like a second skin. Lemieux, meanwhile, had to step onto a platform to fit into his enhanced height armor. Two streams of fire erupted from the garage, propelling them into the sky. Stark shot out first, whooping like a kid with a new toy. Lemieux followed close behind, suppressing the wild grin threatening to break across his face. The sensation was indescribable. Walls of the launch tunnel blurred past in an instant, and the sudden rush of wind made Lemieux feel alive. No airplane could replicate this. It felt like riding a motorcycle at 400 km per hour except faster and with absolute freedom. Since ancient times, humanity has been obsessed with the dream of flight. Airplanes, rockets, and wingsuits were all born from this desire. Yet, no device has ever truly allowed humans to soar through the skies like birds free to glide, twist, and dive at will, reaching every corner of the heavens simply by thought. But now, that dream was a reality. Rising above the villa, Lemieux hovered effortlessly in the night sky, gazing into the distance. The vast ocean below stretched endlessly, shrouded in shadows and mist. The faint crashing of waves resembled the stirring of unseen, monstrous creatures lurking beneath the surface in oppressive and primal force. Yet just beyond this place lay Malibu, glittering in the night. Viewed from above, its twinkling lights formed a tapestry, pulsating like the veins of a living organism. Headlights flowed through the streets, illuminating paths like rivers of light. Lemieux and Stark soared along the coastline, flying through the sky. Comment. 13 Comment. Vote. Chapter 35. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. To the right lay a bottomless chasm, where nameless beasts seemed to prowl, claws outstretched in predatory hunger. To the left stood a living Eden, scattered lights forming constellations of warmth and hope, a defiant glow against the shadows. Suspended between these realms, Lemieux felt an unshakable pull and unspoken call to action. If he had the power to make even the smallest difference for humanity, perhaps he should. He might have stopped considering himself human months ago, but he still lived among them. His only connections were to this world and its people. Protecting the environment he shared with them wasn't just rational, it felt instinctive, like a slime safeguarding its own territory. Back home, he'd been taught when poor, focus on self-preservation, when wealthy, consider the greater good. Those words lingered in his mind. Looking back, his arrival in this world had been chaotic. Survival had come first, and he'd even contemplated robbing Stark of his arc reactor, killing him if necessary. At the time, Lemieux had nothing. Gambling everything for a single heist and living the rest of his life in luxury seemed like a reasonable plan. But circumstances changed. Earth wasn't exactly a peaceful place, and the wider universe was even worse. Killing Stark might have bought temporary safety, but sooner or later, another threat would have emerged and Lemieux wouldn't have lasted long. Stark's corpse would probably have dried up and crumbled by now, but Lemieux would have followed soon after. Times had changed. Situations shaped thoughts, and new experiences redefined priorities. Arriving in the US had shifted everything. With the great sage's help, Lemieux had secured overwhelming wealth in an instant. That moment stripped away all desire to climb the ladder or struggle for survival. Instead, he'd thrown himself into hobbies building mecha prototypes like Ghost One. If not for the fact that this world was Marvel where apocalyptic events seemed to pop up every other year, he might have abandoned all responsibility and simply wandered the globe. Then there was Stark. Suspicious of Lemieux's origins, he'd insisted Lemieux stay at his estate, though his hospitality was underlined by wariness. Lemieux didn't blame him. In Stark's position, he'd have done the same, perhaps even acted more ruthlessly. To be honest, Stark wasn't a bad guy at all. Not only had he kept Lemieux's identity a secret, but he'd also gone out of his way to arrange identification and legal documents for him. On top of that, Stark had never treated him poorly, good food, comfortable accommodations, and everything else taken care of without complaint. What made it even better was that the two of them shared a common interest tinkering with mechas and advanced tech. Still, living in someone else's house wasn't a long-term plan. Eventually, Lemieux would need to build his own villa and move out. Then there was Pepper, the sharp and capable assistant Stark called Little Pepper. She'd been dropping hints about wanting to adopt him. Lemieux could feel her sincerity. She was thoughtful and attentive in daily life, and he'd taken note of her kindness. But adoption? That was a hard pass. A man born under heaven and earth shouldn't be bound by such labels. Honestly, it was more about practicality. With wealth and superpowers in hand, he no longer needed to rely on anyone. If he were still broke and powerless, though, he might have said yes without hesitation. After all, when it comes to survival, dignity is a luxury. As the saying goes, a true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. And Lemieux understood that balance perfectly. His mentor at Caltech, Professor Emick, was another good person he'd come across. The professor had recommended excellent research papers and closely followed Lemieux's academic progress. He was more than just a teacher, almost a friend, and had offered plenty of valuable insights. If only he'd stopped nagging about class attendance. Geniuses aren't exactly known for sticking to schedules. Lemieux was confident he'd ace the exams anyway. Well, and less perfect scores didn't guarantee passing. Was there something about participation grades? Whatever. A college experience without at least one failed course wouldn't be complete. Then there was Obadiah. On the surface, the guy seemed approachable, almost friendly. They'd only met once, but his presence left a strong impression. Still, an enemy was an enemy. Wait. Since when did Lemieux start categorizing himself as part of Stark's camp? Regardless, Obadiah was a ruthless schemer, a man who left no line uncrossed to achieve his goals. When the time came, Lemieux figured prison or the grave would suit him better than freedom. But there was something else that had been bothering him lately. Stark had shown him a photo, one that featured a girl who looked almost identical to him. Lemieux couldn't shake the feeling that she was connected to him somehow. A clone? A blood relative? A split personality? Or maybe a counterpart from a parallel universe? Perhaps, someday in the future, he might meet her again. Hey! How about a race to see who can fly higher? Come on! Tony Stark's voice suddenly came through the comms, interrupting Lemieux's thoughts. There was a childlike excitement and smugness in his tone sometimes. This guy's personality really was quite straightforward. Lemieux's Ghost 1 abruptly tilted upward, shooting into the sky and leaving behind 2 blazing trails of fire. 3, 2, 1 go. By the time Lemieux counted down to 1, Stark finally reacted. His Mark II began climbing fast, trying to catch up. Hey! Did you see that, J.A.R.V.I.S? Stark's indignant shout echoed through the comms. That guy jumped at the start. Let's catch up and leave him in the dust. As you wish, sir, Jarvis replied calmly. The two suits quickly broke the sound barrier, creating twin sonic booms before stabilizing just above Mach 2. Lemieux's Ghost 1, however, was designed with a plasma booster mounted on its back, something the Mark II lacked entirely. The moment Lemieux engaged the booster, the gap between them began to widen. He wasn't sure how long they had been flying, but when Lemieux glanced back, Stark was nowhere in sight. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 36. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. The Ghost 1's display focused and scanned the area a few times before locking onto Stark's Mark II, now plummeting in freefall. Something had gone wrong. Inside the suit, Stark's vision was completely black. Sensors were down, Jarvis wasn't responding, and panic started to creep in. The Mark II's exterior had been coated in a thick layer of ice, likely due to freezing temperatures, causing its electronic systems to shut down. Damn it! Was he about to crash and die? No, not yet. He still had time if only he could shatter the ice. Lemieux caught up and hovered beside the falling Mark II. Raising a hand, he knocked twice on Stark's frozen helmet. Need some help? The wind roared around them. With the comms down, Lemieux could barely make out Stark's muffled voice through the suit's frozen layers. I can't, at number %, and asterisk. All right, I can't hear a word you're saying, but I think you need help. Lemieux shouted as he delivered a powerful kick to the Mark II. Inside the suit, Stark's mind reeled. What the hell? I don't care what you think, I care what I think. With a loud clang, the Mark II was sent flying over 10 meters. The sudden impact delivered a crushing G-force, leaving Stark feeling like he'd just been hit by a truck. He nearly coughed up blood. Fortunately, the vibrations from the collision rippled through the armor, shattering the thick layer of ice. As the temperature gradually rose, the holographic interface in Stark's helmet flickered before coming back online. Narrowly escaping death, Stark let out an exhilarated cheer. He accelerated again, soaring through the sky in a sweeping arc, laughing wildly. Ah ha 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 ha. After burning off their adrenaline, the two eventually returned to Stark's mansion. When they landed on the rooftop, the Mark II's excessive weight caused it to crash straight through 2 floors. With a thunderous boom, it finally came to a halt in the underground garage, completely flattening a sleek sports car beneath it. Meanwhile, Lemieux's Ghost 1 descended gently through the gaping hole Stark had made, landing gracefully. A burst of laughter came from Lemieux as his voice rang out through the comms. That's it. Sprawled on the floor, Stark stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to make sense of what had just happened. He raised an armored hand and pointed accusingly at the Ghost 1. Why didn't your suit freeze? And it looks lighter than mine. Lemieux tilted his head slightly, as if the answer was obvious. I used gold titanium alloy as the primary material. Also, maybe consider adding an emergency parachute next time? Might save your life. Oh, sure. Of course. Great idea. Stark waved a hand dismissively before narrowing his eyes. But let's talk about the important part first. I don't stockpile gold titanium alloy in my workshop. So, where exactly did you get the money to buy it? About that. Lemieux's voice faltered. I can explain. Inside the workshop. The two sat facing each other across a small table in the underground lab. Stark had already removed the Mark II and was pressing an ice pack to his forehead. He looked worse for wear after his earlier tumble. Lemieux, meanwhile, sipped water absent-mindedly, his thoughts as cold and unsettled as the drink in his hands. He was already plotting how to talk his way out of this situation. Gold titanium alloy wasn't exactly cheap, and as a newcomer to Earth, where was he supposed to have found the money to buy it? I can't exactly tell him I funded this by hacking dirty money off the internet. No way he'll buy that. Although Lemieux firmly believed that scheming dirty money off criminals could technically be classified as combating illegal activities and might even count as private enforcement, using personal methods to punish wrongdoers and repurpose their funds for personal survival wasn't exactly legal. Then again, in America, laws could be bent if one had enough money. Stark rubbed his eyes, which were starting to bruise, then peered at Lemieux with his good eye. So, have you come up with a story yet? I'm really looking forward to hearing what you've got. No rush, take your time. JARVIS, order a batch of gold titanium alloy from Cisco, Stark said casually, still holding an ice pack to his forehead. We'll need it for the Mark III. As he spoke, he picked up a folder sitting on the table. What's this? J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice responded with its usual smooth and measured tone, calm no matter the situation. Mr. Stark, that's a report submitted by Ms. Potts regarding Stark Industries stock performance. Ms. Potts suspects that malicious capital may be quietly acquiring shares of Stark Industries. Stark flipped through the report, his brow furrowing. According to the data, ever since he had announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, an unknown source had been steadily buying up shares in small, repeated batches, buying without ever selling. Pepper estimated that at least 15% of the company's shares had already been consolidated under a single entity. In a healthy public company, the typical percentage of floating shares ranged from 25% to 40%. For Stark Industries, it was 36%. With 15% of shares already locked up, it was nearing half of the available floating stock. This sudden activity had even caused Stark Industries stock, which had been plummeting, to stabilize and rise slightly over the past few days. In the midst of widespread panic selling, no matter how carefully the unknown buyer operated, Pepper had still managed to catch traces of their activity. After all, she was a top-tier business school graduate and had spent years working closely with Stark. Stark's eyes remained glued to the report, but his gaze seemed unfocused. Let me guess. Who's trying to screw me this time? First, rule out Obadiah, too obvious. But the rest of the board members? Definitely suspicious. Or maybe it's external. That clown, Justin Hammer? Or possibly the government and military. They weren't too happy about me shutting down weapons production. Could they be making their move? Lemieux downed the last of his water, slamming the cup onto the table with a clang. Then, without hesitation, he reached out and tapped the file in Stark's hands. Fine. I'll come clean. He leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. That report you're holding? Yeah. That was me. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 37. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Extra chapter. After accumulating over $10 billion through online channels, the Great Sage had continued to rake in additional funds from various sources. These were steadily funneled into the acquisition of Stark Industries stocks. Currently, 17% of the company's shares had been consolidated, 2% more than Pepper's initial estimate. Sometimes, honesty could be the best strategy. After a quick assessment, Lemieux decided this wasn't something that had to be completely hidden. A partial confession while keeping certain details under wraps seemed like the safest approach. He had been living here for 6 months now, long enough to build at least a baseline of trust. Not to mention, he had just saved Stark's life earlier. When Stark heard that Lemieux was the one behind it all, his mind filled with question marks. He stared at the man across from him, sizing him up suspiciously. Wait, what? You? Stocks? You're buying up my company's shares. What the fucking fuck? Stark's bewildered expression made Lemieux shrug innocently. Come on, it's just the internet. Super easy. Making money online is child's play. Patents, short-term stock trading, cryptocurrencies, you name it. The cash flows in fast. Lemieux leaned back and added confidently, and I reinvested all of it into Stark Industries because I believe in you and your company. His words were half-truths, carefully omitting the less-than-legal methods he had employed while exaggerating the legitimacy of his earnings. Tilting his head slightly, Lemieux attempted to soften the mood with a playful tone. Look, I just got to Earth. I started out with nothing. Of course, I needed a little bit of wealth to settle down, right? Don't worry, it's all legitimate. Stark's head throbbed as if someone had taken a hammer to it. He had always known that Lemieux Echevarria wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen, but he never expected him to pull something this big behind his back. Legitimate? My ass. Sure, Stark Industries is struggling right now, but 15% of its shares don't just fall into someone's lap that easily. Tell me, Stark said, glaring at him. What legitimate method lets you pull together $10 to $20 billion in just a few months? Look at my face, does it say idiot to you? A little. In the end, Lemieux managed to slip past Stark's suspicions barely. After selectively showing Stark some of his financial records, he successfully convinced him to let the matter slide. Over the past 6 months, the great sage had amassed his fortune through technology monetization, stock market operations, and other loosely legitimate channels, the kind of income that could stand up to scrutiny. To make his finances even more convincing, he padded the numbers with clever accounting tricks, inflating his assets to present a total worth of several $billion. After all, if someone could prove they had the skills to make $1 million, no one would question how they ended up with $2 million. Seeing the documents, Stark finally breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing he wanted was for the alien he'd spent the past 6 months with to go down a path of crime or worse, turn against humanity altogether. Through their time together, Stark felt he'd gained a decent grasp of Lemieux's character, at least enough to make an educated guess. Sure, the guy had a morally flexible streak, but he didn't show any signs of conquering Earth or wiping out humanity. If anything, Lemieux came across as a regular alien teenager, albeit one with insane abilities. And considering how easily he could cause chaos if he wanted to, his restraint was oddly reassuring. While Lemieux's attitude was just as unserious as Stark's, his worldview seemed surprisingly normal. He even had a weirdly positive fascination with human culture, making him more relatable than expected. For now, Stark decided, this alien was relatively harmless. But there was something else, something far more urgent that needed addressing. The Mark II's speed and acceleration were becoming a serious hazard. Its sheer power output created massive G-forces during high-speed maneuvers, putting extreme strain on the body. Flying at Mach 2 wasn't just dangerous, it was potentially lethal. Just earlier, Stark had crashed through 2 floors and nearly died after landing in the garage. If he ever slammed into something at supersonic speeds or worse, got hit by a guided missile, it wouldn't matter if the armor held up. The man inside would be reduced to pulp. It was like shaking tofu inside a sealed jar. No matter how tough the container, the contents wouldn't survive the impact. When Stark brought this up, Lemieux finally took the issue seriously. After all, slimes had near absolute immunity to blunt force trauma, so pressure damage had never been a concern for him. But considering Stark was just a fragile human, Lemieux began sketching out an idea. Opening a 3D projection, he quickly scribbled diagrams and formulas, explaining as he went. I've got an idea. Take a look at this. He pointed at the projection, highlighting a rough schematic. What if we designed the suit to generate an inertial force field inside the armor? Something that counteracts external forces by applying an equal and opposite force on the body. In simple terms, Lemieux continued, it would simulate zero-gravity conditions for the user. That way, no matter how much pressure the armor takes, the wearer wouldn't feel a thing, no deformation, no injuries. He pointed to another section of the diagram. The key is to redirect the stress and pressure onto the force field generator. As long as the armor stays intact and the system runs properly, the person inside will be completely protected. Lemieux leaned back confidently. Our tech should be able to pull this off. Volume forces such as gravity, inertia, and electromagnetic forces act uniformly across every particle within a given space. Unlike contact forces, they influence entire regions without direct interaction. For example, a person in free fall within a uniform gravitational field wouldn't be crushed by gravity. Since the forces acting on their body are evenly distributed, no deformation occurs. Now imagine a 10-ton steel plate pressing down on you with an acceleration of 1 g. You'd immediately feel its crushing weight. Power Stone S. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 38. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Now imagine a 10-ton steel plate pressing down on you with an acceleration of 1 g. You'd immediately feel its crushing weight. But if both you and the steel plate were in free fall together, the plate wouldn't exert any force on you, at least, not until you hit the ground. With matching speed and acceleration, there'd be no relative pressure, no collisions, and most importantly no deformation. Using this principle, if a force field generator could dynamically adjust its magnitude and direction within milliseconds, it could neutralize impact forces, ensuring the wearer's safety. In this theoretical model, the armor would function like that falling steel plate, always in sync with the wearer, absorbing all external forces and leaving the person inside completely unharmed. After thoroughly discussing and analyzing the concept, the two reached a consensus: the force field protection system was technologically feasible. Better yet, it wouldn't require starting from scratch. Digging through his memories, Stark recalled that his father, Howard Stark, had once dabbled in similar research. Following that lead, the two descended deeper into the basement workshop via a narrow staircase. Sure enough, buried in a dusty corner, Stark unearthed an old anti-gravity device along with its original blueprints. The machine was roughly the size of a desktop computer, its boxy design betraying its age. Stark brushed off the dust and lifted it carefully. It was a genuine relic, crafted decades ago. Holding the device in his hands, Stark couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. He quickly shook off the sentimentality with a whistle, then motioned for Lemieux, who was busy poking around the shelves, to come over. This, Stark said, patting the device, is one of the old man's legacies. Officially, it's called a gravity field regulator. He smirked, though his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. It's been gathering dust down here for decades because it's practically useless. Stark pointed out the flaws without hesitation. It burns through power like nobody's business. And with the materials they had back then, it overheats and melts itself down in under 15 seconds. Back in 1943, Howard had showcased a prototype anti-gravity car at the World's Fair, an unfinished concept that never made it past the demonstration stage. The principle was simple enough. The generator produced a force field opposite to Earth's gravitational pull, neutralizing its effects and enabling the vehicle to hover. But the power drain and material limitations at the time had made it impractical for large-scale use. Now, with modern technology and materials, it was time to give this ancient relic a second chance. Lemieux tapped the device lightly, the metallic clang confirming its material. After glancing through the blueprints, he pointed out a key observation. Almost all the heat buildup comes from the internal circuitry, not the force field components. So, what we need is a bit of room temperature superconductors. He traced his finger across the schematics, marking adjustments. As for this component based on its structure, miniaturization shouldn't be a problem. If we tweak this section and this one, we can boost its instantaneous output by a few thousand%. Boosting constant power output by thousands of times would have been a technical nightmare. But pushing instantaneous power to those levels? That was far more achievable. Stark immediately saw the potential. And my miniature arc reactor can easily supply the energy it needs. 3 days later. Using Howard's legacy as the blueprint, the duo successfully redesigned and upgraded the device to meet their requirements. The new version was no bigger than a smartphone, a sleek, black rectangular block that looked almost ordinary sitting on the workbench. In theory, embedding 4 units inside the armor, 2 in the front and 2 in the back, would create a protective field capable of shielding the user from any external forces. Stark, however, insisted on giving it a ridiculous name, the Gravity Field Type Beta Uniform Human Kinetic Energy Control Device. The alpha model had been its prototype. For short, Stark proposed calling it the HKEC, or, as Lemieux joked, the Highly Kitsch Energy Control System. With this enhanced force field patch, Lemieux wasted no time preparing 3 complete sets of materials for his ghost armor, safely stored in his dimensional inventory. He wasn't taking any chances. One set was the backup, the second was the backup's backup, and the third? The backup of the backup's backup. Thanks to his original Predator skill, which allowed analysis and mimicry, and the Great Sage's unparalleled processing power, Lemieux could bypass assembly lines entirely. With just raw materials, he could directly replicate the ghost armor on demand, perfectly identical to the originals. With the Iron Man suit designs and upgrades finally completed, Lemieux allowed himself a rare moment of leisure. The massive underground workshop was unusually quiet, leaving him alone with nothing but the hum of machines in the background. He sprawled comfortably in a chair, facing a table overflowing with snacks. Spicy pickled chicken feet, chili dried fish, 5-spice sunflower seeds, crispy rice crackers, flavored peanuts, and candied fruits, a buffet of guilty pleasures. Pure indulgence. Absolute decadence. Just as the snack lover extraordinaire was indulging in his rare feast, a banquet of junk food, complete with Coke and Sprite on tap, his phone rang. On the other end of the video call was Professor Emick, looking as affable as ever, or perhaps as nuclear-level intimidating as ever. The old man wore his trademark smile, but his cold, piercing gaze told a different story. Mr. Echevarria, do you still remember that you're a student at Caltech? Well. Lemieux scratched his head sheepishly, plastering on his best goofy grin as his hand instinctively moved to end the call. Professor Emick, I'll have something urgent going on. I'm at a critical stage in my research right now. Really sorry, can we talk later? Had the mountain of snacks in the corner of the video frame not betrayed him, it might have been a convincing excuse. Emick waved dismissively, clearly unamused by Lemieux's deflection. Enough with the excuses. I'm not here to scold you, I know exactly what kind of student you are. Lemieux breathed an internal sigh of relief. But, Emick continued, since you haven't been showing up to class, some of your courses have a 0 for participation grades. At this rate, you won't be able to graduate. Send those hard rock power stones. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 39. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. But, Emick continued, since you haven't been showing up to class, some of your courses have a 0 for participation grades. At this rate, you won't be able to graduate. He paused, giving Lemieux a pointed look. And many of your exam schedules overlap. What's your plan? Split yourself in 2 to take them all. Lemieux opened his mouth but had no comeback. So, Emick pressed on, you'd better publish some papers or win some awards to make up for it. I can try to help you waive some courses if you give me substantial material to work with. In principle, an outstanding research paper can be used to exempt a related course. But at this point, you're probably out of time. I'll see if I can pull some strings for you. Just hand in something heavy-hitting enough to make others willingly bend the rules for you. That's the leverage I need to get this sorted. Got it, got it, got it. Lemieux nodded repeatedly, obedient mode activated. Emick wasn't finished. One more thing, get out of the lab once in a while. You said you wanted to come to school and experience campus life. Don't think I've forgotten that promise. But you've barely set foot on campus after orientation. Look, I know academics and research are important, but so is your physical and mental health. His voice softened slightly, carrying the weight of experience. Take it from someone who's had health problems in the past. Don't brush this off. A young person's health doesn't just affect you personally, it affects the future of humanity as well. Emick let out a heavy sigh before adding. Also, there's an international astrophysics conference coming up, top tier stuff. I've got one slot left. If you're interested, I'll save it for you. Despite his nagging tone, it was clear Emick's life mission revolved around ensuring both academia and humanity had a bright future. Professor Emick was getting old. More often than not, he felt his mental sharpness wasn't what it used to be, and his memory had started to fade. Years of overworking himself during his youth had left him with chronic health issues. Just last year, he'd been hospitalized and nearly didn't make it. That scare had left him reflective. The future, after all, would ultimately rest in the hands of the next generation. That was one of the reasons why Emick had always favored Lemieux, not just because he recognized genius when he saw it, but because he'd pinned his hopes on him as well. Lemieux could feel the sincerity in Emick's words. But with Stark's Mark II just completed and Iron Man's debut looming on the horizon, this was hardly the right time for him to step away. As for the technologies he was currently developing, whether it was the Iron Man armor, the gravity field kinetic stabilizer, or even the palladium reactor, none of them could be published. In fact, they had to be kept strictly confidential. Marvel's world was crawling with villains, and if any of these inventions fell into the wrong hands, both he and Stark could be in serious danger. The more people understood him, the easier it would be to exploit his weaknesses, no different from how nations kept their military strategies under wraps before a war. Still, if it came down to ordinary academic papers, Lemieux wasn't worried. He could churn out 240 papers a day without breaking a sweat. If experiments were required, it might slow him down slightly, but meeting the school's requirements would be trivial. Lemieux let out a subtle sigh of relief, though a tinge of guilt lingered in his chest. He met Emick's gaze, carefully choosing his words as he nodded. I understand, Professor. I won't let this affect my graduation, and I'll be sure to take care of my health too. He hesitated for a moment before adding with genuine concern. You should also take care of yourself and aim to stick around for many more years. Lemieux continued, his tone measured and deliberate. I'll put together several projects over the next few days and submit as many papers as needed to match my course load before the end of the semester. It won't be difficult for me, so I'll leave the exemption process in your capable hands. As for attending classes and the conference, I'm really sorry, but I can't step away right now. But once things settle down, I'll make sure to visit you in person at the university. After chatting with Emick a little longer, Lemieux finally ended the call and let out a deep breath. No matter how he looked at it, he still wasn't used to people being so good to him. It left him feeling uneasy, as though he might fail to repay them properly. For all his calculating tendencies, his shameless opportunism, and his twisted logic, there was one thing Lemieux valued deeply: relationships. If someone offered him genuine kindness, he'd instinctively want to return it in equal measure. Lemieux had always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and resentment with vengeance. And then, Pepper Potts showed up. Hands on her hips and wearing a strict expression, she launched into a lecture without preamble. Lemieux, I just got off the phone with Professor Emick. He thinks you need to get out more, and honestly, I agree with him. You've been buried in work for way too long. That's not healthy for either your mind or your body. Pepper wasn't done. You're still in your teens. You should be out at an amusement park, catching a movie, or just hanging out somewhere. You don't have a single friend outside this house, and that's just not okay. She leaned closer, her tone softening with genuine concern. And at your age, you should at least be curious about girls, but instead, you're obsessed with blueprints and machines. Honestly, I'm worried about you. American culture, hey? They even cared about stuff like this? Also teens? Dating? Isn't that too early? The slime was shocked. The slime fell silent. Pepper's goal was clear: she wanted to drag Lemieux out of his lab, force him to socialize, and maybe even help him meet a few girls. But Lemieux wasn't about to let her steer the conversation. He leaned back with a grin and fired back, smoothly flipping the topic. Let's not talk about me, he said, his eyes gleaming mischievously. I saw the gift you gave Tony. Extra chapter at 1,400 power stones. 24 hours. Which one do you like? 1 is Ulquioricifer in Fairy Tale. 2 in Fairy Tale with unique skill Great Sage, and Predator. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 28 Comment. Vote. Chapter 40. If you want to read advanced chapters in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Let's not talk about me, he said, his eyes gleaming mischievously. I saw the gift you gave Tony. Pepper froze. Lemieux smirked. So, when exactly are you two going public with your relationship? Pepper's reaction was immediate. She panicked. Her hands flailed slightly as her words came out in a rushed denial. What? No. That's absolutely not true. She shook her head so quickly it was almost comical. But deep down, she couldn't deny it. She did have feelings for Stark, buried feelings she tried to ignore. There were reasons for that, after all. Everyone knew Stark was America's most notorious playboy, a man who chased women like it was a sport. He'd never taken relationships seriously, and worse, he was her boss. And as far as Pepper could tell, Stark didn't seem like someone who'd ever be ready for commitment or stability. Limu, of course, knew how their story ended. Had he not been aware of their future together, a happy marriage and even a daughter, he might have doubted it himself. Pepper tried her best to explain, but the faint blush spreading across her face betrayed her. That was just my way of showing gratitude. Tony, he encouraged me when I helped him replace the reactor, that's all. You can't just misunderstand like this. As she spoke, her hands clenched into fists, looking one step away from punching someone out of sheer frustration. Limu, however, just grinned, completely unfazed, and doubled down on the teasing. Tony likes you. Seriously, I'll even guarantee it. He leaned forward with a mock-serious expression. You don't like him? Should I tell him to stop being so delusional, then? For a moment, Pepper's forehead veins looked ready to burst. When did this brat get so insufferable? He wasn't like this when we first met. Back then, he was so shy and adorable, and now? Now he had the audacity to mock her. Pepper took a deep breath and closed her eyes, counting to 3 before speaking again. Her tone was noticeably calmer, but her glare still carried a warning edge. All right, I get it. You're just messing with me now, you little brat. But don't think you're getting off the hook that easily, she continued. You really need to take a break. You're still young, and it's not healthy to keep locking yourself up like this. She gestured vaguely toward the blueprints scattered around the room. I can't pretend to understand what you and Tony are building, but it looks like you're almost done, right? So give yourself at least 2 days off. She straightened up, giving him a pointed look. I've got a party to attend tonight, but tomorrow, I'm free to take you out. Her voice softened. Would you rather go to an amusement park? Or maybe the zoo? Or is there somewhere else you'd prefer? An amusement park? The zoo? Spare me. Limu's eye twitched. What was he supposed to do, ride a carousel with a bunch of kindergartners? Or watch gorillas pounding their chests? He let out a long sigh, his lips pressing into a tight line as his brows drooped into an expression of silent despair, a face that practically screamed, kill me now. What fresh hell is this? I'd rather jump into the ocean and drift for 3 days and 3 nights than go to places like that. I'm not interested in childish stuff like that. Limu's eyes shifted as he caught on to something Pepper had mentioned earlier. A party? What kind of party? Pepper hesitated for a moment before brushing it off with a wry smile. Just a really boring one. You wouldn't be interested. She sank into the sofa, patting the seat next to her to signal Limu to come closer. It's the Stark military family fundraiser gala, not some casual gathering where soldiers' families play games and have fun. No, this is one of those high society events where people donate money, network, and dance all while pretending they're having a good time. Basically, it's just endless schmoozing. Her eyes flicked toward him, adding pointedly. And you're too young to even enjoy it properly. Limu nodded knowingly, already forming a plan in his head. Got it. That's where I'm going. Pepper's brows shot up. Wait, seriously? She leaned forward, a mix of surprise and disbelief on her face. You do realize there'll only be alcohol, right? And you need to be 21 or older to drink. And can you even dance? You'll be bored out of your mind. But Limu just waved it off. I'll bring my own snacks. He leaned back on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other and closing his eyes with an exaggerated stretch. Can't dance, but I can watch. And since you said I needed to go out more, it doesn't really matter where I go, does it? I'm pretty sure the amusement park would be even more boring. Truth be told, the gala sounded intriguing. It had that high-class vibe he couldn't help but feel curious about. At his core, Limu had always been a natural explorer, fascinated by the unknown and eager to experience new things. It wasn't a bad trait, if anything, it kept him feeling young and sharp. Pepper just laughed softly, as patient as ever. All right. If you're really sure, I won't stop you. But if you get bored, just let me know, and I'll have Happy drive you home early. She paused for a moment, then added with a playful grin. But first, we need to get you a suit because you're definitely not showing up at the gala dressed like this. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, the kind that hinted at some deeply ingrained feminine instinct, like dressing people up was written into her DNA. I'm going to make you the sharpest looking gentleman at the entire event. Limu shook his head dramatically. Image. No, no. What I'm wearing is fine. His usual outfit, a loose tracksuit, paired with simple sneakers and his hair tied back in a low ponytail. Pepper looked visibly troubled, clearly not sure how to deal with this. You can't be serious, she said, frowning. Dressing like that? You'll look like a total misfit. No one at the gala dresses like this. If you want to read advanced chapters and unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 12 Comment. Vote. Chapter 41. If you want to read advanced chapters and unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. You can't be serious, Pepper said, frowning. Dressing like that? You'll look like a total misfit. No one at the gala dresses like this. But Limu just grinned and casually grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds from the table, tossing some to Pepper as if the conversation were already over. His words, however, carried a layer of deeper meaning. I am a misfit. He leaned back, cracking open a seed. Only fragile people feel the need to blend in to feel safe. Being part of a crowd always comes with a cost. The strong? They've always stood alone. I don't see any reason to pander to their expectations. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. Maybe it was the wealth and power Lemieux had gained over time, or maybe spending too much time around Tony Stark had rubbed off on him, especially that arrogant streak. Then again, there was also the possibility that his edgy teenager syndrome was just acting up again. Humph. A voice seemed to echo within the air like the whisper of fate itself. Rejoice, for on the day he was born, the sands of Afghanistan trembled and whispered his name. Thunderborn. Time traveler. Billionaire. Beacon of technology. The architect of ghosts. The one beyond mortals, Lemieux Echeverria. Every grain of sand celebrated his arrival, and even the Ancient One cast a distant, approving gaze. Pepper stared at him, speechless. With a sigh, she reached out and flicked him on the forehead, snapping him out of whatever delusions of grandeur he was entertaining. Stop imitating Tony. Learn the good habits, not the bad ones. And by the way, Gustave Le Bon never said you should go out of your way to act different just for the sake of it. What he meant was to think independently, not to make a scene. Lemieux clutched his forehead like he'd been mortally wounded, his eyes watering as he continued to put up a brave front. I'm just putting my thoughts into practice. His voice was full of defiance. If I believe it, then I live it. Isn't that what they say? Practice is the only test of truth. What? You're taking him shopping? Leave it to me, no problem at all. Trust me. During lunch, Tony Stark learned that Pepper planned to take Lemieux out to buy clothes and immediately took over the entire operation with his usual swagger. I'll have Happy call up some of the top brands we work with and get Mr. Echeverria outfitted for at least the next 3 years, every season, every style. The more confidently Stark spoke, the more uneasy Lemieux felt. No one offers this much help without an ulterior motive. He's definitely up to something. After lunch, Stark made sure the coast was clear. Slipping away from the others, he pulled out his phone and dialed Happy Hogan. Leaning against a corner wall, Stark lowered his voice, his tone practically dripping with mischief. Hey, Happy. I've got a job for you. He rattled off Lemieux's measurements, his grin growing more wicked by the second. Get him a wardrobe every season, every style. Men's and women's. Yeah, you heard me both. Don't worry about the price. Just make sure it's fast. Got it. Happy replied without hesitation. But after a brief pause, his voice turned hesitant, tinged with curiosity. Boss, mind if I ask you something? It's been bugging me for a while. Reporters even came sniffing around, but don't worry, I shut them down. Didn't tell them a word. Stark raised a brow. Go ahead. Is Miss Lemieux really your illegitimate daughter? What the fuck, Kay? The words hit Stark like a sledgehammer to the skull. For a moment, his brain short-circuited. His face twisted into something between horror and rage, and even the arc reactor in his chest seemed to flicker in protest. He wanted to deny it, but the absurdity of the question left him completely speechless. He wanted to curse, but the sheer absurdity made him feel drained. Grinding his teeth, Stark forced a strained smile while trying to keep his voice calm. Happy. Just handle the order first. We'll discuss your salary later. In fact, I think you deserve a raise. Yes, boss. Los Angeles. A luxury clothing boutique. The madness was about to begin. Happy Hogan, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, stood confidently in the center of the boutique's lobby. With a dramatic wave of his hand, he radiated the kind of swagger that came with spending other people's money. Get your manager out here, he said, his voice booming. Everything in the store that fits these measurements, pack it up. All of it. I want it delivered to this address by this afternoon. For a moment, the sales clerk blinked, half thinking she'd just witnessed the start of a shoplifting spree. She instinctively stepped aside, unsure whether to call security or just stay quiet. Everything? Sir, you mean, all of it. Oh, and add both men's and women's styles to the list. Price isn't an issue. Absolutely. The clerk's hesitation instantly melted into enthusiasm at the thought of the commission bonus this sale would bring. Meanwhile, Happy maintained a dead serious expression, carefully supervising the packing process as if his promotion depended on it because, in his mind, it absolutely did. If he nailed this job, it wouldn't just be a raise, it'd be validation that Stark really trusted him. Watching the process unfold, Happy couldn't help but feel a touch of sentimentality. Tony really had changed. Never before had he seen Stark show so much concern for someone else. It felt like Stark was finally getting his life together, and as his friend, Happy couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for him. Later that afternoon, Lemieux stared blankly at the mountain of clothes that now occupied his room. His brain felt like it had just been hammered. Earlier, Happy had practically cleaned out an entire luxury boutique, and the store manager had personally delivered the haul, bowing like he'd just served royalty. Over 200 outfits, and even after discounts, the bill had come to nearly $200,000. Not that the price mattered. If you want to read advanced chapters and unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 42. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. No, what mattered was that half the clothes over 100 sets were women's outfits. Lolita dresses. Ball gowns. Mini skirts. Puffer jackets. Female suits. Off-shoulder styles, backless designs, thigh-high cuts, and wait, what the hell is with the stockings? Is this a joke? Did I piss off Stark somehow? When? How? Lemieux's mind raced through his recent interactions with Stark but came up with nothing. Still, as his eyes wandered over the pile, something unexpected happened. He reached out and picked up a light blue dress hanging near the edge of the bed. The top half featured geometric lace patterns, subtly see-through, while the skirt flared gently, ending just above the fingertips with a slight tilt to the left side. Made of silk, it had a soft, smooth texture and carried a faint bohemian vibe, a design that seemed almost ethereal. Okay. Fine. It's actually kind of pretty. Looking at the light blue dress in his hands, Lemieux couldn't help but recall that incident in the bathroom, the time he had accidentally put on the wrong outfit. That same shade of blue, that same delicate fabric, and in the mirror, staring back at him, had been an exquisite girl. So beautiful. So stunning. So effortlessly captivating. Every movement she made had mirrored his own, and her face had been identical to his. A sudden, inexplicable urge stirred in his heart, an urge to see her again. All it would take was putting on this dress and finding a mirror. Just one more glimpse. Click. The door creaked open with a sound so soft, yet in Lemieux's ears, it boomed like thunder. He jumped, startled out of his thoughts. Pepper. What are you doing in here? His voice came out sharper than intended, and a slight flush crept up his face, an unmistakable mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Pepper raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled by his overreaction, but she chose not to dwell on it. I heard your clothes arrived, so I came to take a look. Her eyes swept across the mountain of outfits, widening in shock. Tony bought you all of this? Oh my god. She covered her mouth, clearly stunned by the sheer excessiveness of it. I thought he was just joking. Him. Lemieux grunted in response, still trying to recover from the near heart attack he'd just experienced. Pepper stepped further into the room, her curiosity piqued, as she circled the piles of clothing, inspecting, evaluating, and occasionally smiling. Finally, she plucked a few outfits from the chaos and held them up in front of him. Let me help you try these on. Her tone was playful, but her eyes sparkled with determination. No one knows fashion better than a woman. Trust me, I'll make sure you look amazing. She unfolded a black gothic Lolita dress and held it up to him, grinning as she swayed it slightly in front of his face. The lace trim and ruffled layers added a dramatic elegance, but Lemieux felt like the entire world was crashing down around him. Pepper's expression was practically glowing with anticipation. Was this revenge? Or just pure evil? Look at this one. I think it'd suit you perfectly, just try it on, okay? Pepper held up a black gothic dress, her eyes practically sparkling with enthusiasm. If you wore this, you'd look just like a dark princess straight out of a fairy tale, mysterious and enchanting. Lemieux stared at her, completely expressionless, before shaking his head. Okay, fine. What about this one? Or maybe this? She held up two more outfits. One was a white evening gown, elegant and refined, exuding a sense of maturity and grace. The other was a pink fitted blazer paired with a white graphic tee, more playful and youthful in style. Honestly, I think both would look amazing on you. Since you're attending a gala, either the dress or the suit would be perfect. Pepper leaned in closer, her eyes wide with hopeful pleading. Just try one, just one outfit. Please. No way. Lemieux's flat refusal cut through her protests, and before Pepper could respond, he shoved her out the door. Out. I'll pick something myself. Click. He locked the door behind her. Leaning against it, Lemieux let out a deep sigh, feeling an inexplicable sense of conflict. Half an hour later. When he finally emerged, the roomful of clothing had completely disappeared, every last piece, including the women's outfits. All of them had been quietly stored away in his dimensional inventory. As for himself, Lemieux had opted for simplicity, a plain white shirt paired with black trousers. If not for the ridiculous price tags on the clothes, his delicate features, and his striking light blue hair, he might have passed for a completely ordinary teenager. Pepper, who had been waiting in the living room, was visibly disappointed. Her face fell as soon as she saw him. That's it. Clearly, this was not the fashion statement she had envisioned. But Lemieux ignored her reaction, already heading toward the door. Let's go. We'll be late if we don't leave now. They arrived at the Walt Disney Concert Hall just in time. The gala was set to start at 8 p.m. and would run for 4 hours, wrapping up around midnight. By the time Lemieux and Pepper stepped inside, the venue was still sparsely populated. Soft, melodic music filled the hall. The walls, adorned with warm-toned geometric tiles, gave the space a modern, artistic ambience. Clusters of well-dressed guests stood chatting in small groups, scattered throughout the open area. The Stark Military Family Fundraiser Gala was being held at the Disney Concert Hall. As one of the primary representatives of the organizing team, Pepper was immediately swept away by the so-called elite of society to handle networking duties shortly after they arrived. Meanwhile, Lemieux, true to his nature, had brought along a bag of snacks filled with biscuits, dried fruits, small fish jerky, chocolates, and candies. For a snack lover, the world would always revolve around delicious treats. Since he had already devoured his personal stash earlier that day, he had swiped these from Stark's private collection before heading out. +5 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 16 Comment. Vote. Chapter 43. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Since he had already devoured his personal stash earlier that day, he had swiped these from Stark's private collection before heading out. Finding a chair in a quiet corner, Lemieux settled at the edge of the bar, casually opening his bag of snacks. The luxurious packaging of the high-end treats gleamed under the soft lighting, drawing more than a few curious glances. At the bar, a handful of bartenders were tending to drinks. One of them, a large man in a white shirt, spotted Lemieux's snacks, glanced again, and then frowned as he walked over, his expression stern. "Sorry, sir, but we don't allow improperly dressed guests or outside food in here. I'll have to confiscate those snacks, and I must ask you to leave. Otherwise, I'll have to call security." While the gala had certain rules, confiscating personal property wasn't one of them. The bartender was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation, likely hoping to pocket some of the premium treats under the guise of enforcing rules. The world had all kinds of people with tastes and morals varying widely. Lemieux wasn't particularly surprised by someone trying to take advantage of him, it was just human nature. With a sigh, he shook his head and replied calmly, "Confiscating someone's personal property? That doesn't seem right. These snacks are mine, and, as far as I'm aware, there's no rule against bringing food here." With his great sage skill, Lemieux had already cross-checked the Disney concert hall's regulations in a split second. "There is such a rule if I say so," the bartender barked, his tone gruff and his large eyes glaring. "I'm just following the rules, you understand." Lemieux smiled faintly and gently pushed the bag of snacks forward. "Well, since you insist, take them. Let's see how you beg me to take these back later." It was bold of the bartender to pull this kind of stunt in such a high-profile event, risking his job for a few snacks. Did he think Lemieux looked like the kind of person who would quietly accept being taken advantage of? To some extent, he wasn't wrong. Lemieux's appearance could be incredibly deceptive. Those who liked him would find him charming and adorable, while those with malice would see him as fragile and easy to bully. But in truth, Lemieux was neither cute nor weak. His true nature was far more unyielding. At that moment, Obadiah Stane happened to pass by. Noticing the commotion, he walked over with his trademark warm smile, signaling the bartender to back off and end the argument. Well, if I'd known you were coming, I would have prepared some cake and milk for you in advance. I know you have a sweet tooth," Obadiah said in his usual affable tone, his suit impeccably tailored and his demeanor that of a kind and benevolent elder. He pulled a receipt stub from his pocket and handed it to the bartender, ordering a Manhattan whiskey cocktail for himself. Then, turning his attention back to Lemieux, he gave him an approving nod after glancing over his casual attire and the snack bag on the table. "This is our event after all. It's meant to be relaxed. Everyone should do as they please and enjoy themselves." Obadiah leaned in slightly, adding with a conspiratorial wink, "If you need anything, just find the manager and use my name. We've invested a lot in this event, so we make the rules here. And don't let anyone bully you, got it?" Lemieux smiled politely, replying, "Thanks, Obi. I appreciate it." Obadiah chuckled but didn't linger. He gestured toward the crowd with a weary sigh. "Well, I have plenty of troublesome business to handle, grown-up things, you know. Networking here, networking there, no time to relax for even a moment." Before leaving, he beckoned the bartender, the man in the white shirt, and pulled him aside, slipping him a handful of large bills. With a pat on the shoulder, he said, "Go grab some milk or something similar for this adorable little guy. And listen carefully, don't, under any circumstances, upset him again." "Got it." Though Obadiah's smile never wavered, the deliberate weight of his words made the bartender visibly uneasy. He nodded quickly, murmuring, "Understood, sir," before scurrying off. As Obadiah walked away, he cast a glance back toward the bar, where Lemieux was still sitting. He frowned slightly, shaking his head as if confirming a thought. Soft-hearted, easy to bully, no real threat. That was the label Obadiah silently assigned to Lemieux before moving on. The bartender clutched the wad of cash in his hand, ready to carry out Obadiah's orders. But before he could take a step, Lemieux waved him over. "That won't be necessary," Lemieux said flatly. "I don't feel like drinking anything right now." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled the bills from the bartender's hand, one by one, tucking the crisp green notes into his own pocket. The bartender froze, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. His lips moved, as if trying to form a protest, but no words came out. Lemieux, now visibly irritated, waved him off. "What are you standing around for? Go mind your own business." The bartender hesitated for another second before hurriedly retreating, his confidence thoroughly shaken. Lemieux lost all interest within minutes of sitting down. Sure, the music was decent, but the whispered conversations around the room weren't nearly as refined as the setting suggested. The ladies talked about makeup, fashion, and skincare. The gentlemen discussed women, watches, stocks, and funding rounds. As for the mixed groups, most were engaged in shameless flirting. Thanks to his exceptional hearing and the processing power of the great sage, there was no such thing as privacy in the room if Li Mu chose to listen. Pepper had been completely right, this kind of gala was mind-numbingly dull. Barely 10 minutes later, Li Mu found himself slumped over the table, half asleep. Should I just go home? Or maybe step outside for a walk? He yawned and stood up, casually slipping along the wall as he headed toward the exit. He wasn't worried about security, he could wander as he pleased and sneak back in later when it mattered. Plus 5 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 11 Comment. Vote. Chapter 44. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. He wasn't worried about security, he could wander as he pleased and sneak back in later when it mattered. Outside, the scene was far livelier. Journalists, guests, socialites, and celebrities filled the space, their dazzling appearances and animated chatter creating a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds. Li Mu strolled leisurely, his steps in sync with the rhythm of the music, looking like an old man on a relaxed stroll through town. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist from behind. There was a soft snap as the touch halted his steps, and a warm, gentle voice reached his ears. Excuse me, are you lost? Did you get separated from your guardian? Do you need help? Li Mu turned around, and for a brief moment, it was as if a blossoming pear tree met a hibiscus in full bloom. Both were instantly mesmerized by the other's beauty. What a stunning person. X2. The woman before him stood about half a head taller than him. Due to the angle, Li Mu's first glance caught a shirt barely containing ample curves, though her shoulders were unexpectedly slender and smooth. A small black cross necklace rested delicately against her skin. Raising his gaze, he noticed her perfectly defined lips, her features carrying a hint of exotic Western allure, paired with the graceful charm of Eastern refinement. Her long golden hair shimmered like sunlight, framing eyes as clear and mesmerizing as water. In a single moment, she completely captivated Li Mu's slime heart. Oh no, this must be love at first sight. The woman smiled warmly, her eyes curving gently as she tilted her head slightly. She, too, seemed briefly entranced by the delicate beauty of the young person before her. Who are you? Li Mu blinked his large, amber-colored eyes, tilting his head slightly as he adopted a soft, innocent expression, one that was utterly irresistible. A skilled hunter often appears in the guise of their prey. The woman, sensing a faint ripple in her heart, quickly composed herself. With a practiced smile, she reached down and lifted the nearly invisible name tag from below her curves. The badge read, Alice Black. You can call me Alice, she said, her voice warm and professional. I'm part of the staff here, responsible for guiding guests to the Stark Military Family Fundraiser Gala. I noticed you wandering around. Did you lose your way or drop something? Do you need help? Li Mu nodded lightly, his expression calm and polite. Absolutely, I do. I'm here for the Stark Gala but stepped out for a walk and, now I can't find my way back. Alice suppressed a small chuckle and gently took Li Mu's hand, her grip firm yet soft, like holding a delicate frost-kissed flower. Well then, allow me to escort you back, she said with a smile. Okay. Outside the Disney concert hall, Li Mu's chance encounter with this charming woman turned into a quiet walk back to the gala. Li Mu followed obediently behind her, feeling the warmth and softness of Alice's hand in his own. It was, surprisingly pleasant. Up ahead, Alice herself was equally delighted. What a stroke of luck to meet someone so adorable and beautiful. Holding his small, cool hand, it felt just like jelly, soft and refreshing to the touch. The two, each lost in their own thoughts, eventually made their way back into the concert hall. By sheer coincidence, they arrived at the same spot where Li Mu had been sitting earlier, though the chair was gone now. We're here, Alice said with a professional smile, releasing his hand gently. I'll be taking my leave now. But as she turned to go, a delicate hand reached out and stopped her. Alice. Li Mu's soft voice, tinged with hesitation, made her pause. Could you stay and chat with me? I'm here alone, and it's really boring. Li Mu tilted his small face up at a 45-degree angle, his large amber eyes shimmering with a touch of loneliness, mixed with a glimmer of hope. It was the kind of look that tugged at people's heartstrings. Li Mu was well aware of how to weaponize his appearance. Alice froze for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly as a ripple of emotion flickered through her eyes. Her professional demeanor wavered, replaced by something softer, a tenderness she couldn't quite hide. How could she possibly say no? Alice couldn't bring herself to refuse him, but she looked a bit conflicted. With an apologetic tone, she carefully explained, I still have work to do. The Stark Foundation has given me this job as part of a work-study program. I can't just leave my post whenever I want. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips curving into a soft, mischievous smile. Perfect. Then I'll officially request you to represent the Stark Foundation and assist me. After all, I'm a high-value client, and if you manage to secure a donation for the foundation through me, I'm sure your bosses would be thrilled. Alice furrowed her brows even tighter, her lips pressing into a thin line as she gave him a half-reproachful look. You shouldn't throw around your family's money like that. She let out a small sigh, then relented. Fine, I'll keep you company but only for a little while. Lemieux handed Alice a few chocolates from his snack stash, casually asking, "Are you a student? Is someone in your family a soldier?" Alice unwrapped one of the chocolates, taking a small, delicate bite. The smooth and sweet flavor lit up her face, a warm smile spreading across her lips as she nodded. "Yes, I'm in college right now. My father is a retired soldier, and he's received a lot of help from the Stark Foundation." Lemieux grinned in response. "What a coincidence, I'm in college, too. I just started this year." Alice's water-blue eyes widened in surprise, with a hint of playful charm in her expression. "Really? How old are you?" 15. "I think." Lemieux replied casually, shrugging. "Does it really matter?" His age, as usual, was a hard thing to pin down. His physical age, appearance, and spiritual age all seemed to belong to entirely different timelines. +5 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 15 Comment. Vote. Chapter 45. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Lemieux age, as usual, was a hard thing to pin down. His physical age, appearance, and spiritual age all seemed to belong to entirely different timelines. Alice tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. "Are you here with your family? This doesn't seem like the kind of place someone your age would come alone." Her words carried a mix of genuine curiosity and amusement. The fundraiser gala, after all, wasn't just about donations, it was primarily a networking event, a venue for people from different industries to connect and build relationships. Networking was the real currency in these circles. Though younger attendees weren't unheard of, they typically dressed to appear older and more mature, blending in seamlessly with the older crowd. Lemieux, on the other hand, looked like a high schooler, sticking out like a sore thumb among the well-dressed elites. "Kind of," Lemieux replied, nonchalantly. "I came with someone else. I'd been at home for too long, so I decided to step out for a bit. Turns out this place is really boring, so I went outside to look around." Alice covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling with a trace of mischief. "And then you managed to get lost within 100 meters, she teased, her tone light and playful. Lemieux's eyes wavered for just a split second, but he quickly composed himself, meeting Alice's gaze with a look of clarity and righteousness. "Some people are just born bad with directions, and I happen to be one of them. It's really frustrating, but what can I do?" Alice tilted her head skeptically but decided to humor him. "Fine, I'll accept that. But why not visit some place more fun, like an amusement park? That would probably be more interesting." Lemieux nodded in agreement, his tone serious as if he'd been pondering the same thing. "I've thought about that too. I've always wanted to go to an amusement park or a zoo, maybe ride a roller coaster or see some lions and tigers. It sounds fun." For a moment, his expression was full of hope, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of hesitation. "But, there's no one to go with me." He paused, his voice growing softer. "If I ever get the chance, could I invite you to go with me?" The loneliness in his words was almost palpable, tugging at the heartstrings. Alice felt her chest tighten, as if she were watching a child sitting all alone in a quiet house, no friends to play with, family too busy to spend time together. "Of course," she said softly, her voice warm and reassuring. "But do you know how to reach me?" Lemieux blinked, then gave a small, sly smile. "I do. I know you know how to tell me." Alice chuckled, her smile carrying a touch of indulgence. "Fine, you win. My phone number is 1. Remember it, okay?" Just as Lemieux and Alice were beginning to enjoy their conversation, a middle-aged gentleman with a receding hairline quietly approached them. The man stood beside Lemieux, a polite, warm smile on his face. "Mr. Eschbert." Before he could finish, Lemieux turned his head sharply. His face still carried a smile, but his eyes were ice-cold, like a blade slicing straight into the man's composure. "Who's the idiot who dares interrupt me right now? Hello? Can I help you with something?" Lemieux's voice was calm, but the tension in the air was unmistakable. The man flinched visibly, a shiver running down his spine. Goosebumps erupted along his arms, and cold sweat trickled down his back. In that moment, his years of experience as an agent screamed a single warning: this is not a normal individual. This is someone extremely dangerous. The man took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his instinctive fight-or-flight reaction. Maintaining his polite smile, he replied. "I'm Agent Carlson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." He paused briefly, gauging Lemieux's reaction before continuing. "I'd like to consult with you about Tony Stark. If you're available, could we have a quick chat?" Lemieux raised an eyebrow at the mention of Carlson's name, taking a moment to scrutinize the man more closely. The large, familiar face, paired with a highly recognizable hairline, matched exactly with the Phil Carlson he remembered. Meanwhile, at Stark's mansion. In the underground workshop, Tony Stark was hunched over a holographic projection, tinkering away at one of his latest projects. His Mark II suit was already complete, and the Mark III, upgraded with gold titanium alloy, was fully operational as well. For once, however, he wasn't off gallivanting with questionable company. Instead, Stark was diligently working on a reusable laser cutter. Unfortunately, the design still had several technical hurdles, and the device was far from achieving the ideal power output he envisioned. As he absent-mindedly manipulated the holographic model, disassembling and reassembling components, he called out. "Jarvis, call Lemieux down here, will you? I've hit a small snag, and I think he might be able to." "Apologies, sir," Jarvis interjected, "but Mr. Echevarria is currently unavailable." Stark froze mid-motion, staring at the projection with visible confusion. "Unavailable? How?" That homebody, who practically lived in his workshop, working on blueprints 25 hours a day, had actually gone out? Where did he go? That doesn't make any sense. Records indicate that Mr. Echevarria accompanied Miss Potts to attend the Third Stark Military Family Fundraiser Gala at the Disney Concert Hall. Still absorbed in his holographic projection, Stark dismantled and reassembled a crystal model while muttering, "Didn't even mention it over lunch. And why wasn't I invited? It's my gala. Records indicate no formal invitation was sent to you, sir." Stark immediately stopped what he was doing, his fingers hovering mid-air, clearly offended. "Excuse me? My gala, and I wasn't invited? That's not just unreasonable, it's ridiculous. Isn't it, Jarvis?" "Undeniably, sir. You are always correct. +5 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 5+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 12 Comment. Vote. Chapter 46. If you want to read 7+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. At the gala, Coulson had approached Lemieux. As soon as Alice heard the word agent, her expression darkened. She stepped forward, positioning herself firmly in front of Lemieux, her body language protective. Agents, especially in the U.S., were rarely seen as anything good, and her distrust was evident. "Agent, he's just a minor. Stop harassing him, or I'll call the police immediately," Alice declared firmly, her tone sharp and protective. "There are plenty of reporters outside who would love to cover a story like this. Wouldn't that be fun?" Lemieux gently tugged at Alice's sleeve, his voice soft as he reassured her. "It's fine. I'll just have a quick word with him." Despite the interruption, Lemieux decided to let it slide, mostly because this was Coulson, the renowned figure from Marvel. He held a certain fondness for the man, especially for the iconic line he delivered before his death at Loki's hands, "You're going to fail because you lack conviction." Turning his attention to Coulson, Lemieux's expression grew serious, though his tone carried a hint of playfulness. "Son of Coul," he began, with a knowing smirk, "I know why you're here, even if your approach was, let's call it abrupt." Coulson blinked, caught off guard by the nickname. Lemieux continued, his voice calm but laced with authority. "It's not the right time yet. When the moment comes, I'll reach out to you, and everything will go as you hope. Until then, please be patient and wait quietly." The name Coulson, or son of Col, wasn't lost on Lemieux, drawing a humorous parallel to names like Odinson. Out of the corner of his eye, Lemieux noticed Tony Stark entering through the main doors. He casually nodded in that direction, subtly gesturing toward Stark. "Look, Tony's over there. Maybe you can ask him directly." Before Coulson could reply, Lemieux added with a mischievous grin, "By the way, your organization's name is way too long. You should consider shortening it. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. has a nice ring to it. If you decide to use that name, don't forget to send me the royalties." Coulson's expression froze for a moment before settling into a polite, strained smile. "Thank you for your time," he said diplomatically. As he turned to leave, his mind raced. Son of Col? He didn't understand. With Coulson gone, Alice's protective instincts hadn't entirely faded. "Why would an agent approach you?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Is there something dangerous going on?" Lemieux gently patted her arm, his relaxed smile putting her at ease. "Don't worry about it. It's just Tony Stark-related business. I'm just an innocent bystander who happens to know a little bit. Nothing more." Not wanting her to linger on the subject, he smoothly changed the topic. "By the way, your cross necklace is beautiful. Did you buy it yourself?" Alice touched the small black cross at her collar, her eyes softening. "No, it was a gift from a friend of my parents when I was very young. I don't remember much about it." Lemieux nodded, intrigued. Before he could ask more, Alice's expression brightened with curiosity. "Speaking of strange things, have you heard about what happened a few nights ago? Near Los Angeles and Malibu, people spotted unidentified flying objects in the night sky. Someone even recorded video footage. It looked like 2 shooting stars, but they could turn and loop in the air." Lemieux spoke with absolute certainty, his tone as serious as a scholar presenting a thesis. "Actually, there are plenty of aliens in this world. They visit Earth more often than you'd think. If you're interested, I can tell you all about them." Alice couldn't hold back a small laugh, her hand gently covering her mouth. The sight of this earnest little guy, speaking as if he were revealing the secrets of the universe, was utterly adorable. She didn't actually believe in aliens, did she? If she did, that would make her even cuter. Not far from them, a man approached with a confident gait. Belen Hammer, the cousin of Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries, and himself a high-ranking executive in the company. His familial connection wasn't particularly important. What mattered was that he was a young, dashing figure in his late 20s, a man often praised as the epitome of a self-assured, successful gentleman. Events like this gala were his natural habitat, where he always seemed to take center stage. Women would naturally gravitate toward him, and business magnates from various industries always greeted him with polite enthusiasm. But in all his years of attending such gatherings, Belen had never seen anyone quite like the breathtaking beauty in front of him. Her delicate features, radiant presence, and every subtle movement seemed to draw people in, effortlessly capturing their attention. Standing beside her was another beautiful woman, whose looks might have been equally stunning. Yet she lacked that indescribable spark, that added aura of magnetism. Belen, holding a cocktail in hand, stepped confidently toward them, exuding charm. His smile was polished, his demeanor suave. "Good evening, ladies," he began, his voice smooth and practiced. "What might you two beautiful women be discussing? May I have the honor of joining your conversation?" Lemieux and Alice exchanged a brief glance, their silent communication instantaneous. "Do you know this guy?" "Nope. Do you?" "Not a clue." Belen, oblivious to the silent exchange, continued speaking. "I happened to overhear your conversation about aliens. Incidentally, I once invested in the production of a film about aliens visiting Earth, titled Heavenly Meteor. It was quite successful, you know." He swirled his cocktail with calculated elegance, the liquid within moving in smooth, rhythmic waves. "For a topic like this, I dare say I have plenty to contribute. Perhaps I could become friends with two such fascinating women." Belen offered what he believed was an irresistible smile, certain he had captured their attention, especially that of the petite, blue-haired beauty whose youthful features carried a touch of innocence. But in Lemieux's eyes, this guy was intolerable. +7 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 7+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 17 Comment. Vote. Chapter 47. If you want to read 7+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Police cars revolving light. Insert Rimuru gif/pics here. Most likes comment will win police cars revolving light. But in Lemieux's eyes, this guy was intolerable. His gaze, dripping with sleaziness, reminded Lemieux of an oily old bat, the kind you'd want to chase out with a broom. His hair was so slick it might as well have been pickled in hair gel, and his face practically glistened with grease. It was as if someone had marinated him in a vat of pomade before letting him loose on the world. Lemieux's amber eyes narrowed, a trace of disgust flashing through them as he thought. Why does this guy look like he belongs in a can of motor oil? Lemieux couldn't help but think, this guy's as annoying as Snape in that one movie. And what was this Heavenly Meteor nonsense? Never even heard of it. Who would actually care? The great sage provided an answer immediately. Heavenly Meteor is a 2005 sci-fi movie that had a budget of $200,000. Its opening day box office was $120, and it grossed $2,680 total. Viewer rating online, 1.1. Lemieux blinked, momentarily stunned. So many things to roast, yet where to even begin? Didn't ask for that, thanks, he muttered internally. Sorry, the great sage replied sheepishly. Turning his attention back to Belen Hammer, Lemieux's face softened into a gentle smile, his expression deceptively innocent and warm. I only make friends with people who can hold their liquor. How about you? Are you good with alcohol? I can't drink yet, but I really admire people with a strong tolerance. Contrary to his sweet demeanor, Lemieux's thoughts were ablaze with murderous intent. How dare you hit on the woman I've set my sights on? Are you tired of living? Belen laughed lightly, radiating confidence. It seems like this was destined by the heavens. I grew up practically soaking in alcohol. From cheap bottles that cost a few bucks to the finest vintages worth millions, I've tasted it all. I can tell the quality of any drink with just one sip. While the law technically prohibited drinking before 21, plenty of people, especially in private settings, ignored it. Lemieux subtly signaled Alice with a glance. Alice caught on immediately, her impression of Lemieux shifting yet again. I thought this kid was harmless, but he's got a bit of a devious streak, doesn't he? She raised her hand to summon the bartender and ordered the strongest drink available. Lemieux turned back to Belen, his soft smile still firmly in place, exuding the air of an innocent little rabbit. Well then, you wouldn't mind if we put your tolerance to the test, would you? Not at all, Belen replied smoothly, his tone brimming with self-assurance. If I get the chance to drink fine wine in such lovely company, it would be an honor. He agreed without hesitation, recognizing this as a deliberate challenge. It wasn't his first rodeo. These kinds of tests were common in social and business circles. To him, this was a perfect chance to earn their favor. If he downed the drink confidently, it would showcase his boldness and sincerity, and even if the challenge had started as a prank, it could easily endear him to them. In his mind, this was a surefire win. What could possibly go wrong? Belen was confident. His tried and true method of drinking opponents under the table had worked countless times in various social settings. As long as the other party was impressed by his tolerance, negotiations almost always went in his favor. He had every reason to believe this would be no different. Having started drinking from a young age and often attending back-to-back events that lasted all night, his alcohol tolerance was second to none. A single glass? Even 10 times that wouldn't faze him. But Lemieux had other plans. Taking the cocktail handed to him by the bartender, Lemieux turned slightly, his hand brushing over the rim of the glass. In the blink of an eye, hidden from view, the pale yellow liquid inside was replaced with clear, colorless ethanol from his dimensional storage, a pure, waterless alcohol reserved for experiments. A quick application of aerodynamic manipulation injected carbon dioxide into the liquid. Then, using his thermal control skill, he warmed the glass ever so slightly. It was a minor technique he'd picked up over the past 6 months, simple, but effective. The carbon dioxide and the increased temperature would drastically accelerate the body's absorption of alcohol. If absorption outpaced metabolism, it could lead to alcohol poisoning and in extreme cases, even death. It was the same principle behind why mixing beer, high in carbon dioxide, and liquor, high in alcohol content, was so potent. The infamous depth charge cocktail, also known as the blackout drink, was based on this idea. The origins of the drink were said to trace back to America's lower socio-economic classes, where people looking to get drunk cheaply would mix the two. With a sweet, innocent expression, Lemieux carefully held the glass with both hands and handed it to Belen. His large amber eyes shimmered with such earnest anticipation that it was impossible to refuse. Belen, not suspecting a thing, took the glass without hesitation. He raised it slightly in a gesture of acknowledgement, flashing what he thought was his signature charming smile. "Cheers," he said, before downing the drink in one go. The glass felt slightly warm to the touch, but the liquid itself was tasteless like water. Belen had never encountered a cocktail like this before. What a fine drink! Truly unique, there's a certain, cough. Before he could finish his sentence, his lips and mouth began to go numb. A burning sensation spread through his stomach, as if a fire had been lit inside him. Slowly, the burning turned into a deep, dull pain, as though he'd been punched repeatedly in the gut. His throat convulsed as his body instinctively tried to vomit, but nothing came out. All he could manage were dry, racking coughs. Lemieux shrugged innocently, his expression calm and serene. As far as rivals go, I think I've been pretty merciful, he thought to himself, fully embracing his role as a ruthless defender of his chosen companion. +7 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 7+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 14 Comment. Vote. Chapter 48. If you want to read 8+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Police cars revolving light. Insert Feldera gif /pics here. Most likes comment will win police cars revolving light. Trophy. Yesterday's GIFs winner, STORM1441. Trophy. Lemieux casually grabbed a tall, skinny bartender by the arm and directed him without a hint of hesitation. Go get security. Someone's suffering from alcohol poisoning and needs to be taken to the hospital for a stomach pump. You wouldn't want it getting out that your bar's drinks almost killed someone, would you? The bartender nodded hastily, clearly alarmed, and scurried off. After hitting a dead end with Lemieux, Coulson decided to approach Tony Stark. But before he could even begin his inquiry, Stark dismissed him with 2 casual sentences, along with yet another complaint about how S.H.I.E.L.D's full name was absurdly long. Coulson left empty-handed, his attempts at diplomacy thwarted once again. Tony Stark, on the other hand, was on a different mission, finding his assistant, Pepper Potts. Among the crowd, he spotted her chatting with 2 elegant socialites. Pepper was wearing a stunning blue backless gown, her golden hair cascading in soft waves at the ends. She exuded an air of graceful sensuality, so much so that Stark found himself momentarily entranced. Without hesitation, Stark approached her and led her onto the dance floor, where they shared a dance. But despite the romantic atmosphere, Pepper looked visibly uneasy, her mind clearly preoccupied. Noticing this, Stark leaned closer and asked gently, "Do you want to step outside for some fresh air?" Pepper hesitated, then nodded. "Okay." Standing at the edge of the gala hall, Coulson silently observed the scene. He watched as Stark and Pepper made their way to the rooftop terrace, then turned his gaze back to where Lemieux and Alice were engaged in animated conversation. His expression remained blank, though his thoughts were far from calm. Whose fault is this? The universe, after all, operates on a principle of balance. For every moment of joy, there must be an equal measure of sorrow. And who's to blame for this imbalance? Those who dare to indulge in unrestrained happiness. Under the quiet night sky, Pepper finally let out her pent-up emotions, her brows furrowed as she struggled to express herself to Stark. "This is so strange," she said, her voice carrying a mix of frustration and confusion. Stark, attempting to soothe her, replied casually, "It's no big deal. We just danced, that's all." But Pepper didn't see it that way. Her words tumbled out in a flustered, animated manner, her gestures almost frantic. "It's not just a dance. You don't understand, Tony, you're not me." Her voice wavered as she tried to articulate the deeper meaning of her discomfort. Everyone knows about your flings with so many women. And fine, that's none of my business. But you're my boss. Dancing with you like that, it makes me feel like I'm just another one of those women who want to, you know. Pepper Potts hadn't risen to her position as Stark's trusted assistant purely by luck or favoritism. She was competent, resourceful, and capable of holding her own even in the face of Tony Stark's eccentricities. But this situation felt like a line she wasn't sure she should have crossed. If Pepper had relied solely on her looks, Stark wouldn't have hired her as his personal assistant, let alone kept her around without crossing any boundaries for so long. Pepper had no intention of relying on money or any other form of dependency to please or curry favor with others. She was already a self-made woman, not as wealthy as Stark, of course, but rich enough to live in luxury for multiple lifetimes. Stark sighed in frustration. You're overthinking this. It's really not that complicated. Pepper, however, wasn't convinced. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, her words faltering. But I'm wearing a dress like this, and we just... Her sentence trailed off into silence, leaving her unspoken thoughts hanging in the air. Their gazes locked, and for a moment, it was as if the rest of the world faded away. Some invisible force seemed to draw them closer, their faces inching toward one another. Just as their lips were about to meet, Pepper suddenly snapped out of it. She blinked, her expression a mix of confusion and alarm as she looked at Stark, now mere inches from her face. I think I need a drink, she stammered. Stark straightened up immediately, his voice calm despite the rare flicker of uncertainty in his chest. Sure, I'll get it for you. Without another word, he turned and headed downstairs, his movements brisk and deliberate. Stark's usual confidence felt shaken. For the first time, he wasn't dealing with a casual fling or meaningless flirtation. This was different. His usual escapades were physical. This, however, was starting to feel dangerously close to something emotional. Before he could reach the bar, a sultry voice called out from behind him. Well. Tony Stark. What a surprise to see you here. Stark paused, blinking in confusion as he turned to see a woman in a black strap dress, her figure curvaceous and alluring. Her tone dripped with mockery and glee, her expression a mix of amusement and malice. Hi. Stark faltered, his mind racing to place her face. Carly. The woman's lips twisted into a sharp smile. Christine. Bold of you to show up here tonight. Ah, Christine. The name triggered Stark's memory. This was the one-night stand he'd had shortly before his ill-fated trip to Afghanistan. The details weren't pretty. The morning after their night together, Stark had vanished without a word, leaving Christine without even the courtesy of a goodbye. Worse, he'd left it to Pepper to handle the aftermath, kicking Christine out like garbage, without so much as compensation or closure. Returning home that day, Christine had stared into the mirror, replaying the humiliation over and over in her mind. I, Christine Everhart, am nothing more than a lowly journalist for Vanity Fair. Yes, as the name suggests, I work for the Temple of Fame and Fortune, and I love fame and fortune. Plus 8 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 8+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 49. If you want to read 8+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Police cars revolving light. Insert Tony Stark gifs/pics here. Most likes comment will win police cars revolving light. Trophy. Yesterday's GIFs winner, Lightning God Wolf. Trophy. Yes, as the name suggests, I work for the Temple of Fame and Fortune, and I love fame and fortune. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with wanting money. Who doesn't like money? Everyone's the same. Her fingers clenched around the edges of the bathroom sink, her expression hardening. But no matter how much she tried to justify her feelings, the sting of betrayal lingered. Stark hadn't just ignored her, he'd treated her as if she were beneath consideration. And for someone as proud as Christine, that cut deeper than any insult. For Christine, paying a small, insignificant price like sleeping with a billionaire was no big deal. It was a straightforward transaction, consent and mutual benefit. But even so, she had her pride. Sure, I might choose to sleep with a rich man, but I'll never grovel for his attention. The very idea of being tossed aside like nothing happened and then crawling back to fawn over him? Absolutely not. Tony Stark had played her, then refused to pay any kind of compensation. That wasn't something she could let go. He's going to regret this, she thought bitterly, her resolve sharpening. Meanwhile, Stark's expression contorted as he stared at Christine, the corners of his mouth twitching in discomfort. Was there anything more awkward than running into someone you'd ghosted after a one-night stand? Yes, remembering their name wrong while doing so. Turning his face slightly, Stark tried to salvage what little composure he had left, though his tone betrayed him. Right, I'm definitely panicking now, he muttered. Christine, however, was unmoved. Her eyes glinted coldly, though her face remained calm. Oh, I'm not talking about us, Tony. I meant your company's latest scandal. Don't tell me you haven't heard. Stark's brow furrowed, though he tried to mask his unease. I haven't been at the company in months. Surely you've heard about that. Of course, Christine had heard. She'd just wanted to twist the knife. With a subtle smirk, Christine pulled out several photos from her bag. She handed them to Stark, her tone laced with mockery. These are for you. I was planning to send them over later, but since you're here, lucky me. The photos were unmistakable. Each image showed Stark Industries weaponry emblazoned with his company's logo being used by none other than the infamous Ten Rings, a well-known Afghan terrorist group. There were tanks, missile launchers, and armored vehicles, all bearing the Stark name. Christine leaned closer, her voice sharp and biting. So, is this your idea of responsibility? The words cut like a blade, and Stark's shoulders tensed. Just 6 months ago, he had stood before the world at a press conference, boldly declaring his intention to lead his company toward a future that aligned with the nation's and the world's best interests. And now? Now, here was cold, hard evidence proving otherwise. Stark flipped through the photos, his expression darkening with every turn. The images struck like blows, relentless, unyielding. This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was a full-blown punch, one that landed with a deafening smack. Each photograph drove home the grim reality, his weapons, in terrorist hands. For once, Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words. Tony Stark found Obadiah Stane outside, expertly managing the press with his usual air of diplomacy. Stark's expression was grim, his face shadowed with barely contained fury. Without preamble, he strode forward, holding up the photos in his hand. Have you seen these? Stark demanded, his tone sharp and unrelenting. What's going on? Obadiah's polite, performative smile faltered, slipping away entirely. Damn it. His mind raced. Clearly, some careless subordinates had botched things, failing to remove the Stark Industries logo before shipping the weapons. Worse yet, someone had managed to capture photographic evidence. The story had only broken yesterday, and Obadiah had hoped he'd have plenty of time to suppress it before Stark caught wind of it. After all, Tony rarely involved himself in company affairs anymore. But now, of all times, Tony Stark had chosen to step out into the world. What were the odds? Obadiah tried to maintain his composure, attempting to placate Stark. Tony, listen to me, don't be so naive. But Stark wasn't having any of it. His anger boiled over, and he cut Obadiah off mid-sentence, his teeth clenched as he spat out the words. Naive? You're damn right I'm naive. I thought we had principles. Our company is making backdoor deals with terrorists. Is this your idea of a bottom line? Their eyes locked, neither man willing to back down. In that moment, they were like two wolves, one an exiled lone wolf, the other the self-proclaimed king of the pack. Eventually, Obadiah broke eye contact, not out of fear but because he knew better than to escalate this in front of the press. Let's not do this here, Tony, he said smoothly. It's photo op time. The reporters were already waiting for the perfect shot, eager to capture the cover image for the gala's media coverage. Stark knew he couldn't afford a public outburst, it would lead to all sorts of unflattering headlines. Begrudgingly, he complied, standing stiffly beside Obadiah for the cameras. As the flashes went off, Obadiah leaned in, his hand resting almost paternalistically on Stark's shoulder. His voice was low, just above a whisper, and his words were drenched in calculated malice. You think you know who's been blocking your return to the company? Obadiah murmured, his tone almost mocking. It was me. That's the only way I could protect you. Obadiah allowed himself a smug chuckle, his satisfaction plain. There was a unique thrill in manipulating someone completely, then revealing it to their face, especially when the other party was powerless to do anything about it. What could be more delightfully cruel than this? Once the photo session ended, Obadiah strode down the red carpet, basking in the reporter's attention. Stark stood frozen in place, watching Obadiah's retreating back. In that moment, he felt utterly alone, the weight of betrayal and helplessness pressing down on him. The crowd moved around him, indifferent to his turmoil. For the first time in a long time, Tony Stark stood in complete isolation. +8 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 8+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 14 comment. Vote. Chapter 50. If you want to read 8+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Police cars revolving light. Insert Iron Man gif/pics here. Most likes comment will win police cars revolving light. Trophy. Yesterday's gifts winner, scary_abunga. Trophy. For the first time in a long time, Tony Stark stood in complete isolation. Christine, who had been watching the entire exchange from the sidelines, allowed herself a satisfied smile. The outcome was even better than she'd anticipated. Without sparing another glance at the pitiful figure that was Tony Stark, she turned and walked away. Billionaire? Genius? He's nothing more than a naive, immature little boy. A poor, pathetic child. The thought brought a strange sense of contentment, a feeling that warmed her from the inside out. Ah, there's nothing quite as satisfying as this. Lemieux noticed Stark hurrying out of the gala, his expression tense. It didn't take much for him to piece together what had happened. Turning to Alice, he offered her a regretful smile. I've got something I need to take care of, he said softly. We'll meet again, okay? Alice gave him a gentle hug in farewell, the delicate scent of jasmine lingering faintly in the air. Lemieux handed her the remaining half bag of snacks, grinning. Thank you for helping me out earlier. These are for you. Alice accepted the snacks with a smile, reaching out to ruffle his hair affectionately. Thank you, cutie. And next time, try not to get lost, okay? Before leaving, Lemieux made a quick detour to the rooftop, where Pepper stood alone, leaning against the railing and staring out at the city lights. The cool night wind ruffled her hair, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of the moonlight. There was a quiet loneliness in her posture, a faint melancholy that clung to the air around her. Lemieux approached her, his steps light but deliberate. He didn't mind helping Pepper out after all, she and Stark were a perfect match in his eyes. If he could nudge them closer together, why not? Part of him was even shipping them like a fan of a drama couple. Standing beside her, he spoke casually. Tony asked me to tell you that he had to leave early. No need to wait for him. Pepper blinked in surprise but quickly composed herself. She nodded and asked, Did you have fun tonight? I didn't get a chance to check on you earlier. Lemieux smiled. Yeah, I had a great time. But I've got something to take care of now, so I'll be heading out too. I'll have Happy come pick me up. You'll probably still be busy here, right? Lemieux was in a hurry for a reason. If his guess was right, Stark was about to head off to Afghanistan, ready to put himself in the middle of danger once again. If he moved quickly, he might be able to tag along. His primary objective? To have Stark's back to make sure the man didn't get himself killed. His secondary objective? Who could resist the chance to suit up and get into a real battle? After all, the idea of facing enemies head-on in combat with high-tech armor was far too thrilling to pass up. For a man, there are few things more important than the battlefields of love and war. When Lemieux returned to Stark's villa, the atmosphere was heavy. In the quiet of the underground lab, Tony Stark was slumped on the couch, his eyes glued to the television. The room was silent except for the low hum of the news broadcast and the faint, ragged sound of Stark's breathing. The massive screen before him displayed a live report from Kamira, a small town in Afghanistan. The footage was harrowing. Refugees huddled together, their faces etched with despair. Gunfire crackled incessantly. The camera panned across a bleak landscape of ruins and ash, the air thick with smoke and fire, while unidentified armed factions exchanged bullets amidst the wreckage. Sparks erupted as bullets ricocheted off walls, a stark reminder of the peril faced by the cameraman and the unimaginable despair of those living in such chaos. The image shifted. A familiar figure appeared on screen, the leader of the Ten Rings, the very man who had once held Stark captive. He was as smug and composed as ever, puffing on a cigarette while casually holding a rifle. He stood amidst the devastation as if it were his kingdom. Lemieux stood quietly behind Stark, watching the broadcast for a few moments. Finally, in a soft voice, he asked, Are you going to go? Stark didn't turn around, his back remaining rigid. His face was obscured, but the weight of his emotions hung in the air. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, in a low, muffled tone, Stark answered. Of course. I have to. Some things in life simply cannot be ignored. Some battles must be fought, and some ideals must be upheld. For Stark, this was one of those moments, a call to action that could not be denied. When Alice returned to her dormitory, it was already 1 a.m. Her dorm was a small two-person room, shared with her friend and roommate, Nicole Nasser. Inside, the room was quiet and dimly lit, save for Nicole's desk lamp. Nicole was still awake, hunched over a pile of books. Clad in a thin robe, she was deeply engrossed in her studies. Beneath the robe? Absolutely nothing. The sound of the door opening jolted Nicole from her intense focus. She whipped her head around, her dark eyes lighting up as if salvation had arrived. Alice! Alice! Get over here, she squawked, waving her hand frantically like a drowning duck grasping at a lifeline. There's this problem I can't figure out. Please, you have to explain it to me. Alice slipped off her shoes and sighed, already anticipating this exact scenario. She'd been working all night at her part-time job, and now, back in her dorm, she still couldn't catch a break. It was the weekend, for heaven's sake. Couldn't Nicole let her rest? Dragging herself to Nicole's desk, Alice let out an exaggerated sigh, loud enough to make sure Nicole heard it. Go to bed, Alice said flatly. Do it tomorrow. Nicole pouted, clutching her pen like a lifeline. But it's due Monday. Alice shook her head, giving Nicole a pointed look. And it's Sunday tomorrow. Plenty of time. With that, Alice tossed her bag onto her bed, already planning to collapse into sleep. Sometimes, dealing with Nicole felt like taking care of an overenthusiastic child. Plus 8 chapters on Patreon. Venom X Multiverse on Patreon. Cyberpunk X Genos on Patreon. In Deadpool on Patreon. If you want to read 8+ chapters ahead in unpublished fanfics, you can check out my Patreon or just take a visit. p.a.t.r.e.o.n. http://patreon.com/kazuma_trash. Comment. 15 comment. Vote.